Chapter 41. A single point of focus, tat, 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 tat. The blade pierced toward the eyes, slashed the shoulder, and then swept downward toward the thigh. Encred took everything in, the opponent's gestures, the movement of his hands and feet, and predicted the next attack. Matching his defense to the predicted trajectory, Encred successfully blocked each strike. Sparks flew between them, clearing a portion of the fog. Through it, his opponent's glowing eyes shone. The shoulder. The next attack aimed once again at his shoulder. Encred swiftly pulled his left foot, which was positioned half a step forward, back. His left shoulder tilted away just as the opponent's blade shot forward with ferocity. Rotating on his right big toe, he turned his body sideways, narrowly avoiding the strike. The sword brushed past his shoulder with a sharp whiz. Seizing the opportunity, Encred shifted into a modified middle stance. From this oblique posture, he swung his sword upward. In swordsmanship terms, the blade's edge facing the opponent is the front edge, and the one facing oneself is the back edge. Swinging upward from a lowered position brought the back edge into play. The back edge of Encred's sword targeted the opponent's jaw. Expecting his opponent to dodge, Encred thought to himself, even if he dodges, it'll create an opening. With this opening, he planned to guide the fight toward his intended conclusion. A skill honed through countless battles. A single step and a coordinated strike were enough to seize victory. Cocky bastard! Enraged, the opponent swung his sword horizontally, instead of retreating after the thrust to Encred's shoulder. Encred ducked quickly to avoid the attack, abandoning his rising strike. Tat-tat! Rather than follow through with his abandoned attack, Encred pulled his blade close to his body and raised it above his head to block the next strike. The opponent feigned the horizontal slash, instead lifting his sword and bringing it down in a vertical chop aimed at Encred's crown. Barely deflecting the blow, their swords locked. "Do you think you can take me down with just one step?" The opponent sneered as he pressed down from above. "Why can't I?" Encred retorted, his voice calm yet sharp. The opponent, who had introduced himself as Mitch Hurrier, flared with anger. He had a knack for expressing his rage through his face alone, his emotions plain for all to see. "You really don't want to die peacefully, do you?" "Nope. My wish is to grow old and die naturally," Encred replied without missing a beat. When it came to provoking others, Encred could hold his own against even Rem. No. Perhaps he was better at it. A thick vein throbbed visibly on Mitch's forehead. "Fine. I'll cut off your limbs and throw you into a cesspool to live until you rot." Wrong again. "I'll die of old age with my great-grandchildren by my side." "You little thud!" Mitch aimed a kick at Encred, who countered it with his own foot. The clash forced both men to retreat, putting a two-step gap between them. Without hesitation, Encred swung his sword to close the distance, while Mitch charged forward, relying on his speed. Mitch's rapid advance left a streak of afterimages, almost as if his body was tearing through space itself. Noting this, Encred adjusted his sword's trajectory and brought it down in a diagonal slash. Clang! Their blades collided once more, the grinding of steel echoing as sparks flew. Encred tried to push Mitch back with brute strength, but Mitch's sword clung to his like glue. In an instant, Mitch twisted his wrist, raising the tip of his blade toward Encred's head. Using the stronger portion of his blade near the hilt, Mitch trapped Encred's sword and shoved forward with precision, even as his ragged breaths betrayed his fury. Ting, ting, ting. The scraping of metal filled the air. If Encred didn't act, his throat would be pierced. Mimicking Mitch's move, Encred twisted his wrist and raised his sword. Ting! The locked blades parted, and sparks flew once again. Mitch immediately deflected Encred's sword, forcing him to block the next relentless strike. This time, Encred initiated the attack. From the upper right to the lower left, a diagonal slash. It was a textbook strike, polished through endless training and refined in countless battles. The glowing arc of the slash shone brilliantly as it descended toward Mitch. The step, the timing, the posture, and the strike all came together in perfect harmony. But Mitch intercepted the slash with his own blade. The moment their swords met, Encred felt as if he had struck something soft, like cotton, rather than a blade. Mitch's sword deflected Encred's strike with a gentle curve, then reversed direction. Its back edge now descended toward Encred's head. Mitch traced a small circle with his wrist, redirecting the momentum effortlessly. Pop! Encred inhaled sharply, realizing he had no time to block. He twisted his body to the side just in time to avoid the blow. Whoosh! Mitch's blade slashed through the space where Encred's head had been, leaving him off balance. The next strike grazed Encred's right forearm, leaving a shallow but bleeding wound. There was no time for words. The abdomen. Encred deflected the thrust aimed at his gut, evaded the next diagonal slash targeting his thigh, and retaliated with a horizontal slash to create distance. But Mitch didn't relent. Instead of retreating, Mitch swung upward, closing the gap between them. Their swords danced in an intense exchange of blows. Encred was forced into a defensive stance, barely managing to block and dodge each attack. Upper strike, diagonal thrust. He poured everything he had into his movements, the foundation of his training, honed through battles. He slashed, thrust, retreated, and pressed forward. He even used his feet when necessary. But Mitch read every move, blocking or evading as needed, leaving Encred with only minor opportunities. The wounds on Encred's body accumulated. His arm, shoulder, and thigh all bore cuts. His movements slowed as the injuries piled up. Even his helmet was knocked off, a strike grazing his forehead and leaving a bleeding gash. Blood streamed from his forehead, splattering with each movement. The shoulder. There was no time to breathe or think, only to react, defend, and counter. Encred managed to land a few strikes, but only at the cost of taking several himself. Still, he remained focused. Each breath was a fight for survival. Mitch, too, felt the strain. When Mitch first encountered this madman attacking their camp, he thought him unskilled. The man's limits were obvious even after a few exchanges. But now, in just a few days, this same man had grown so much that Mitch wondered if he was even the same person. Is he a twin? Distracted by the thought, Mitch almost paid dearly when Encred's blade narrowly missed piercing his throat. This bastard? Shaking off the distraction, Mitch focused entirely on killing his opponent. And so did Encred. They were locked in a deadly rhythm. Evade, block, counter. Openings appeared but were too dangerous to exploit. Hesitating in this battle was akin to boarding the ferryman's boat on the river of death. But even if he were to die today, Encred resolved to live each moment with purpose. That was why each passing day mattered more. The chest. No, the abdomen. Encred evaded a deceptive thrust. He deflected and diverted the blade, which fell from above like an eagle swooping down. The deflection was clumsy, lacking refinement. It was closer to blocking than truly diverting. Encred's use of the heavy sword style relied heavily on overpowering the opponent with raw strength. In contrast, he occasionally mixed in precise sword styles and flowing techniques. The precise sword style followed strict patterns, cornering the opponent into counterable situations. The flowing sword style, on the other hand, diverted attacks to create openings. Blades met, emitting a heated resonance. Encred was fully focused, unable to let his guard down for even a moment. Even a blink could spell defeat. In this exchange of blows, nothing else mattered. Thoughts of flags, victory, or swordsmanship evaporated. All that remained was the act of slashing, thrusting, and swinging at the opponent before him. The world faded, leaving only one thing: the sword and himself and the sword. The opponent's blade, the sword, and the opponent. Eventually, even himself and his opponent disappeared. Lost in the moment, Encred achieved a state of selflessness. Only the sword remained. The rhythm of swinging, cutting, thrusting, blocking, and evading filled every fiber of Encred's being. An endless euphoria rose, fueling an insatiable desire. Clang! Clang! Clink! Bang! Sheeing! Steel met steel in countless variations, each clash producing a symphony of noise. But nothing lasts forever. Knowing this, Encred thought, just a little longer. He instinctively understood that this wasn't a moment that could easily be recreated. He had felt this once before, cleanly cutting through an opponent without resistance. It was a perfect strike, an experience he had spent years trying to replicate without success. Even now, while he wished this moment would last forever, he knew it wouldn't. Bang! A heavy sword strike descended, imbued with Encred's full intent. His opponent skillfully diverted the force, creating an opening in Encred's guard. Thud! The opponent didn't miss. A blade, like a heated skewer, pierced Encred's chest. Phew! With a sword embedded in his chest, Encred's arms stopped. His limbs trembled from the strain of full exertion. Lowering his weapon with trembling hands, Encred looked up to see his opponent, drenched in sweat. I remember now, Encred said, blood trickling from his lips. Finally, you're the guy from the fire, aren't you? Being struck seemed to jog his memory. The encounter had been memorable. Mitch Hurrier, platoon leader of the Aspen Principality, Encred, squad leader of the Norillia Kingdom. Both men were drenched in blood and sweat, as though caught in a storm. They stared at each other in silence. For the first time, Encred felt no animosity toward the man who had stabbed him. He only yearned to fight him again. Mitch's face remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed a change. The rage had subsided, replaced by something indescribable. The dream is over, Mitch said. A dream? I started see. Oh. It was a lie. What kind of swordsman wishes to die of old age? Right. Now die already. With that, Mitch withdrew his blade. The searing pain spread, making Encred's mind go blank. He dropped to one knee, blood pouring from his mouth. Is it an enemy attack? Aspen soldiers had encircled them. One of them stepped closer, speaking. When did they get here? Encred glanced around. The area was swarming with enemies. Yes, he slipped in to strike from behind. It seems he's skilled in ambush tactics. Pity, isn't it? Platoon leader, no, it isn't. Mitch stared at Encred. Truthfully, he felt a pang of regret. Finding an opponent of this caliber was rare. The fight had brought him to a realm he had never experienced before. Regret was inevitable. Yet, Encred's expression was devoid of such emotions. Instead, he looked relieved, like a child holding a wooden sword for the first time. What are you? Mitch asked, confused. But Encred wasn't listening anymore. He was dying, and a single thought consumed him. Ragna, you fool. It's not the fear of death you need. What was necessary wasn't the intensity of near-death focus, but an opponent who could push you to your limits, someone who could elevate your skills and emotions through mutual risk. A true rival. In that sense, Mitch Hurrier was perfect. He was a rival worthy of the title. As Encred lay dying, he realized this. The sensations and clarity he had experienced moments ago were what Ragnar referred to as a single point of focus. He had achieved it, and he now knew he could chase that experience again. That fleeting moment could be recreated, though it wouldn't be easy. Mitch Hurrier's existence made it possible. Knowing this, how could he not smile? Seeing the path ahead, Encred died with a grin. Was he insane? Mitch could only tilt his head, puzzled by the sight of Encrid smiling in death. Chapter 42. A stroke of luck. Ragnar, while discussing the single focus point technique, asked, "Are you going to learn it?" "Of course." Encrid didn't hesitate. When did he become this skilled? The foundational techniques of the Northern-style greatsword were solidly ingrained in him, not merely as postures learned by swinging in empty air, but honed through combat, seamlessly integrated into his body. Impressive. The squad leader was a truly fascinating individual. Just yesterday, he had relied primarily on the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. Today, however, he displayed a rock-solid foundation. "Where did you learn your swordsmanship? It cost a lot of money." He hinted at having trained under a swordsmanship instructor. It must have been a fortune, thought Ragnar. That much was evident. Even if he had personally intervened, the results wouldn't have been better than this. Thus, it made sense to teach him beyond the basics, hence the introduction of the concentrated point technique. Still, Ragnar harbored doubts as he explained it. Learning doesn't mean mastering. Although he had developed the technique, it was originally a secret passed down within his family. Naturally, he hadn't revealed the technique in its pure form. He'd modified and refined it before teaching. So, calling it his creation wasn't entirely inaccurate. Not that I've ever seen anyone succeed. In all his years wandering the continent, Ragnar had encountered fewer than 5 individuals who could enter the state of absolute concentration. More like 3, he corrected himself. Of the supposed 5, 2 had merely stumbled upon success by sheer luck, like arrows hitting a wolf's head by accident. Only 3 had truly mastered it. Achieving this level of focus required talent, a rare gift. Forgetting one's surroundings and immersing oneself completely wasn't an easy task. This ability wasn't limited to swordsmanship. Scholars in their fields, for instance, displayed such focus when studying and learning. Those truly skilled could even consciously put themselves in such a state when needed. However, achieving such focus during a battle was an entirely different challenge. It's near impossible. Even Ragnar, who had mastered concentrated point, did so only after a significant ordeal. Encrid wouldn't find it easy. Yet the glimmer in Encrid's eyes told a different story. "Aren't you going to explain?" "Skip the basics. I already understand those. Just teach me the concentrated point." How could someone be so steadfast? Ragnar felt as though he were gazing at a mighty tree, one that stood tall against typhoons and lightning strikes, unmoving and unyielding. Despite the technique being akin to chasing clouds, the squad leader declared he would learn it, nodding as if he already grasped its essence. It almost seemed believable. Encrid had always been sincere, whether training, swinging his sword, or tackling any task head-on with his best effort. Perhaps that dedication was why Ragnar decided to teach him. "I think I get it," said Encrid. Ragnar nodded, though he suspected Encrid might have misunderstood. It was an encouraging nod. Ragnar was well aware of the limits of talent. Most geniuses never looked down to see the ground beneath their feet, but Ragnar had wandered the continent, observing the struggles of those below. He had ventured underground, conversed with its dwellers, and crossed blades with them. Talent. How many had fallen victim to those 2 syllables? The squad leader would likely be no different. It was the natural order of things. Yet his refusal to give up inspired Ragnar. It was selfish, but Encrid's determination allowed Ragnar to keep walking his own path. Thus he resolved to teach him with all his might. Forget your surroundings, forget yourself, and focus solely on what remains. That's concentrated point. It's similar to how people say their past flashes before their eyes in life-threatening moments. That experience could be a useful reference. "I see. Got it," Encrid replied. Strangely, he seemed to brush off the explanation. That's not like him. He wasn't someone to give up because he thought something was impossible. Despite Ragnar's attempts to push Encrid into a state of focus by using his sword to heighten attention. "All right, let's go." Still, Encrid stepped onto the battlefield with a bright expression. Seeing this, Ragnar felt a surge of motivation. Guess I'll put in some real effort today. Ordinarily, Ragnar would have lazily swung his sword, embodying the stereotype of a lethargic genius. But not today. Encrid watched Ragnar with a calm gaze. What's gotten into him? Well, taking the fight seriously wasn't a bad thing. Leaving the determined Ragnar behind, Encrid focused on his own actions. Another day had begun. Ragnar's training method for concentrated point was flawed. Or rather, the method, developed and mastered by a natural genius, didn't suit him. Then, is my way correct? Only time would tell. What's the solution? I'll test it. Encrid moved along a familiar route, directing allies to take positions with shields and calling for MR. Rem, who's their shaman? Rem, busy deciphering enemy sorcery, seemed agitated. Follow me. Encrid tapped Rem on the shoulder. Huh? Charge. What? Squad leader? Are you crazy? Despite his words, Rem followed. Unexpectedly, Ragnar joined as well. Is this a charge? If we're breaking the enemy vanguard, I'm in. What's wrong with both of you? Rem muttered, but Ragnar ignored him and charged ahead. Though the area was shrouded in mist, it barely hindered their movements. Rem moved like a storm, dual axes crushing everything in his path. He seemed ready to mow down an entire infantry unit of 80 soldiers alone. Ragnar resembled a massive battering ram, demolishing the infantry line as if it were a castle wall. Slow yet unrelenting, he showed no mercy, cutting down everything, from flying bolts to incoming spears, with a single arming sword. At least high tier. In the Norillia Kingdom, high tier referred to soldiers surpassing the advanced level. Above high tier lay peak tier, and then top tier. Or perhaps peak tier. Encrid wasn't sure of his own level yet, making it harder to gauge theirs. Regardless, this wasn't the time for idle speculation. Following the same route, Encrid confronted Mitch Hurrier. Let's settle this. This time, he initiated the challenge. Mitch, momentarily surprised, laughed. You're insane. Walking to your death like this. He wasn't wrong. Killing Mitch wouldn't guarantee survival. But it didn't matter. Encrid wasn't here to die. He was here to give his all. You came for me? Unbelievable. This is a first. Mitch seemed genuinely baffled. Why, is this your first time being confessed to? I fell for you at first sight, Encrid joked. Mitch chuckled but quickly narrowed his eyes. My squad, the Greyhounds, are relentless pursuers. It's been ages since someone pursued me first. Feeling left out? Should I hide so you can hunt me down? Enough nonsense. Mitch charged. Encrid steadied his breathing, trying to enter a focused state. He failed. The fight ended quickly. Mitch outclassed him in skill, willpower, and talent. A single technique wasn't enough to challenge such an opponent. What made you think you could take me on? How did you even get this far? Encrid's lungs and intestines were shredded by Mitch's blade. His insides felt as though hot coals had been shoved into them, a searing, unbearable pain. I trusted myself. I made a mistake this time, but I'll get it right next time. Reliving the same day wouldn't make repeating this experience any easier. What? Next time I'll succeed. Just as he had once entered a focused state and attained enlightenment, Encrid now felt a faint glimmer of realization. Even if I let you go, you'll die. What's the next move? Isn't he insane? Don't engage, platoon leader. Swish! One of the enemy soldiers beside him drew his sword and pressed it against Encrid's neck. Without waiting, Encrid twisted his neck, letting the blade cut deep into him. Rip, rip. The blade had been sharpened well, leaving a searing pain as a deep wound opened on his neck. The agony from his neck and stomach flared simultaneously, a pain so intense it felt like death itself. Barely holding on, enduring what felt like the threshold of death, Encrid opened his mouth. "See you again." Leaving those final words, he bled out and died. The day began anew. Encrid sought out Mitch Hurrier again. "Nice to see you, my friend. You came looking for me, didn't you?" "Yep. That's right. I'm here for you, the tenacious lover and greyhound platoon leader. Let's have a go." "You're out of your mind." They clashed again. This time, Encrid realized his mistake. You can't force it. If you think too hard about focusing, you end up trapped in those thoughts. Then, what's the answer? It's simple. Go back to the beginning. Move with the opponent's blade. Let your sword match their rhythm, as if in a dance. Fight and fight again. It took 18 resets of the day using the same approach. Only then did Encrid manage to regain that state of focus. It was such an overwhelming joy that even as one arm was severed and he fell to the ground, he couldn't help but smile. The joy eclipsed the pain. "You're smiling?" Seeing this, Mitch swung his blade, ending it. Another reset. And so it went, again and again, until success. If someone had been watching, they'd call him relentless, tenacious beyond measure. But for Encrid, this wasn't about persistence. Entering that state of focus, perfecting his swordsmanship through real combat against a worthy opponent, was pure satisfaction. After 28 iterations of today, Encrid had a grasp of focus. After 48 iterations, he could summon a pinpoint focus deliberately. After 94 iterations, he could call upon that focus whenever he wanted. A perfect focus. It was complete control over his sword and body. With that achieved, his strength was paired with finesse. Once he had mastered pinpoint focus, he took it a step further. "Teach me." He returned to Ragnar to learn more. When he demonstrated his newly honed focus, Ragnar frowned. "What's this? Why? It feels like you've already learned this somewhere. But this isn't something that can just be taught. Are you a genius?" A genius. He'd had the sheer luck of grueling experience and over 100 repetitions to finally ingrain it. Encrid knew he lacked natural talent, but he didn't dwell on it. All he felt was joy in the moment. And so, repeating today again, he replied with words that now felt second nature. "Just lucky. You call this luck?" Ragnar was incredulous. Watching him, Encrid realized it was time to leave this endless loop. Having distilled the essence of pinpoint focus, he feigned being a genius, and after leaving Ragnar with this impression, turned away. "Where are you going?" "To see the company commander." Ragnar didn't stop him. He couldn't help but marvel at the uncanny precision Encrid displayed, like a meticulously crafted sculpture made from endless effort, not something grasped at a glance. How is that even possible? Pondering, Ragnar soon dismissed the thought. There was no answer to be found in idle musings. Better to leave it alone. Watching the captain like that was enough to ignite his own determination. Encrid, noticing the renewed fire in Ragnar's eyes, thought to himself, "At least today's given him some motivation. I need to focus on my own task." There was no time to dwell on Ragnar. In this battle, no matter what, their side would face near total annihilation unless two things happened. First, the mist of massacre had to be lifted. Second, the Allied forces needed to take cover while the fog cleared. Both couldn't be done at once. Encrid had only one body. Breaking the enemy's flagpole was just one problem. Even after a surprise attack, he'd have to escape the heart of enemy territory. He had no intention of being trapped in today. He would break through the enemy's strategy and shatter it completely. "I need to see the company commander." He approached the 4th platoon leader. Now, with the approaching battle palpable, The entire unit's nerves were taut. Asking to meet the company commander now was bound to raise eyebrows. The platoon leader, reclining on a field bed with his spear leaned against the tent wall, stood up. "Yes, now. Why?" "I remembered something from our last reconnaissance mission." The 4th platoon leader studied Encred carefully before nodding. Cracking sounds came from his knees as he stretched. Then he asked, "What is it?" "It seems the aspen is hiding something. A curse." "A curse?" "Yes." The platoon leader hesitated, skeptical, before recalling that Encred wasn't one to spout nonsense. He quickened his steps. If something needed saying, it had to be said. Judgment would be up to the company commander. Soon they arrived at the commander's tent. "You wanted to see me?" the green-eyed ferry commander asked. The tent was cozy, with a short torch crackling softly. Encred nodded. "Yes. What is it?" The fairy's tone was cold, suggesting this had better be important. "A curse." Encred didn't mince words. "A curse. A flagpole and flag along with someone in the enemy ranks. A shaman." Thanks to the countless repetitions of today, Encred's memories were clear, though faint. He adjusted his words slightly to make his claim persuasive. If this wasn't convincing, he'd simply try again. That's the privilege of someone who repeats today. Fortunately, the ferry commander listened intently. "Tell me more." "Of course," he explained, hearing enemy soldiers shouting about their shaman. The ferry commander's eyes gleamed. Encred avoided mentioning the mist. That would be too much. Curses were secretive arts, rarely shared beyond their practitioners. Recognizing one at a glance was implausible. He stopped there. The rest was up to the commander's judgment. Returning to his position at the front line, Encred prepared himself. It was time to surpass Mitch Hurrier and break the flagpole. "This is as far as I can go." The rest was up to the leadership. "Who did?" "I do be calmed out." Now was the time to break free from today's loop. Chapter 43. Mitch Hurrier. The Duchy of Aspen was governed by 3 prominent families, with the Hurrier family representing martial strength. Every child born into the Hurrier family, regardless of gender, was taught martial arts. After assessing their talents, only the most promising children were selected for advanced training. Talent, by its nature, is capricious, a game of chance dictated by the whims of fortune. To gather such talent, the Hurrier family sought individuals from both direct and collateral branches, without discrimination. Mitch Hurrier was one such individual. Born to a collateral branch, he had a different family name initially, but now he was one of the Hurrier family. Mitch Hurrier had shown extraordinary talent from a young age. At 15, he could take on multiple adult soldiers. The following year, he surpassed the standard of a regular soldier. By 18, he proved his skill by defeating a swordsman at the village level in a one-on-one duel. By 22, he could spar with individuals renowned across the city and hold his own. Those who could rival him in swordsmanship were few, even rarer among his peers. Such an environment nurtured arrogance in him. Why bother with relentless training when I can achieve it after a few tries? Why should he train until his thighs ached and swelled? Why should he swing his sword until his palms bled? He didn't want to. He was content with the present. Unlike the early days of wielding a sword, he no longer put in much effort. Even so, his innate talent alone placed him among the top 3 fighters in the Greyhounds. For Mitch, this situation was unprecedented. Clang! The downward strike of his sword was deflected from below. Distracted for a moment, he felt the opponent's blade graze his shoulder. Mitch retaliated by thrusting his sword and kicking at his opponent's shin. This was a tactic he often used against weaker opponents. It wasn't easy to block a kick aimed at the legs while preoccupied with the sword. Even if the kick was intercepted, it would create an opening. However, his opponent dodged the thrust by twisting their shoulder and blocked the kick by lifting one leg, maintaining perfect balance. This opponent had solid fundamentals. This wasn't his level a few days ago, Mitch thought, recalling their earlier encounter. The opponent had approached without hesitation, casually saying, "Hello. Nice to meet you. Shall we risk our lives on a duel?" He recognized the face. It was that soldier, the one from the enemy unit that had launched a surprise attack. Despite the obscuring mist spreading across the battlefield, how had they made it here? There was no time to ponder further. The opponent lunged with their sword, extending it in a straight line. Clang! Blocking the strike, Mitch thought it might be another feint operation. Thus, he instructed his men to protect the rear while he handled this foe. If the flag fell, the operation would face significant setbacks. Protecting it was his duty here. The enemy soldier countered with a strike aimed at Mitch's head. Mitch intercepted the sword, deflecting it diagonally in a cross pattern. Tying. The blades screeched as they slid past one another. Both fighters pushed with force, creating a gap of over 5 paces between them. Before either could strike again, Mitch spoke. "Were you hiding your skill?" "It just turned out that way. What's your name?" "Encred." This was the person Mitch had been dying to face, a foe he needed to kill to feel satisfied, and now they had come to him of their own accord. Mitch licked his lips. "All right, Encred. I'll remember your name." "No need to. I can always remind you later." "Crazy bastard. You're going to die here." Mitch raised his sword above his left shoulder. Having clashed several times, he had gauged Encred's skill. It was now time to showcase his full strength. He believed he could sever Encred's neck within 5 exchanges. And so, 5 exchanges passed. Mitch furrowed his brows. Frustration crept into his expression. This was a first for him. The opponent wasn't overwhelmingly superior, yet they managed to keep up, just barely. Yet it felt as though they knew all his habits, blocking, enduring, and countering his attacks. Mitch increased his speed and threw in feints, but the battle still didn't end. As the clash dragged on, his focus narrowed. The world faded, leaving only the sword and his opponent. Mitch Hurrier felt as if he were holding a sword for the first time again. That sensation when only he and his blade existed under the vast sky. When every strike felt as if it would cleave the opponent, and every thrust felt as if it would pierce them. Mitch fought with that same clarity. He struck downward, curved his attacks, extended his reach, thrust, and spun his strikes. And his opponent did the same. Encred entered a state of heightened focus, exchanging blows with Mitch in that state. The countless repetitions of that day had made Mitch's habits glaringly obvious. Blocking the kicks and parrying the sword strikes became second nature. But then the opponent's swordplay changed. The strikes grew fiercer, sharper, thrusting, twisting, slashing with the blade spinning. Clang! Bang! Thud! 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 When the blades clashed with full force, sparks flew. Several strikes grazed Encred's shoulder and side, drawing blood. Though the wounds weren't deep, droplets of blood splattered into the air. And at least 3 moments passed where his life hung by a thread. In those moments, Encred's focus deepened. Deeper still, he intentionally drove himself further into the state, discarding awareness of his surroundings. He and his sword became the entire world. Every fiber of his being was fully attuned. Only Mitch Hurrier's sword filled his vision. Likewise, Mitch Hurrier saw only Encred's blade. The two fought like madmen. Every strike was a gamble for their lives. Even the spectators were breathless as deadly blows were exchanged. Having failed to decapitate each other, both bore fresh cuts on their necks. In his concentrated state, Mitch deployed his ultimate technique. He shifted his stance, stepping back with his left foot and forward with his right, creating an unfamiliar distance. He let his sword hang behind his hip, obscuring its tip. With a short breath, he tensed his muscles. This technique combined defensive and offensive elements. It was a devastating reverse swing called wheel slash, drawing a wide arc from below. By altering his stance to conceal the sword's starting point, Mitch created an unblockable strike. Encrid, now in an even deeper state of immersion, had gained more than just swordsmanship from this duel. I see it. He couldn't visually perceive it, but every movement Mitch made played out vividly in his mind. His sharpened hearing caught every detail. The sound of shifting feet, the controlled breaths as Mitch adjusted his stance. The countless times he had faced wheel slash in the past imprinted an unmistakable image in his mind. He felt as though he could see the hidden blade and even hear Mitch's breaths. All this information came together to predict the timing of the wheel slash. Whoosh! The blade carved through the air, rising from below with a deadly arc. In his hyper-focused state, Encrid instinctively brought his sword down to meet the strike. Encrid's sword collided with the incoming blade of his opponent, Mitch, with a sharp clang. The sheer force of their clash caused a crack to form in Encrid's weapon. Mitch's momentary surprise at his countered strike disrupted his focus, but Encrid remained unwavering. Taking advantage of the opening, Encrid allowed his blade to slide along Mitch's, producing an eerie screeching sound as the metal surfaces scraped against each other. Mitch instinctively tried to lift his sword, but Encrid pressed down with superior strength, leveraging his training and physical power. The downward force overpowered Mitch's upward resistance, sending Mitch's weapon off balance. In a swift follow-up, Encrid lunged forward, his sword tip piercing Mitch's chest. Though Mitch wore armor, the impact drove deep, leaving a bleeding wound. Retrieving his sword quickly, Encrid stepped back to catch his breath, his body trembling from the exertion. Mitch staggered, blood pooling from his chest wound. He managed to stay on his feet, glaring defiantly at Encrid. I should have countered. If I'd deflected and created an opening, I'd have had the upper hand. You agree, don't you? Victory is determined by results, Encrid replied. Fair enough, Mitch admitted with a bitter laugh. Still, it stings. I should never have neglected my training. His vision blurred as blood loss took its toll. But before Encrid could deliver the finishing blow, reinforcements arrived. A burly man with a thick mustache blocked Encrid's path, slamming a weapon onto Encrid's sword. The impact forced Encrid back a few steps. Protect Mitch! The mustached man shouted. The soldiers moved to shield the wounded Mitch. One of them applied a powder to his chest, quickly staunching the bleeding. Encrid analyzed the mustached man. His breathing was labored, but his stance revealed no openings. It was clear this man had experience. Even so, Encrid wasn't here for duels. He had an objective. You think bigger conduits for sorcery are more flawed, don't you? Encrid asked, watching as Mitch was carried away. His question caught the mustached man off guard, his eyes narrowing. Encrid seized the distraction, kicking up dirt and grass into the man's face before bolting toward the enemy banner. Crossbow bolts whizzed through the air. One grazed Encrid's shoulder, but he pressed on, weaving through the enemy lines. As he neared the banner, he grabbed a discarded throwing knife and launched it at the flag. The heavy fabric resisted the blades, leaving only minor damage. Undeterred, Encrid reached for a fallen spear, hurling it with all his strength. The spear pierced the banner, tearing a hole in it. The magical conduit was compromised, disrupting the enemy's sorcery. A veil of mist began lifting from the battlefield as Encrid took a deep breath of relief. The mustached man, enraged by the sight, roared, You think you'll escape alive after this, you madman? Encrid raised his sword, aligning it with his body for defense. There was still work to be done. Chapter 44. The blue-eyed savior, the ferry company commander, twitched her ears. At the same time, the events unfolding around her became vividly etched in her mind as if she could see them directly. The heightened sensitivity of her five senses was a natural gift of the fairy race. Relying on her hearing, she took 2 steps to the right. Swish! She positioned herself directly in front of an enemy soldier thrusting a spear. Her location placed her at the vanguard of her allies. The ferry company commander struck upward at the enemy's spear shaft. At the exact moment the shaft was deflected, the blade in her hand sliced through the air like a leaf riding the wind, piercing the enemy soldier's neck before retracting. Thunk! Squirt! Blood spurted from the punctured neck. She flicked her sword downward, scattering the blood on the blade to the ground. Then she continued moving. Staying in one place would only make her a target for quarrels. As she ran, the ferry company commander wielded her leaf-shaped sword. Ting! 2 bolts struck her blade and ricocheted off. The weapon she held was called Nadir. Shorter and sharper than ordinary swords, it resembled a sleek leaf, a design unique to the fairy race. With a hilt that seemed to seamlessly emerge from the blade, the weapon brought to mind a small boat or leaf when unsheathed. Fairy swordsmanship blended 3 forms: flexible, precise, and rapid techniques. Nadir was a weapon tailored to this unique style. What the company commander displayed now was a masterful demonstration of such swordsmanship. No soldier could withstand her ability to deflect, parry, and strike as quickly as a beam of light. This isn't good. Even while dispatching enemies with precision, the ferry company commander felt a grim sense of foreboding. Had sorcery always been this dangerous? She had once faced a berserker cursed with a spell. Berserkers, charging heedlessly despite their wounds, were dangerous and violent, but temporary. They were not the kind of threat that could overwhelm an entire battlefield. Her knowledge of sorcery was limited to that. So when the fog rolled in, she was caught completely off guard. How could this be sorcery? Thankfully, her preparation had paid off, and her response was timely. The moment the fog appeared, she commanded her unit to form a tight circular formation. When shouts of "Get down!" and "Shields up!" rang out, she ensured those orders were executed without hesitation. Her sub-leaders frantically repeated her commands like parrots, helping to maintain order amidst the chaos. Suddenly, losing visibility was enough to send anyone into panic. It was no wonder the situation seemed dire. Still, the ferry company commander did her duty. Breaking formation, she single-handedly attacked the enemy vanguard, cutting them down and piercing through their ranks. If she didn't act, her allies would soon face annihilation. While the first company might hold, others wouldn't last long. Damn rotten bastard! She silently cursed the battalion commander. Rotten potato sprouts were poisonous, and the fairy race often used botanical metaphors. When potatoes sprout, the sprouts must be cut off before consumption. If not, the poison would accumulate in the body. The current battalion commander was just like those sprouts. In such a situation, the command unit should be devising a strategy, but the battalion commander issued no orders. No signals, no shouts, nothing. He had always led with complacency, relying on his connections. She had warned him countless times about preparing for sorcery, but he never seemed to take it seriously. This kingdom was like a moldy peach, rotten to the core. How could they deploy someone so useless as a battalion commander to the front lines? Even with luck, would even 10 out of 100 soldiers survive? The fog blinded her allies, a fatal disadvantage. As she predicted a grim outcome, the fog suddenly lifted. Got him. The ferry company commander halted, nadir in hand. She was startled. The fog had disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. The enemy soldiers were even more bewildered than she was. The enemy spearman directly in front of her froze, unable to thrust his weapon. Her confusion was brief. She had fought well, even amidst the fog. Without hesitation, she swung nadir. Tracing a perfect arc in the air, the blade sliced through the enemy's throat. Irk! Another enemy fell. The company commander judged this as the decisive turning point. There was no time to ponder why the fog had vanished. "Everyone, turn around! Counterattack!" Her shout ignited a chorus of responses. "Charge! Charge! Kill them! Kill them all! You bastards! We'll slaughter every last one of you! The flower of the battlefield! Infantry!" The shift in morale transformed the tide of battle. The ferry company commander reclaimed her place, allowing her unit to surge forward. "Company commander," the leader of the first platoon called out. "Wipe them out," she replied, her voice firm. The platoon leader responded with a battle cry. Foul! The oppressive atmosphere that had weighed on the Allies lifted in an instant. Only then did the ferry company commander wonder why the fog had disappeared. Could it be that squad leader? Though she had no concrete reason, she instinctively thought it might be him. Her intuition, sharp as ever, pointed to him. Commander of Aspen Kingdom's independent company, Greyhounds, was blocking the retreat path. It was precisely where the fog ended. All he had to do was kill the fleeing enemies. Panicked soldiers running for their lives were easy targets. But then, the fog dissipated. "What's this? Why did the fog clear? Commander, the enemy is turning around." The green pearl plain offered no cover to obscure vision. From their position, the Greyhound soldiers could clearly see Hurrier Kingdom troops reversing their charge. The commander quickly assessed the situation. Whether the sorcerer had bungled the spell or it had backfired, something had gone wrong. If things continued like this, their strategy would fall apart entirely. "Attack their rear! Don't break through! Slice through their flanks as we advance! Follow me!" The commander sprinted forward, leading his men to strike the rear of the Hurrier forces. By doing so, they intended to assist their allies in retreating from the front lines. Whoever disrupted this fog, the Greyhound's commander cursed under his breath, vowing to punish the culprit severely. Trade realized his calculations had been severely off. A bolt lodged in his right shoulder blade rendered him unable to wield his sword effectively with his right hand. His opponent was slightly better than Mitch Hurrier in skill. Even when he tried to focus on a single point, spearmen suddenly lunged at him from behind. No, spearmen targeting his back were the least of his worries. 5 crossbowmen were trailing him, relentlessly aiming at him. One bolt had already struck his thigh. With this leg, running is out of the question. His cracked sword had already broken in half. His opponent wielded a heavy sword, relying on powerful strikes. Encred was drenched in a mix of his own blood and his enemy's. Seeing him holding his ground with a broken sword in such a state, the mustached man couldn't help but admire him. He was the enemy, had mocked him endlessly, and had disrupted their sorcery, but his tenacity was remarkable. Even now he showed no signs of surrender. "What are you holding on to?" the mustached man asked. Encred, catching his breath, kept his eyes on the crossbowman behind him as he replied, "What? Why haven't you given up yet?" Encred answered as if it were obvious. "Phew, I'm a squad leader. So, there are 2 of the guys in my squad named Rem and Ragnar. Those 2 fight so well it's hard to believe they're just squad members. Are you saying they'll come to save you?" That was one of the possibilities. Having come this far, he expected them to be nearby. But they weren't. He hadn't seen them yet, even though he thought they should have shown up by now. If they hadn't arrived by now, they weren't coming. That was the reality. At the same time, Rem had obliterated an enemy unit and was cutting through tall grass. Ragnar, having stopped advancing due to the fog, had rejoined the Allies and was unaware of his squad leader's location. The mustached man stepped closer with his sword. Encred, dragging his injured leg, retreated. Still, his eyes were fiercely alive. What was he aiming for with that body? Could he really escape in this condition? Encred glanced at the man with the mustache and thought, "What a meticulous bastard." Still, he hadn't given up on today. "If I die, I'll just start over." He knew this truth all too well. But he also knew he hadn't suffered a fatal blow yet. Above all, if he had wasted all the toe days he'd endured, the current Encred wouldn't exist. Up until the moment of death, Encred was determined to resist. He would give his all to survive today, never giving up, fighting until the very end. That was who he was. "You're too good to be an enemy," the mustache muttered, taking another step forward. Encred could retreat no further. Behind him, a soldier armed with a spear stared at him menacingly. Encred glanced back, and then refocused on the mustache, who was now gripping a longsword with both hands. The blade of the bastard's sword, longer than a regular sword, reflected the sunlight breaking through the dissipating mist. Right? Left? Which direction should he dodge? Whichever way he chose, a fatal wound was unavoidable. But Encred had no intention of dying quietly. "If I can't avoid it..." He tightened his grip on the broken sword. If left or right weren't options, and retreat was impossible, then the only choice was to move forward. As the blade descended, Encred made his decision. He charged forward the moment he resolved himself. Thunk! The sound of a bowstring snapping rang out, followed by a bolt embedding itself in his left shoulder. While his attention was on the mustache's sword, another soldier had fired a crossbow. Encred gritted his teeth against the pain and muttered, "How cheap." "Thanks for the compliment," the mustache replied, devoid of any humor. Even if they managed to kill the man in front of him, the battle's tide had already turned against them. One soldier's life versus the outcome of the war. Even an 8-year-old child could understand which held more value. But letting him go was even less of an option. Whoosh! The mustache brought down his sword. A heavy strike with a large blade. Encred didn't close his eyes. He stared at the descending blade, unflinching. The heart of the beast gave him courage. Without blinking, Encred pondered. If my body were in peak condition, how would I block this? Even in his final moments, his focus remained on swordsmanship. Then, just as the blade was about to strike his forehead, "Ah!" a scream erupted behind him. Simultaneously, a black shadow struck the mustache's sword. Bang! Encred couldn't immediately discern what the shadow was. It wasn't a sword or an arrow. If it had been, it wouldn't have struck the blade in mid-air and twisted in the air before landing. What? I'm yes. Not only discern. Oh. Encred identified the source of the shadow. Blue eyes and fur as black as silk. It was a black panther. In an instant, a distant memory surfaced. A memory that under normal circumstances wasn't so far removed, but felt hazy after reliving so many days. A memory he should have forgotten, but had. Seeing the black seamen and the black panther was slightly larger than when he had last seen it. The creature stared at the mustache and then let out a fierce roar. What the hell is this now? The mustache's eyebrows shot up in disbelief, followed quickly by an angry scowl. In response, 2 crossbowmen aimed at the panther and fired. "Hey!" Encred shouted in alarm. The panther twisted its body gracefully, dodging the quarrels with ease. It leapt a few times, evading them all. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, it lunged forward. The mustache instinctively swung his sword downward. But the panther didn't even get close to him. Its movements were so fast it looked like a streak of black silk extending across the battlefield. Instead of the mustache, its target was the crossbowman. Gah! With a swipe of its claws, the panther tore through the Achilles tendon of one soldier. Blood spattered everywhere. A leather boot was no match for claws that sharp. Clang! When the panther attacked, another soldier drew a short sword. What happened next was even more astonishing. The panther didn't go after the soldier. It targeted the crossbow. With a swift kick, it broke the crossbow's string. It leaped again, snapping the strings of several more crossbows with its claws and back legs. Was this intentional? One or two might be coincidence, but cutting the strings on all 5 crossbows couldn't be accidental. "You damned beast!" the mustache growled, his face now red with fury. The panther didn't confront him. Instead, it dashed back to Encrid and bit down on his nape. Grrr! It exhaled heavily, as if annoyed, and began running. The beast was astonishingly strong. Though Encrid's legs and body dragged on the ground, they moved as fast as if he were running himself. His back ached, and cuts appeared on his limbs as they scraped against the ground. As he was dragged, he felt something warm trickling down from his nape. He wanted to check, but he had no time. "After them!" the mustache bellowed. Even so, escaping this battlefield seemed impossible. "Run," Encrid said. Of course, the panther didn't respond. The warm liquid continued to flow from his nape as the mustache gave chase. Dragged along the ground, Encrid felt the futility of the escape. The panther's limits were clear, and the mustache seemed determined not to let them go. "Run," I said, Encrid repeated, just as a dark shadow loomed overhead. "I'm here to save you, huh? Unexpected reinforcements. A comrade, drenched in blood." It was someone Encrid recognized, a platoon leader he used to tease relentlessly. "Platoon leader Vengeance, yes, it's me." Vengeance raised his sword, blocking the mustache's advance. And he wasn't alone. A group of allied soldiers followed him, surging forward. Somehow, one squad had broken through and reached them. Encrid, or rather the panther, hadn't bought time in vain. Chapter 45. Countless battles. 1. "Come on." "Vengeance," the platoon leader shouted as he swung his sword down. The mustached man held his sword horizontally to the ground and executed a middle guard. The clash of their swords resounded. Clang! As soon as the swords collided, the mustached man stepped forward, pressing his weight against his opponent to push him back. Focused solely on swinging his sword, Vengeance was helplessly flung backward. Ugh! Losing his balance, he not only stumbled but rolled backward several times. A cloud of dust rose where his body came to rest, right beside Encrid. Vengeance's and Encrid's eyes met. A brief silence hung between them. A cold breeze whistled through from somewhere. Vengeance's face turned bright red. Carefully choosing his words, Encrid finally spoke. "You came to save me, right?" Vengeance's pupils quivered violently. "Why's that guy so strong?" Encrid let out a bitter laugh. "No, seriously. He came to save me. So why did he go down in one hit?" Vengeance rolled himself upright again, grabbed the sword lying on the ground, and assumed his stance once more. "You damn bastard," he spat, glaring at his opponent before yelling out, "Shoot!" Half of Vengeance's squad were archers. "Shoot him down!" At his command, arrows flew through the air. "Block them! Raise your shields!" Several enemy soldiers trailing closely behind the mustached man stepped forward, raising their shields. Thud! 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 The arrows struck the shields. The timing was impeccable. Peering over the top of a shield, the mustached man glared menacingly at Encrid. Then, he snatched a shield from one of his subordinates. "You've got to be kidding me." Gritting his teeth, Encrid forced himself to his feet. Burning pain flared from the bolt embedded in his leg and back. There was no time to growl. Beside him, a panther bared its fangs. Meanwhile, the mustached man was closing in with the shield in hand. "You lunatic!" Vengeance cried out in shock. Encrid, suppressing the pain, drew the short sword from Vengeance's belt. Shamed. By then, the mustached man was almost upon them. There was no room to retreat. Whoosh! Vengeance slashed diagonally across to intercept the opponent's sword. His intent was to halt the charge with sheer force. Feigning a collision, the mustached man twisted his wrist and pulled his sword back, diverting Vengeance's strike. Swish! Vengeance's blade sliced through empty air. Behind him, the panther leaped. But the mustached man wasn't like ordinary soldiers. Angling his shield downward, he blocked the panther's trajectory and shoved it aside. Clang! The panther let out a cry and was sent flying. All of this happened within mere seconds of the clash. Ancred tightened his grip on the short sword, focusing his mind entirely. In that moment, everything else faded, leaving only him and his opponent. A singular focus. The pain, the relief, and the surge of emotions triggered an intense state of concentration. Time seemed to stretch. Through this heightened awareness, Ancred could see the bloodshot eyes of the mustached man. He could also see his hand. The man had gripped the pommel, just above the hilt's end, extending his sword's reach to deliver a decisive slash. Raising his blade, he swung downward in a sweeping arc. When did he even lift his sword? The blade was already falling, a guillotine descending. The mustached man's strike seemed to demand, repeat this day again and again. Ancred refused. Holding his breath, he had no room to exhale. There was no time to whine about the pain. He couldn't rely on the basics Ragnar had taught him this time. Then, what among the dozens of techniques he had learned, practiced, observed, and mimicked, could he use now? Countless battles, relentless research, and the constant effort to learn and adapt had led him here. His body moved instinctively, raising the short sword. He knew it couldn't withstand a direct clash. It would shatter. The mustached man was certain of his victory. He believed he could finally take the life of the detestable opponent before him. Whoosh! Ting! Cheeing! Crack! In the end, the mustached man's strike failed. He managed to cut only Ancred's shoulder. Blood poured from the deep wound, but it wasn't fatal. He hadn't succeeded in delivering a killing blow. The mustached man froze instead of striking again, his eyes wide in disbelief. Where did you learn that? He demanded. Ancred answered honestly. From fighting. Mitch Hurrier had shown Ancred countless instances of flowing techniques, of deflecting attacks. The man's technique was exquisite, and in that perilous moment, it had unconsciously surfaced within Ancred. As the mustached man's blade fell, Ancred had intercepted it with his short sword, deflecting it to the side. He had absorbed the force with the center of the blade and loosened his grip to redirect the attack. Timing, distribution of force, if any element had been off, he would have been dead. His shoulder wouldn't have been the only casualty. Ancred himself was astonished. So it works. Though he'd studied and endured countless blows, this was the first time he'd used it successfully. For someone like Ancred, who lacked extraordinary talent, it was almost miraculous. For the first time, his heart raced with excitement. The flowing technique he had just pulled off wasn't something most could replicate, no matter how much they trained. You bastard! Behind the mustached man, Vengeance swung his sword at empty air before turning and charging forward. The mustached man pivoted, deflecting Vengeance's strike and raising his shield again. Whack! An arrow lodged into the shield. A skilled archer had aimed for him, but he blocked it. Clang! Clang! The mustached man exchanged a few more blows with Vengeance, while glaring at Ancred with fiery eyes. Ancred, meanwhile, stared down at the short sword in his hand. There was no way he could launch another attack and kill his opponent now. Realizing the danger of lingering any longer, the mustached man turned around. Retreat! He called out and began to withdraw, but not without turning back to address Ancred one last time. I won't forget you. Ancred replied sincerely. You can forget me. He meant it. There was no reason for the man to remember him. Vengeance's squad didn't pursue further. They had already advanced far ahead of their allies. To go deeper now would risk annihilation. Hey, your shoulder! Vengeance, glaring at the retreating mustached man, turned back to Encred. Blood was dripping down Encred's shoulder. Though he had deflected and redirected, it hadn't been perfect. Still, Encred smiled. So it works. He echoed the thought he'd had when the technique succeeded earlier. Encred tried to recall how he had deflected his opponent's sword, but the memory eluded him. His body had simply moved on its own. Elation surged through him. It was the first time he'd felt this way. You idiot, is this the time to be grinning? Vengeance approached, wrapping Encred's shoulder tightly with a cloth. We're out of bandages. Fall back to the rear, to the third platoon. Vengeance ordered his platoon to retreat. The battle was already won, but the company commander had instructed them to pursue the enemy rear cautiously, not too deep. They had been badly burned by enemy magic earlier and needed to regroup. You have lost too much blood, Vengeance muttered as he supported Encred. Encred, leaning on him, spoke through gritted teeth. We need to take the panther with us. They had saved each other's lives. Leaving the beast behind was not an option now. You're insane. Worry about yourself first. Despite his words, Vengeance also took care of the fallen panther. Inspecting it for injuries, he noticed blood seeping from between its fangs. So, that's what was trickling down my back. Even while bleeding from its gums, the panther hadn't let go of him. Encred cradled the panther in his arms. It wasn't heavy. How could a body like this possess such strength? A faint whimper came from the panther in his arms. Let's move! Vengeance supported Encred as they withdrew from the battlefield. Halfway through, Encred drifted in and out of consciousness from the blood loss. The ferryman of the Black River appeared in the void, asking, Why are you pushing yourself so hard? The excessive blood loss had made him see things. Unable to answer, Encred merely stared at the figure, who continued speaking. If you fail, just start over. It repeats endlessly, doesn't it? So why go to such lengths? You'll relive today anyway. What's wrong with taking it easy? Rest, stop, polish yourself, and prepare for the next perfect today. If you die, you'll start an even better today, won't you? Oh, are you afraid of death? That fades with time. Half ignore it. What's the harm? No one's watching. That today is yours alone. Encred lacked the strength to speak, barely able to drag himself forward as Vengeance half carried him. So he answered silently, Why should I settle? Even if it repeats, even if I get another chance, why wouldn't I give my all today? Otherwise I'd remain stuck, always in the same place. Living like that would trap me in today. Without tomorrow there's no dream. Without a dream, there's no meaning. I refuse to stop. Even if his steps were slower than others, even if his progress was minuscule, he wanted to keep moving forward. He wanted to live that way. Even if he couldn't become a knight, he wanted to fight for the chance. Thud. When he finally lost the strength to walk, he stumbled over a rock. Don't die on me, Vengeance muttered close to his ear. His vision blurred, and the world faded. At some point, the ferryman of the Black River vanished. Encred felt he finally understood the nature of this curse. If you could start over, couldn't you do better? When you live the same day over and over, such thoughts naturally arise. But not for Encred. He always aimed for tomorrow. Instinctively, he knew that a failed tomorrow was better than a perfect today. To stop is to end. This is why the curse was no blessing. Repeating today forever meant never reaching tomorrow. At the edge of consciousness, Encred asked himself, Was this truly my best? He didn't know. Only the gods might know what a perfect today looks like. The today he had lived was partly due to luck. There was no guarantee that luck would carry over to a restarted today. In that case, as always, all that remained was to keep walking toward tomorrow. Warmth radiated from the creature in his arms. He glanced down through dim eyes to see the Black Panther gazing up at him, its lake blue eyes meeting his. Ancred passed out, thinking he might die. If so, he'd just start over. Even if he couldn't reach tomorrow, he wouldn't despair. He'd fight and claw his way through the day again. Darkness enveloped him, pulling him into unconsciousness like a wandering soul invited to the world of shadows. Did I choose wrong? The ferryman of the Black River appeared again. Ancred overheard his muttering. The ferryman turned his head, his polished, mirror-like black face reflecting nothing. "No, you'll go to judge the know. Let's wait and see." With that single line, Ancred awoke to the sight of a tent ceiling. "Hey, you're alive? I really thought you were a goner this time." Rem's voice reached his ears. His shoulder, back, legs and side throbbed with pain. There wasn't a single spot on his body that didn't hurt. His head spun. "The last wound on your shoulder was the worst. I don't know who did it, but they got you good," Rem said, rambling on. Ancred, still half out of it, blinked a few times. He soon realized warmth at his side and reached out. A dull ache shot through his shoulder. His hand met soft fur. A low, contented rumble came from the Black Panther. "I made it through today. You're making a habit of passing out," Rem teased, "like I have a choice." "I'm thirsty." "Is that so?" Through blurry eyes, Ancred saw Rem sitting with arms crossed. Behind him stood Big Eyes, who handed over a canteen. A few sips felt like rain on parched earth, soothing his dry throat. "See? Our squad leader's tough, alive and kicking," Big Eyes said, watching him drink. "You've lost too much blood," Jackson commented nonchalantly. A pious squad member prayed in the background. "Lord, thank you for answering our prayers," he murmured. Ragnar silently observed before speaking. "Are you all right?" "I'm not dying," Ancred replied. Because he had survived, he could say those words. Because he had passed today and greeted tomorrow, he could smile faintly before lying down again. Chapter 46. Countless Battles. 2. Ancred's body was riddled with stab wounds and punctures. He had heard that a healer had already tended to him. "Fortunately, there won't be any permanent damage." "You're lucky, squad leader," Big Eyes said with a grin. "You sound like you were hoping I'd get hurt," Ancred retorted. "No, I'm just concerned. You should feel honored." "You're the first man I've ever worried about," Big Eyes replied, still smiling. "All right, fine." Ancred had expected to be pulled back soon, but their forces were still facing off against the Duchy of Aspen. Would there be another battle? Even if there was, it wouldn't concern Ancred. It was impossible for him to return to the battlefield in his current state, unless it was just to watch. Big Eyes had left behind an apple, which Ancred was lazily chewing when Rem entered the tent. The rest of the squad was away, leaving the tent empty. Rem sat beside him, resting his elbows on his knees and his chin on his clasped hands. He stared intently at Ancred, without saying a word, his lips pressed in a straight line. "If you're planning to confess, I'll save you the trouble and reject you now," Ancred teased. "Don't you know I like women? If you and a random girl I've never met fell into a river, I'd save the girl, as long as she's pretty, of course. Don't worry about me. I can swim just fine. I'll survive on my own. Now that I think about it, so be sure to save me if need be." What was this idiot thinking when he said he'd save a drowning woman? Typical AM. "Sure, I'll throw you a rock," Ancred joked. The usual banter carried on until Rem suddenly stopped talking and stared directly at Ancred. His grey eyes held an unusual seriousness. "Do you have something to say? How did you know it was sorcery?" Rem asked. "Huh?" Ancred hadn't expected this question here and now. "I saw it during reconnaissance. Just from seeing that, you guessed it was sorcery. You seemed to know that the flagpole was the thing keeping it together." He was right. That had been the goal. Ancred knew everything, though he couldn't exactly admit it was because he had lived through the day repeatedly. He needed a plausible excuse. While considering a mix of lies and explanations, Rem's piercing gray eyes unsettled him. Even if he told the truth, Rem wouldn't believe it. But did he have to lie entirely? A poor lie would be obvious to someone like Rem, and Incrid didn't want to treat him that way. So he spoke a half-truth. "I used to know someone from the western tribes," he began. It was true. Rem himself was from the west. I picked up a lot from them. Also true, Rem had shared things about sorcery with him. So I thought about it, and made some guesses. This part wasn't entirely true, but close enough. Instead of thinking it through, he had figured it out by physically repeating the day over and over. The flagpole seemed like the medium for the sorcery. I noticed the enemy's formation looked strange before the fog rolled in. After that, I charged in. When truth is mixed with lies, it's harder to detect deceit. That's because the speaker believes in what they're saying. Incrid spoke with sincerity, hiding only what he couldn't reveal. Rem believed him, or at least didn't challenge him further. That's how it was, huh? It's impressive you figured it out so quickly. So what about sorcery? I was going to tell you not to meddle with those kinds of things recklessly, Rem replied. Got it. Rem nodded. Incrid suddenly remembered that Rem had been absent during the battle. He'd assumed Rem would come to his position after the charge, but he hadn't. Instead, Rem rejoined the squad later. Where were you during the battle? Incrid asked. Nothing much. I was curious about who put up the flagpole, so I went to check it out. You checked it out? Yeah, he had a chat with my axe, Rem said with a grin before leaving the tent. Incrid thought back to the moment he had destroyed the flagpole. The sorcerer had been shaking a bell and disappeared almost immediately afterward. Incrid had been too focused on destroying the flagpole to think about it. It seemed the sorcerer had retreated but had run straight into Rem's axe. Incrid dismissed it as nothing unusual. Rem's reckless behavior was nothing new. In a previous battle, Rem had charged into the enemy lines, claiming he wanted to take down some hawkclaw or other. The platoon leader had given up on keeping Rem's squad in line, treating them as an auxiliary force instead. This time was no different, except for one detail. Incrid himself had broken formation first. Hey, you all right? The platoon leader entered the tent. Checking in on me. Are we heading back soon? Incrid asked. The platoon leader shrugged. No orders yet. We're all on standby. Winter was approaching, making prolonged battles unlikely. While the position wouldn't be entirely abandoned, the battalion had done the heavy lifting here and was due for a rotation. The delay in orders felt odd. The platoon leader scratched his head, looking at Incrid. You? Yes? At the time, the platoon leader hadn't thought much of Incrid breaking formation, just figured he'd finally lost it. But then came the shouted orders to duck and raise shields, which saved them from the fog. Later, he learned that the fog was sorcery, dependent on a medium, something that had to be destroyed or the sorcerer killed to lift it. The company commander had asked him directly, "Who do you think did it?" The platoon leader had thought of Incrid. It wasn't hard to guess that his squad had played a role, especially since Incrid had charged out just before the fog rolled in, and the voice shouting those orders had sounded like Incrid's. The platoon leader finally spoke. That fog, it was sorcery, right? Yes, I reported it, Incrid replied. Right, you did, the platoon leader muttered. The platoon leader glanced at Incrid briefly, then rose after advising him to rest well. Impossible. He knew Incrid's abilities. Certainly not the lowest, but at best he was only fit to lead a village militia. Among his subordinates there were some fearsome fighters, but Incrid wasn't one of them. The medium for the spell must have been located deep within enemy lines. No competent foe would place it elsewhere. That meant someone would have had to infiltrate that far, through that dense fog, while facing barrages of bolts and arrows. And it was that troublesome squad leader? Unthinkable. On the off chance, he asked if Rem had done it, but it wasn't him. As for Ragnar, it was out of the question. By the time the fog had cleared, Ragnar had been fighting nearby as though he'd always been there. That left the other squad members, but they'd also been fighting as part of the rear squad formation. Could reinforcements have come from the main force? Pondering this, the squad leader stepped outside the barracks. The sharp drop in temperature made the cold bite at him. Are we ever retreating? He, too, missed the city air. He wanted to see his home, his wife, and his daughter again. He longed to roast potatoes over a fire and sleep soundly. After 2 days bedridden, Encrid was finally able to move around. Don't overdo it, warned Big Eyes, though Encrid's condition was surprisingly good. That beast is gone, right? Big Eyes asked. Encrid, who had been sitting upright on the bed, nodded while glancing around. Seems so. I don't see it anywhere. It looked like it followed you well. Weren't you scared? Of course I was. It's a beast. A beast. It seemed like a cub to me. You know that hunter, Henry, who used to go scouting with you. He was out with the squad leader, Big Eyes suddenly said. Encrid nodded, musing on how well connected Big Eyes seemed to be. How did he even know Henry? That guy's from the Plains Hunting Guild. Big Eyes continued. Encrid knew that better than anyone, having learned much from Henry personally. Henry said there are many beasts on the Green Pearl Plains, but the most notable of them all. Do you know what it is? What? A black panther with blue eyes called a lake panther. They say its eyes resemble lakes, hence the name. While it hunts gazelles, krona was the empire's currency. 1 bronze coin was worth 1 krona. 100 bronze coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. 10,000 krona equated to 1 gold coin, more than Encrid's salary. You think you could pluck out that claw while it's slashing your throat? No thanks. I'm not that greedy. Big Eyes waved his hands dismissively. Moving around a bit brought a light sheen of sweat to Encrid's forehead, along with a dull ache. Still, this wasn't bad. After experiencing death so often, gauging a wound's severity by its pain was second nature to him. Overdoing it will make it worse, warned Jackson, who had been observing. With everyone else gone, it was just him and Big Eyes remaining. I'm pacing myself. As Encrid moved again, the memory of deflecting the mustached man's strike resurfaced. How had he managed it? Could he do it again? He wasn't sure. Maybe. But if he tried a few more times, it might come to him. Lost in thought, he noticed Rem and Ragnar returning. Walk a little farther away from me. Laziness is contagious, Rem quipped. And why are you always so eager to die? Ragnar retorted, doubling the intensity of the squabble. Before their argument could escalate, Encrid spoke up. I have a question about swordsmanship. Both men turned their attention to him. Speak. If it's swordsmanship, I'm the one to answer. As they resumed glaring at each other, Encrid quickly explained. It wasn't a complicated story. He had observed an enemy several times, and it had become ingrained, manifesting unconsciously. He spoke as plainly as he could. Well, isn't that just something that happens with practice? Rem replied first. That's an interesting experience, Ragnar added. I wouldn't call myself special, having grown up with it, but for someone like you. Yes. It must be divine providence. The goddess of fortune must have tripped and spilled a bag of gold coins over you. Neither response was particularly helpful. After some more bickering, the two offered additional insights. Sometimes your vision opens up in battle. Usually, it takes countless, and I mean countless, repetitions in real combat for that to happen even once. If you've achieved pinpoint focus, the odds improve. The heart of the beast probably stuck with you a bit. It gave you the ability to stare your opponent down without blinking. If you had the chance to watch someone wield a sword right in front of you, you might have seen their technique or how they distributed their strength. Then, your body could have instinctively reacted. But that's only if you've mastered the basics. Basics aside, you'd also need hundreds of grueling battles. Hearing this, Incrid came to a realization. For some, today was just another day. But for Incrid, today was the culmination of hundreds of relentless battles. Not a single one wasted. Each moment had been a desperate struggle, lived to the fullest, endured and savored. That wealth of experience had granted him what others might call luck. But it wasn't luck. It was a natural outcome. The price he paid, studying and experimenting even while being slashed, stabbed and wounded, had borne fruit. At its foundation were the heart of the beast and singular focus, granting him daring and clarity. Thank you, he thought, feeling gratitude anew. These two had given him so much. Ragnar, in particular, had rebuilt the foundations of his swordsmanship. The fight with Mitch Hurrier, the pursuit by the mustached man, today's battle on the field, they all coalesced into one desire. He wanted to wield his sword again, to swing it, and see how much of that last deflection had become second nature. I want to spar. When Incrid muttered this, both Rem and Ragnar shook their heads. Rem added, I've been called insane since I was a kid, but you, Captain, are even crazier than me. That was the last thing Incrid wanted to hear, from Rem of all people. This was a man who bullied soldiers for fun and tried to decapitate his superiors. To be deemed crazier than him? I have to agree, Ragnar said. Sparring in your condition is absurd. Was wanting to spar so wrong? Incrid felt deeply wronged. It's too much for you to spar in your condition, squad leader? The tent's flap parted, and a voice interrupted them. Looking up, Incrid saw the ferry company commander stepping in. As Incrid struggled to stand, the commander strode toward him. Was it you? Before Incrid could even salute, the commander's sharp, cold, statue-like beauty loomed over him, piercing him with her words. Incrid licked his dry lips before answering. He'd expected this question, not from Rem, but from her. How had he broken the spell? After all, that was a question for the command. Chapter 47. Squire or Apprentice Knight. The ferry company commander learned after the battle that the medium for the sorcery was the flag. So, who destroyed that flag? Tracing the battlefield situation backward led to the answer. That reckless squad leader. That was why she was here. It was something even the battalion commander hadn't paid much attention to. He didn't seem to care who destroyed the medium for the sorcery. He simply thought the foolish sorcerer had failed. In truth, considering how many frauds existed among the continent's sorcerers, that assumption sounded reasonable. Even so, the battalion commander likely didn't have the luxury to think straight. A figure higher than his direct superior had come to the unit. What do you mean? She answered the implied question about whether it was him. Sorcery flag medium. With just 3 short words, she conveyed everything she wanted to say. Incrid, for his part, hadn't been asked and thus hadn't denied it, but he also wasn't the type to insist on credit. Yes, I did it, he admitted. How? The short question came back. I picked up a spear and threw it. There were 5 decoys. There had been 6 poles in total, but only 1 was real. I guessed. You knew the flagpole was the medium? I observed some things during reconnaissance and had some prior knowledge of sorcery. His answers were confident and without hesitation. The fairy's sharp instincts confirmed he wasn't lying. However, even without those instincts, it was evident he wasn't sharing everything. It was as if he didn't mind admitting what he'd done, but was reluctant to elaborate further. The ferry company commander nodded as she studied Incrid's blue eyes. Understood. Did you come here just to ask that? Yes, and to see your face. The commander paused briefly, gathering her thoughts before speaking again. It seems we are destined to be connected. She left after saying those words, leaving behind a statement ripe for misunderstanding. Encred was left stunned, and Rem jabbed him in the side. What's your secret? What? Tell me how you managed to charm a fairy. I'm all ears. Impressive, added Ragnar. It's probably not what it looks like, Encred replied. Even Big Eyes acknowledged Encred's looks. Women occasionally took an interest in him when he was in the city, even without effort. It went without saying that he wasn't inexperienced. Encred wasn't naive or clueless enough to mistake the signals exchanged between men and women. But that conversation? It wasn't about signals. If anything, it left a sense of unease, especially considering she was the superior of his direct superior. When would he have even had the time? Oh, I get it. Was it then? When he was in the medical tent? That's the only possible time. No, you crazy bastard. Rem continued to tease him for the next 4 hours, while Ragnar eventually took a nap midway. Later, Jackson arrived, nodded meaninglessly, and somewhat eased Encred's mood. When Big Eyes arrived, he started to say something, but then leaned close to Encred after hearing what Rem had said. That's why I told you to quit rolling around on the battlefield and join me in opening a No way, you lunatic. Big Eye's dream was to save up enough krona to open his own shop. His vision? A salon where charming men would chat with noble women. His plan was clear. Sell drinks and snacks at exorbitant prices, knowing the clientele would come anyway. He'd once pitched this idea to Rem, nearly getting beaten for it, and rarely brought it up since. Now, it resurfaced. Don't talk to me about it. I'll split your head with my axe. Rem smiled menacingly from behind. Ah, fine. Forget it, Big Eyes replied, his voice near a whimper. Always acting like a barbarian at times like this, he muttered under his breath, lacking the courage to say it louder. To his credit, muttering it at all was bold. There was no way Rem hadn't heard it. Rem glared, but Big Eyes quickly clapped his hands together. All right. I almost forgot what I came here for. Got distracted by the squad leader talk. Distracted indeed. He'd rushed to speak before Rem could retort. Encred decided to let it slide, thinking that any story, as long as it wasn't about a love story between him and the company commander, would be better. He's coming. Who? He's already arrived. Big Eyes leaned in and whispered, his expression unusually serious, drawing Encred's attention. A knight squire? From the Crimson Cape Knights? Encred asked. Yes. Currently, Encred and the others were part of the Cyprus Division. That was also the name of one of the knights of the Crimson Mantle Knight Order. Typically, a military division bore the name of a knight who belonged to the knightly order. And naturally, knights were rare talents even across the continent. Thus, not all members of a knightly order were knights. Some were those who aspired to be knights in the future, squires, both attendants and apprentices. After their apprenticeship, if recognized by a knight, they became semi-knights, officially joining the knightly order. Squires usually didn't participate in battles independently. The fact that one had come to the battlefield meant only one thing. They're about to become a semi-knight. What does it mean to be a knight? A minstrel once said, thinking of knights as the same as ordinary people is a grave misunderstanding. Yes, that's right. They've transcended human limitations, reaching beyond what is possible for most. Otherwise, how could they stand against beings like frogs? Knights were said to surpass human limits. And junior knights? They were individuals who approached those limits. The squire that has come would soon become a junior knight and officially join the knightly order. Encred was curious to see their skills. Becoming a knight wasn't just about earning an honorary title. In this era, knights were symbols of strength, and a part of that symbol was here. You'll look like you'd die to see them. Rem observed Encred's expression. Wouldn't you? I heard they're already ready for deployment. Big Eyes added. They came alone? Rem asked, crossing his arms. Big Eyes nodded. Yes. They said one was enough. With that, Encred understood why their army hadn't withdrawn. If Aspen has prepared sorcery, then their side was taking out their trump card. Both Norelia and Aspen had done the same. Every year, the same dull skirmishes played out in this region, but now, a variable had been introduced. Is this a bid to seize part of the plains? If the sorcery had taken effect as intended, even the Squire arriving on the battlefield would have been powerless to make a difference. But that was no longer the case. The spell had been thwarted, and now victory was firmly in their grasp. Had the Squire arrived just a day or two earlier, the enemy would have been crushed outright. They were a little late. By now, the enemy had reorganized and regained their footing. Prepare for deployment. The entire army moves out at once. Encred's drifting thoughts were interrupted by the sounds outside. It was the platoon leader's voice. Moments later, the leader stuck his head into the tent. Hey, you heard that, didn't you? Of course you did. After spotting Craze, the platoon leader answered his own question. We're all moving out. The plan is to push the forward lines on Green Pearl Plain as close as possible to the enemy's position. Is it wise to discuss strategy so openly? Encred asked, looking at the platoon leader. There's nothing to hide. We're heading out now, aren't we? You coming? I'd like to see how things unfold. Encred struggled to his feet. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and under normal circumstances, he shouldn't even be contemplating the battlefield. I'll stay by your side. Kreis raised a hand, volunteering. He always made sure to stick to the rear and prioritize his own safety. If Encred stayed with him, things should be manageable. The platoon leader didn't particularly care for Encred, viewing him as more of a burden. With his advanced age and the unruly squad he led, clashes were inevitable. Even so, he couldn't stomach the thought of Encred dying. Despite the ridicule he faced, Encred was relentless in honing his swordsmanship and never let a moment go to waste. Watching someone like that become a corpse would leave a bitter taste. Take care of yourself, the platoon leader muttered before stepping out. If you're curious, you might as well join. Rem nodded. Meanwhile, Ragnar began preparing for deployment, gathering his gear methodically. Jackson fastened his sword and tucked a few throwing knives into his belt, an unusual sight since he rarely armed himself so thoroughly. I'll stay by your side, Jackson said. By my side? Rem teased, but Jackson shook his head. You stink. Sharing a barracks with you is bad enough. While Rem excelled at light-hearted teasing, Jackson had a knack for delivering sharp, stinging remarks. Platoon leader, I think I'd rather bash this guy's head in than fight Aspen's troops. What do you think? Hold it. Let's just watch. Aren't you curious to see how well the Squire fights? They'll fight exceptionally well, no doubt. Rem grabbed his axe, grumbling. As Encred limped toward the deployment area, Vengeance approached. Are you out of your mind? Do you have a death wish? After the previous battle, when Encred had thanked him, Vengeance had grumbled, claiming he'd repaid a debt and that it was all behind them now. When Encred asked what debt he was referring to, Vengeance had retorted, the medical tent fire. Don't tell me you forgot. How could I forget? But Encred had, in fact, forgotten. Repeating the same daily grind had dulled his memory. Even so, it wasn't something he could entirely erase. The assassin, the fire, and crown. The fire had been Encred's doing, though Vengeance believed he'd saved him from the flames. When in truth, Encred had saved him from the assassin's blade. A debt is a debt. If it made things easier for Vengeance to think that way, so be it. Thanks to that belief, Vengeance had charged to his rescue unhesitatingly. Watching him glare at the enemy from the battlefield, Encred spoke up. Who wants to die? Then why are you out here? I wanted to see something. See what? They say a squire has arrived. Oh, right. Don't push yourself. I'm not saving you twice." With that, Vengeance returned to his formation. "What's with him acting all buddy-buddy? Didn't he used to pick fights with you all the time?" Rem asked. "He had once. There was a time Vengeance couldn't stand Encrid. He's not that guy. He's the platoon leader. Turns out he's a decent person once you get to know him. Don't go soft on people. If you let your guard down and get stabbed in the back, it'll be too late to cry about it. Worry about yourself." The formation quickly assembled and began marching. It wasn't a clean, tight formation, but a loose, radial one. At the vanguard, someone stood alone. A crimson cloak fluttered in the wind. The figure walked forward, their cloak billowing with each step. Despite the unimpressive appearance, their gait hinted at something extraordinary. "Judging by their steps, they've got skill," Rem said, arms crossed, squinting at the figure. "More than just skill. Their posture is perfect. Unless the enemy has a frog on their side, this won't even be a contest," Ragnar added. Jackson's gaze followed the figure in the crimson cloak, studying their movements. Meanwhile, Craze muttered to Encrid, "We should fall back now. If we don't, we'll get caught in it." Craze seemed to sense the moment to retreat. Suddenly, the crimson cloak flared, catching the wind. The cloaked figure surged forward. Encrid blinked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The figure's movements left afterimages. How fast does one have to move to leave a trail like that? They must have infused their legs with will, Ragnar murmured. Encrid didn't fully grasp the meaning, but didn't bother asking. Now was a time for focus, not questions. The enemy, startled, loosed a volley of arrows. Unlike before, there were no crossbowmen stationed separately. Instead, a dense cloud of arrows darkened the sky. At least 100 archers must have fired in unison. The arrow storm rained down on the cloaked figure. The Squire didn't swing their sword, but accelerated instead. Boom! The ground exploded as dirt and debris flew, and the cloaked figure closed the distance to the enemy. Simply outrunning the range of the arrows was a feat beyond human limits. It was clear. This was no ordinary movement. Chapter 48. If there was an end, crawling was enough in small-scale skirmishes. Such a level of force had never been deployed before. Just as the enemy had prepared their sorcery, this side had prepared a Squire. The impact of that Squire on the battlefield was nothing short of catastrophic. Dodging the rain of arrows with forward momentum, the Squire unsheathed his sword and slashed. Wing! As a silver arc carved through the air, the heads of 3 soldiers blocking the front rolled to the ground in unison. The Squire retrieved his sword and swung it down from above. Like a bolt of black lightning, the blade struck downward and immediately rebounded upward. The head of a spear-wielding infantryman was caught in its path. Crack! It wasn't just cut, it was shattered. The force of the sword's impact crushed the soldier's skull. And then the blade, as if taking flight like a butterfly, sliced through the air. The fluttering wings of that butterfly transformed into a fearsome requiem of terror. The piercing slashes of the blade sought out openings, snuffing the life from the enemy soldiers. 2 soldiers with heavy wooden shields stepped forward, blocking the path. As they covered themselves entirely with their shields, the butterfly's wings were halted. The sword struck the shields repeatedly, leaving deep dents in their surfaces. Close in! One of the enemy soldiers shouted, sweat pouring from his face, doing his utmost to command. But no amount of effort could free him from the clutches of death. The crimson-cloaked figure gripped his sword with both hands and swung horizontally. Boom! Crack! The blade battered the shields. While the metal reinforcements on the shields held and prevented them from being sliced through, the hands of the soldiers holding them could not withstand the impact. Ah! The wrist of one soldier twisted and broke, the bone piercing through the skin. As the shield fell limply to the ground, the blade cleaved through the soldier's torso. His upper body was severed, and his innards spilled onto the ground with a sickening thud, blood splattering everywhere. Terror seeped into the eyes of the surrounding soldiers. Damn it all. One soldier from the Grand Duchy of Aspen muttered a curse, his voice trembling. The cloaked figure's nose twitched, as though catching the sound, and he immediately sprang forward. As fearsome as his swordsmanship was, his most terrifying aspect was his footwork. The moment his feet touched the ground, he would disappear in a flash, reappearing to decapitate a soldier or pierce a hole through their body. Even raising shields or armor against him seemed utterly futile. "Shoot him!" One of the commanders gave a decisive order. It was a bold decision. 30 crossbowmen, stationed nearby, loosed their quarrels. Dodging all of the close-range projectiles was impossible, or so the commander thought. But the cloaked figure shattered that certainty. Bang! Before the quarrels could reach him, he leaped into the air, soaring upward. The bolts sliced harmlessly through empty space. What goes up must come down. Arching gracefully through the air, the cloaked figure landed 10 paces from the duchy's commander. The heart of the enemy formation. "Stop him!" The duchy's top commander's cry was pitiful. If the Greyhounds unit were still present, it might have been different. But they had already withdrawn, burdened with the responsibility for the defeat, injuries to Mitch Hurrier, and other complex circumstances. "Ooh!" The cloaked figure exhaled deeply and swung his sword once more, from above to below, then from below to above. Whoosh! The blade, bending like a whip, tore through the bodyguards around the commander. Thwack! Crackle! The thick leather armor of one guard was completely split. Another guard, wearing a steel helmet, was struck in the head by the flat of the blade and thrown aside. Thud! The guard, knocked to the ground, bled profusely from his nose. Though he appeared intact outwardly, the impact had fractured his skull, killing him. Having dispatched the guards, the squire plunged his sword into the commander's throat. Squelch panomon. Isqualis cardadi. Alone, the squire killed the enemy commander in the heart of their formation, and turned to retreat. Even his retreat was remarkable. With a single kick to an enemy soldier, he launched himself forward, sprinting across the battlefield in a series of bursts. From a distance, the red figure seemed to carve a straight line through the heart of the battlefield. Ancred and his companions had watched the fight unfold from start to finish. Rem, observing the cloaked squire, couldn't help but acknowledge his skill. He knows how to put on a show. A man who could wreak havoc in the middle of enemy lines, showing no mercy, instilled fear by demonstrating his overwhelming power. Through that fear, he rendered the enemy formation utterly helpless. Particularly impressive was how he evaded the ambush of crossbowmen. If it were me, I'd have charged straight into the crossbowmen first. Clearly, he was well trained. It was no accident he was called a master of combat and war. Instead of neutralizing the crossbowmen, he left them untouched. Then, when they aimed for him, he displayed his reserved strength. He leaped into the air and struck at the enemy commander. He was like a flying tiger, a winged predator. Ragnar assessed the opponent's skill level and compared it to his own. This was someone who had already traveled the path he himself was walking. At that level, it wouldn't take long for him to reach it. There was no need for shortcuts or grueling training. Rem had analyzed his strategy, while Ragnar evaluated his level of ability. His swordsmanship is sharp, a hybrid of quick swordplay and heavy strikes. At first glance it seemed like he used orthodox techniques, but it was all sleight of hand. Quick and heavy techniques intertwined seamlessly. Clearly, he had an excellent sword instructor. Normally, mixing two styles like that would result in sloppy basics. But the crimson-cloaked squire showed no signs of such flaws. Well, he is a squire, after all. Ragnar felt a strange lack of motivation. The path was clear, and the destination was visible. Watching someone who had already gone ahead didn't stir competitiveness within him. All that remained was to keep walking, enduring the monotony of training, the tedium of honing his blade in a state devoid of emotion. This was the burden of his exceptional talent. Jackson, meanwhile, evaluated the gaps in the enemy's actions. At least 5 times. The enemy could have eliminated the cloaked figure at least 5 times. It wasn't an issue of ability, but of strategy. The commander's foolishness played a part, as did the shock of an unexpected assault. If Jackson had been in their position, the battle would have ended before reaching that point. The religious zealot among them, watching the squire's movements, nodded. A brother who skillfully leads souls to the Lord's side. A high compliment for his combat prowess. We don't even need to step in now. Crace, watching the battlefield, clicked his tongue. It was astounding that just one man could dominate the flow of the battle. Victory seemed assured before the fighting even began. And Encrid. This is what it means to be a knight. He was moved to his core. His heart pounded furiously, and his body trembled. Goosebumps rose on his skin, and he felt a chill down his spine. At the same time, a burning heat rose from his abdomen. His gaze never left the squire. In the current continent, squires and junior knights formed the backbone of knightly forces. They were one step away from knights who could single-handedly change the tide of war. A killing machine had just swept through the battlefield, slain the enemy commander, and returned unscathed. How can someone like that exist? The cloaked figure wasn't a beastkin or a frog. Yet, how could he possess such power? The symbol of might, capable of cutting down 1,000 foes alone. That is what it means to be a knight. What makes such a feat possible? What drives someone to push the boundaries of human limitations? Encrid didn't know. Perhaps that very ignorance made him marvel all the more at the squire's movements. At the same time, he felt something explode within his mind, a sudden spark of inspiration. Sometimes learning is as simple as watching, echoed the words of a swordsmanship instructor from the big city, passing through his thoughts. As his initial excitement subsided, an unintentional yet pure focus took hold of him. Once his concentration sharpened to a superhuman level, he began to understand the purpose behind the squire's steps and the intent of each swing of his sword. Middle sword technique? The strength of the middle blade. The ability to wield a sword with great power inherently meant the ability to swing it swiftly as well. The opponent had fused the essence of the middle sword with the speed of a quick blade. Encrid could finally see it now. He shifted his footing. It seemed like the squire was subtly stepping back, as though defining the range of his attacks. No, he's not defining it. He's already defined it. The northern-style middle sword that Ragnar had taught him was built upon establishing an attack line as its foundation. The squire's method was slightly different. He drew a circle around himself as his focal point. It was swordsmanship rooted in the central continent's foundational techniques. The squire carved a circle with his body at the center and slaughtered anyone within it. If they entered, they were cut. If they approached, they were pierced. At a glance, it appeared as though he was using footwork to dominate his opponent. But the reality was different. He's guarding his range. He only used his feet when necessary. Though a few impressive sword strikes caught the eye, most of his attacks were thrusts. Encrid observed repeatedly, gathering the details his eyes absorbed and organizing them in his mind. Does middle swordsmanship always have to rely on raw power to strike downward? The ultimate move displayed by Mitch Hurrier wasn't an advanced or light technique. It was a decisive strike in the middle sword style. The wheel strike, which cuts through anything in its path. Why did he choose that as his trump card? To deceive his opponents? No. Dividing swordsmanship into 5 methods didn't necessarily mean they were entirely distinct from one another. All 5 styles shared intersections. The middle sword didn't always have to rely on sheer force to slash downward. Encrid's eyes darted about. His mind churned. His fingers twitched involuntarily. Enjoying the show? Rem casually tried to start a conversation, but quickly stopped. Ragnar, finding the squire's movements no longer intriguing, turned his attention to the voice behind him. "Leave him be," Ragnar whispered. He could immediately tell what state the squad leader was in battles, taverns, alleys, or even the embrace of a lover. Epiphanies often struck like a prank played by the goddess of fortune. Suddenly, abruptly, without warning, they would arrive in silence, shaking one's very core. "Guard the flanks," Jackson suggested, stepping forward. Ragnar moved to the right, while Rem took the left. The squad's clerics silently moved to stand behind Encred. Big Eyes whispered, "What's going on?" Rem answered in a hushed tone, "Looks like the squad leader's breaking through his shell. About time, too. All those nights practicing alone are paying off." Rem acknowledged the squad leader's efforts. He deserved this moment. Of course, this wasn't mere luck. It was the natural result of countless battles, rigorous training, and a constant return to the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Ragnar, now more intrigued by Encred's state than the squire's, thought to himself, "How is this possible? What drives a man like the squad leader to push himself so relentlessly, despite knowing his limits?" It was an enigma to Ragnar, more fascinating than any opponent tearing through a battlefield. Shortly after the knights returned, the commanding officer's rallying cry echoed through the air. "Chargez!" The allied forces surged forward en masse. Their shouts mixed with war cries, and the earth trembled beneath the stampede of infantry. And yet, Encred stood still, his gaze lost in the void. He remained in his trance-like state. The squad of troublemakers, thanks to their exploits in the earlier battle, could afford to stand aside as mere observers. No one dared to question their inactivity. Even if someone had wanted to speak up, the sheer intensity emanating from the four, excluding Big Eyes, was too overwhelming to approach. Though the squire's feats of strength on the front lines drew awe, those close enough to witness the troublemakers' squad agreed they were far more terrifying. Thus, as the war hurtled toward its conclusion, the squad remained untouched. This winter and the following spring would surely be busy. Supplies would see them through the colder months, but fortifications would need to be rebuilt. The borders between Norillia and Aspen would be redrawn. While the allies charged ahead, Encred replayed the fundamentals he'd learned. Intersections, swordsmanship, Valen-style mercenary techniques, northern-style middle swordsmanship. Everything was a weapon in his arsenal. There was no need to confine those weapons within the rigid framework of fundamentals. A middle sword could deflect and divert. Binding, the technique of attaching swords, was the foundation of parrying. When he first learned it, he hadn't even noticed. Though his state of enlightenment didn't instantly elevate his skill, it provided clarity. His innate talent was modest, so he couldn't instantly embody what he had realized. However, Encred had identified his limitations. That realization carried immense significance. It meant that given enough time, he could train to his limit and even surpass it. The impossibly high cliff, its peak shrouded in mist, had begun to reveal its summit. When the wall before you is too tall, too broad, and its end is unseen, you cannot climb it. But if you can glimpse its end, no matter how distant or daunting, you can scale it, even if you must crawl. Encred understood this now. The joy overwhelmed him, even causing him to drool slightly in his trance-like state. "What's with the drooling, seriously?" Rem quipped, unimpressed. Encred snapped back to reality and scanned his surroundings. He realized there wasn't a single allied soldier nearby. They have all charged forward. If you're tired, rest in the barracks. Don't doze off standing here, Rem chided. Nothing. Let's head back. Seems like the battle's wrapped up without us. And so it was. The crimson-cloaked squire returned to the main camp. The battle had ended. The enemy forces were retreating. No, fleeing back to their homeland. It was time to withdraw. Time to return to the city. As Encred turned, his eyes lingered on the setting sun. The squire's overwhelming strength had reignited a flame within his chest. His destination, his ideal, stood before him once again. And with it, an old dream resurfaced. What does it take to become a knight? It wasn't just about honing one's strength. He would first need to prove his skill. The time for remaining a low-ranking soldier had ended. Encred silently vowed this to himself. Chapter 49. Madness, heat, greed, and desire we won. Damn it! We won! Take that, you Aspen bastards! Victory brought cheers. Cheers ignited heat. Heat bred madness. The fiery excitement intertwined with the battlefield, enveloping it in a feverish storm. When does the greatest triumph on the battlefield occur? When pursuing the tails of a fleeing enemy, Norelia fiercely bit down on Aspen's retreating rear. Ooh-rah-rah! The joy of victory overtook the mourning for the dead, sweeping through their allies. Madness became inevitable. Just days ago, they had been on the brink of annihilation. The fear of death, delivered by the mist, was still deeply engraved in their hearts. And yet on a battlefield where they carried that fear, their allies achieved an overwhelming victory. Glory to the Crimson Cloak Knights! Long live Norelia! The squires did not reveal their names. Instead, the name of the Knight Order resounded high in their place. Glory to the Crimson Cloak Knights! Those cheers, that heat, that madness. At the forefront of the battlefield, basking in all those accolades, stood the center of attention. Flap, dot. A squire, his symbolic crimson cloak fluttering, raised a hand to respond to the cheers. Ura! Some soldiers, drunk on the thrill of victory, even shed tears of joy. Everyone shouted, intoxicated by the madness. Watching this, Encred muttered quietly to himself, "Me too." No one heard his words, yet within them lay his long-held dream. The madness and heat were infectious, and Encred's heart beat faster. As the battle ended and the final night of the battlefield arrived, despite the number of lives lost, Encred felt exhilaration. He recalled the words of a sword instructor from a major city, a man missing 3 fingers. A guy with no talent who still wields a blade? He's one of 3. Someone who enjoys the battlefield, someone who enjoys killing, or someone who lives thoughtlessly. I guess I'm the type who enjoys the battlefield. He envied the cheers. He craved standing before them. It wasn't enough to simply wield a sword. He wanted to tear through the battlefield. His dedication to martial arts hadn't solely stemmed from a love for the sword. Reflecting on his contributions in this battle, Encred realized his actions were nothing more than desperate struggles for survival. While he did earn merit by tearing the enemy's banner and breaking the curse's medium, it too was ultimately a frantic effort to survive. Yet a surge of elation stirred something in him, something he had long buried due to a lack of talent. Ambition and desire. Knight. I will become one. I must become one. This was a moment of renewed determination. So damn noisy. Rem wandered the battlefield absent-mindedly, digging his ear. He didn't seem to enjoy either the battlefield or killing. There was no exhilaration in him. Beside him, Ragna yawned. Yawn. Isn't this over? Can't we just retreat tonight? As if they would retreat tonight. This guy must also be one of those thoughtless types. Meanwhile, Jackson was wiping his sword with leather, already tending to his weapon. Though he didn't express it outwardly, was Jackson one to enjoy something as well? Who knew? He was incredibly skilled at hiding himself. Damn, the battle ended so easily. Think it'll sell as a story or a song? Do you write songs, brother? Nope. I'll just get a bard to do it. But isn't it fraud to write a song about something you didn't even witness? Fraud? Oh please, Auden. The exchange between Big Eyes and the devout squad member suggested they might even profit from the battlefield. It was said that on the day Encrid tore apart the curse's medium, the devout squad member's body was drenched as if he had bathed in blood. The implication was clear. He had fought ferociously. He seemed quiet and composed, but his raw power was undeniable. Why he stood on the battlefield remained a mystery. Encrid's thoughts trailed off. He imagined what might have happened if it had been one of his squad members in his place. If it were Rem, he wouldn't have just ended it by piercing and tearing the banner. If it were Ragnar, Jackson, or Auden, they all would have fought better than he did. Next time, I'll do more. The thrill of the battlefield squeezed his heart, and the reaction gave rise to ambition within Encrid. As night fell after the battle, the command provided liquor and food. Salted rabbit and venison were served, along with potent spirits from large oak barrels. Alcohol, booze! Rem and Ragnar went wild at the sight of it. I only drink wine, said the devout member, refusing the strong liquor. Jackson didn't touch alcohol at all. Women are better than booze, he shamelessly declared. Despite comments like this, women still flocked to him. Why? Must be the face, Encrid thought. Even without trying, Encrid attracted women too, thanks to his face. His well-trained, sculpted, muscular physique was practically a weapon against women's hearts. This cheap liquor? I'm not drinking it. Big Eyes had refined tastes. As the night deepened, the battalion commander entered the barracks. Squad leader of the 444. Hearing his name, Encrid rose. The fervor had died down, and most were preparing to rest. Encrid hadn't touched the liquor due to his injuries, sparing him the embarrassment of failing to recognize the battalion commander. Injured and drinking? Injured and indulging in booze? Drinking when you're wounded? Rem scolded him. It's better to refrain. Focus on recovering, Jackson advised. Ragnar silently shook his head. Big Eyes chuckled, amused at the scene. What a squad of lunatics! Outside, the battalion commander, reeking of alcohol, waved off any salutes. So, the flag was the medium for the curse? And you were the one who tore it apart? The implication was clear. They had found the one responsible for breaking the curse and making a decisive contribution to the battle. Crackle! Sparks from a nearby fire floated into the air. Yes, Encrid answered calmly. You'll be rewarded when we return. Well done. The battalion commander patted Encrid on the shoulder, a sign of how significant his actions had been. Since becoming squad leader, it was the first time the battalion commander had spoken directly to him. This alone showed how monumental Encrid's achievement was. His actions had changed the course of the battlefield. However, few knew about it. Only the command was aware. Most likely, the credit for overcoming the curse would go to the command. Encrid didn't mind. He would still receive a handsome reward. I'm not disappointed. It wasn't something to regret. After seeing the squires and knights, his thoughts had shifted. Compared to the ambition he had gained, the minor recognition meant little. Good face on you, the battalion commander remarked before leaving. As Encrid turned to return to the barracks, he heard the soft tap-tap of footsteps on the ground. What is it? When Encrid turned toward the source of the voice, a pair of emerald-like eyes met his. Seen under the moonlight, they gave off an eerily ghost-like feeling, a beauty beyond human standards. It was the Fairy Company commander. I won't let the reward for tearing down the flag be anything less than proper. That was all the commander had to say before turning to leave. However, just as it seemed they were departing, they turned their heads slightly and spoke again. Aren't you going to salute? Encrid belatedly raised his left hand in a motion mimicking, pressing down on a weapon. The fairy commander waved it off. That's enough. I'm leaving. What kind of fairy was that? When Encrid entered the barracks after the commander's departure, Rem was lying on his side, propped up on one arm. Don't go abandoning me just because you've become popular, Captain. Are you drunk? I'm not drunk. It was a playful remark. The night wore on as Encrid closed his eyes, replaying in his mind everything he had observed and sensed about the Squire. There was much to do once his body fully recovered. The Hurrier Infantry Battalion set off for Bordergard at dawn. After 4 days of marching, they finally arrived at the city fortress of Bordergard, its walls rising imposingly before them. The fortress city was built on a plateau, higher than the surrounding terrain, featuring long walls and 3 towering watchtowers. This was the last bastion standing against the Duchy of Aspen, the fortress at the frontier, Bordergard. The appearance of the Squire from the Crimson Cloak Knights had the potential to alter the battlefield's dynamics. Until now, the localized skirmishes on the Green Pearl Plains had remained small in scale, due to an unspoken agreement not to deploy knightly forces there. Yet Hurrier had broken this unspoken rule by sending out the Squire as their trump card. Hurrier had crossed the line. Regardless of the Squire's status as someone transitioning to knighthood, breaking the precedent was breaking the precedent. Those bastards! The Aspen's Duke exploded in fury, his eyes reddened and veins bulging on his forehead. Send ours out too. But it wasn't so simple. It was winter. Starting a full-scale war in winter would lead to extreme national depletion for both sides. If the skirmishes were to escalate into total war, Aspen would need to rally its forces. More importantly, Aspen's main military strength was currently absent due to an ongoing operation. Proper preparations required time. Even at the height of rage, with a metaphorical volcanic eruption brewing in his head, the impending winter demanded restraint. Hurrier likely anticipated this, deploying their forces only in the final stages of the war. Conversely, Aspen's decision to deploy their sorcerer had also considered the winter timing. However, while Aspen's blade was blocked, Hurrier's dagger had pierced deeply, wounding Aspen, so much so that losing the arm entirely seemed a possibility. At least apply diplomatic pressure. Sending knights to the battlefield is a problem, isn't it? The Hurrier representative's reputation for fiery temper was evident as he seethed, though his voice didn't rise to a roar. It carried the simmering fury of boiling water. The Duchy of Aspen was a country founded on the strength of 3 houses: the ruling Aspen Duke, the martial house of Hurrier, and the administrative and diplomatic house of Ekins. Handling diplomacy fell to the Ekins family. The Ekins minister was in a bind. Hurrier had sent a letter, conveniently timed with the deployment of the Crimson Cloak Squire. This perfect timing suggested that Hurrier had carefully prepared their excuses. The letter claimed that a General Frog from Aspen had appeared in enemy territory, and the Squire was deployed in response. It was a plausible reason. Too plausible. Why did that damn General Frog have to show up there? Frogs were inherently whimsical beings. Putting them in military uniforms had always risked such issues. Even without the general, they would have found another excuse. The Ekins minister wasn't naive. Hurrier's deployment of the knight wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. General Frog had merely provided a convenient pretext. Without him, they'd have concocted another. The bottom line: Aspen had been outmaneuvered. The root of all this trouble was the failure of the sorcery. Had the mist of massacre succeeded, the prolonged skirmishes on the Green Pearl Plains would have ended in a decisive Aspen victory, without the need for knights. The minister recalled a report that claimed a single enemy soldier had thwarted the sorcery. Failed vigilance, blaming it on one enemy soldier? Does that even make sense? Those involved in the failure would face consequences. The sorcerer, retreating after the failure, had been found dead. A bandit group had apparently crossed paths with the retreating party, leaving the sorcerer and their escorts all severed in half. Nothing is going right. Nothing. Are we just going to let this slide? The Duke's decorum shattered as he shouted in frustration. What had begun as a secret weapon proposed by the Ekins family in autumn had turned into a disaster. The stalemated skirmishes on the Green Pearl Plains ended in Aspen's defeat. 10 days later, Ancred felt his body had fully recovered. The first thing he did upon waking was seek out Rem. "Rem? What's up?" Rem, having just returned from guard duty, stood before Ancred. "Let's spar." "What, spar with me? Didn't you just recover?" What did that matter? Ancred's body was itching for action. His expression conveyed his thoughts clearly, an ability in its own right. Using just his eyebrows and mouth, he communicated his unshakable determination. "All right, let's do it. If you're eager, who am I to stop you? But don't cry when you get beaten. Bring it on, you arrogant barbarian. Oh, you looking to get your legs broken this time?" Rem responded to Ancred's provocation with a grin, and the two headed outside the barracks. Watching them go, Ragnar couldn't help but agree with one part of what Rem had said. Among all the crazy people Ragnar had met, the captain was the most insane. For someone with minimal talent, how could he wake up and immediately demand a fight? Less than 30 minutes later, Ancred re-entered the barracks. "Ragnar, come out. It's time for me to break your neck." The odd leader was exhilarated. Despite a crust of dried blood near his temple, his expression was bright. "Fine, fine. Let's do it." Ragnar saw no point in arguing, knowing it would only drain his energy. A few rounds of sparring would suffice. This was their daily routine. Chapter 50. Surely catches people. 1. After the battle ended, Ancred fulfilled his duties as part of the Border Guard's standing army. He stood watch, patrolled the city, and spent every other moment wholly focused on his sword. For someone new to Ancred's routine, it might seem monotonous, but to everyone around him, it was an unremarkable, peaceful daily life. Even if someone had been paying attention, Ancred wouldn't have cared. He immersed himself inwardly, wrestling with a single question: how can I win? Or how can I wield my sword better? It was a time for self-reflection and re-evaluation. Observing the knight's skills only fueled a burning desire to surpass them. Yet he wasn't impatient. Step by step, slowly but surely. Progress, no matter how gradual, was Ancred's specialty. Heart of the beast, sense of evasion, pinpoint focus. To move forward, he relied on everything he had learned from Arm, Jackson, and Ragnar, pouring it all into his sparring sessions. At first, he mainly sparred with Rem. Later, Ragnar joined, and eventually Jackson occasionally joined in as well. "I'll give you a reality check before your brain turns entirely to muscle." Was that directed at me? A stray comment sparked tension between Rem and Jackson, but to Ancred, it was just another part of their peaceful routine. Sparring with Rem was intense. It demanded quick thinking and improvisation. It required boldness and focus, with no time for hesitation. His body had to move before his mind did. Ragnar's approach was different. His duels revolved around pure swordsmanship, where even an initial offensive could turn into a desperate defense if one let their guard down. Throughout, one had to remain attuned to the overall flow of the battle. Jackson's style was distinct from both of them. Jackson relied heavily on deception, using sounds, subtle footwork, hand gestures, or even the faintest shrug of his shoulders to mislead his opponent. Every movement had to be scrutinized, turning the fight into a battle of reflexive wits. "Clear your mind. Focus on the present," Jackson often reminded him. The nights faded from Ancred's thoughts as he threw himself into daily repetition. 2 weeks after his return to the Border Guard, a ceremony was held to recognize the participants of the recent battle. These individuals contributed to our victory against the treacherous Aspen. The battalion commander distributed rewards, with Ancred receiving the largest share. A special reward is granted for identifying and dispelling the enemy's sorcery. The adjutant proclaimed Ancred's accomplishments for all to hear. They're really announcing all this. He had expected the leadership to claim his credit for themselves, but they openly acknowledged his achievements. Among the company commanders standing beside the battalion commander, one stood out, a fairy with emerald green eyes. What role did that commander play? Encred didn't know, and he doubted he'd get an answer, even if he asked. Our victory! The battalion commander bellowed again. This time, however, there was no frenzy like on the final night of battle. The soldiers, led by their squad leaders, clapped politely. When Encred returned to his place, a few soldiers behind him glanced his way, whispering, "Sorcery? Did he really destroy that banner on his own?" Probably one of his squad members did it. No way he did it alone. So the mist was sorcery, and he dispelled it? I can't believe it. That squad leader? It was the kind of remark one would make if they were familiar with the old Encred. And Encred understood that. But Rem did not. "Looks like some of the young ones are craving my axe," he remarked with a blank expression, a chilling weight in his voice. This was a man who, even under normal circumstances, enjoyed smacking soldiers upside the head for sport. Why do they even bother with these ceremonies? "They could have let us sleep instead," Ragnar grumbled, glancing back with annoyance. The battalion commander's speech was tediously long. Encred, as their squad leader, tried to calm him down. Meanwhile, the commander droned on about his role in the battle. How sending the recon team was his idea. How he immediately recognized the flag as sorcery. It was a parade of nonsense. The whispers behind Encred grew louder, mocking him with increasing boldness. What if that squad leader's sneaking into the battalion commander's quarters? What nonsense. He's no courtesan. The soldier who uttered the last remark laughed uproariously at his own words. Encred had heard such comments before, back when he was struggling to survive with the help of his squad. When his skills were subpar, he didn't let such words get to him. Now he'd reached a point where he didn't even register them. But his squad members thought otherwise. "Having fun, are we?" It was Jackson. At some point, the red-haired squad member had quietly moved between the two offending soldiers, slinging an arm around each of their shoulders. Encred hadn't even noticed him move. The soldiers flinched visibly. Jackson leaned between them, speaking softly. His words were inaudible, his lips unreadable. Whatever he said, the soldiers fell silent, their faces pale. Jackson casually returned to his place. "What did you say?" Rem asked, curious. Even Ragnar perked up his ears, while Big Eyes and the Odin subtly leaned toward Jackson. Though indifferent to gossip, Encred, too, was curious. "Just some life advice," Jackson replied nonchalantly. "Sure, funny guy," Rem scoffed. Though Encred and Big Eyes didn't see it, the others did. Jackson's hands, resting on the soldiers' shoulders, each held a short knife. Its sharp tip had been poised against their necks, enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. "Need any advice yourself?" Jackson asked Rem casually. His tone was calm, but the tension was palpable. Veins bulged on Rem's forehead as he laughed it off. "Quiet. The commander's still talking," Encred interjected, diffusing the situation. Even after Jackson's subtle display of force, the resentment toward Encred lingered. Jealousy and bitterness simmered, directed at someone who was once a nobody, a soldier barely scraping by at the bottom. But now, that same soldier had dispelled sorcery, earning recognition from the battalion commander and a royal reward. While some celebrated his achievement, many let their envy fester, embodying the serpentine malice often described in Aurelia folklore. The word surely became the embodiment of disbelief, mingled with scorn, jealousy, and contempt. Surely, that squad leader didn't really do it, they said. Even Big Eyes, usually unbothered, couldn't help but comment. They sure like to talk. The battalion commander's speech finally ended, and Encred found his reward pouch heavy. It wasn't just small coins. This was a considerable amount. Encred decided to buy a new sword with it, Dismissed. Time for shift rotation. The adjutant signaled the end of the tedious ceremony. Care for a sparring session now? Do you have a shift? Incrid asked Rem as the group dispersed. Rem stared at him, dumbfounded. Have you thought about dealing with those loudmouths instead? Those guys? Why bother? What's the point? Incrid's single-minded focus on his sword made Rem chuckle despite himself. How could someone remain so consistent? Let's spar, Rem agreed, recalling the first time he'd met Incrid at the border guard. Back then he was a pathetic swordsman, relying on tricks to get by. And now? Oh. Memories of their recent bout flashed through Rem's mind. Where did he pick up such solid fundamentals? The middle-style swordsmanship Incrid displayed was as polished as if he had been trained by a renowned family. You've improved a lot, Rem admitted. Rem offered a single comment before shifting gears himself. He had to. Casual sparring like before was no longer sufficient. While Rem took it lightly, Ragnar was genuinely surprised after sparring with Incrid. I couldn't have taught him better myself. The squad leader's skills had improved significantly. His fundamentals were sharper, and the focused concentration, something Ragnar had briefly explained, was applied with remarkable proficiency. But this wasn't an extraordinary development. Focused concentration was akin to entering a trance state, pushing oneself to the limit. With enough talent, one could master it in a single day. Ragnar himself had done so. The squad leader achieving it might have been astonishing, but it's not impossible. This line of thinking, believing that if he could do something, so could others, was typical of a genius. Ragnar used this logic to make sense of Incrid's current state. Jackson, meanwhile, found joy in sparring with a much improved squad leader. Is this fun? A sword, a spear, or even a dagger. What were they if not tools designed to kill? Jackson had always seen weapons as mere tools throughout his life. Yet, oddly, after crossing blades with the squad leader, he felt a strange sense of relief. So much so that, for a brief moment, he forgot his own personal goals. It was puzzling, and because of that, Jackson wanted to support the squad leader even more. On the other side stood Odin Fomrai, a devout squad member, staring intently at the squad leader. Odin's perception was sharp. To improve so much in a single day? Had the squad leader always been this gifted with physical abilities? If so, his skills should continue improving at this rate. But now, he seemed to have plateaued. All learning and practice inevitably hit a stagnation point, and Odin knew this well. Yet, whenever he observed the squad leader, something felt oddly out of place. There's something strange about this. Still, he dismissed it as nothing worth dwelling on, or perhaps a blessing from the gods. After all, Incrid was someone who trained relentlessly, to the point that a single day often felt too short. If such a person didn't deserve divine blessings, who did? With these thoughts, Odin embraced the questions surrounding the squad leader. God and man, blessings and curses, he pondered everything deeply. He seems like a good one. Incrid purchased a sword. It's better than good. That blade's mixed with Valerian steel, the blacksmith said, veins bulging on his forehead. Is that so? Incrid replied, inspecting the blade closely. There was no bluish sheen typical of Valerian steel. Noticing Incrid's expert examination, the blacksmith added, I said, mixed with, not pure Valerian steel. I see. Valerian steel was a renowned metal across the continent. Known for its high elasticity and resistance to breaking, a weapon forged from it rarely chipped. Once sharpened, it became a durable and reliable weapon. On the battlefield, a sturdy blade was as valuable as a dependable ally. Thus, Valerian steel weapons were highly sought after. While imperial steel was another option, it was never exported outside the empire. This made Valerian steel the best available alternative. I'll take it. Spending half his reward money on the sword, Encrid drew a shake of the head from Krez, the big eyes. Why spend so much on a sword? You could just grab something off the battlefield or request from supplies. Wouldn't it feel unfair to die because of a subpar weapon? Well, when you put it that way, I can't argue. So, are you heading straight for the rank advancement now? Yeah. Having honed his skills through countless sparring matches, Encrid felt ready to test himself. How far can I go? Currently at the lowest rank, he judged himself capable of reaching at least the mid-tier. But what about the upper ranks? The top tier? The elite? To boost morale among soldiers, Norelia had implemented a ranking system. To advance, one simply had to defeat someone of a higher rank. Challenges were always accepted, and there were designated officials within units to organize such matches. It was a simple but effective system. All right, let's go. Kreis, who often coordinated these matches, saw it as another lucrative opportunity. Betting was a common practice during these sparring matches, and the higher-ups turned a blind eye to the money-changing hands. Some commanders even placed bets themselves. I'm betting on the squad leader's victory, Cray declared. It wasn't a statement of confidence in his own judgment. That was all he needed to hear. And since Rem didn't say such things lightly, Kreis trusted him. Just don't let me lose, he thought. Though he wouldn't confront Rem directly, Kreis knew better than to cross him. When Encrid approached the platoon leader to request a rank advancement match, the leader nodded. Fair enough. No need to stay at the bottom rank. With the platoon leader's approval and Kreis's coordination, the match was set up in the central training ground. At first, only a few idle soldiers gathered to watch. After all, it was just another sparring match, until they realized who was involved. It was none other than the infamous squad leader, the one who shattered the mist of massacre, the one rumored to have licked his squad members. Well, an embarrassing tale that kept the soldiers entertained. Naturally, more spectators trickled in, curious about the notorious squad leader. Soon, over 20 soldiers had gathered. Facing Encrid was a curly-haired soldier, a former mercenary. I'm mid-tier. So you went straight for the mid-tier rank, huh? Yeah. You're pretty cocky. After a brief exchange, they clashed swords. Clang! The sound of steel meeting steel echoed as Encrid blocked the soldier's downward slash. He waited, expecting the soldier to launch another attack. That's how it always was with Ram, Ragnar, and Jackson. They exploited every opening during their sparring sessions. In real combat, it was no different. Even the depraved foes who favored thrusts, and the lunatic Hurrier of Aspen, never left any gaps. But this opponent was different. Clang! Clang! After a few more exchanges, Encrid frowned. Is this a joke? His opponent's skills were far below expectations. It was hard to tell if the soldier was serious or not. Ha! 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 The mid-tier soldier swung down again, leaving an absurd number of openings. Encrid pretended to block before sidestepping and hooking his foot around the soldier's shin. Thud! Whomp! Swoosh! The soldier's right leg lifted awkwardly as he tumbled to the ground with a loud crash. Ah! A misplaced hand during the fall had the soldier clutching his wrist in pain, groaning on the ground. The outcome was unexpected. Encrid's eyes filled with questions. Why are they so weak? It baffled him. Chapter 51. Surely catches people, too. You're lucky. One of the soldiers observing the duel muttered. He was a fellow former mercenary, and one of the men who had complained to Encrid during the recent awards ceremony. With a frown, the soldier stepped forward. You're not tired, are you? How about another round? To earn a promotion, one had to be acknowledged by 3 mid-level soldiers, or defeat them all in combat. Facing one opponent alone wouldn't suffice. Squad leader? Kreis looked around nervously. Judging by the growling coming from the challenger, the atmosphere was tense. Ancrid cast a puzzled glance at the soldier he had just defeated. Was this right? All it had taken was a single trip, and the fight was over. The fallen soldier stood up, clutching his wrist. Lucky bastard! The soldier withdrew, still clutching his wrist, his expression showing pain so sharp it brought tears to his eyes. Well, it probably hurt, but not enough to make someone cry, surely. Ancrid shifted his gaze to his next opponent, adjusting his stance. I'm not tired. Good. Then I'll be your next opponent. Ancrid quickly replayed the previous fight in his mind. It was luck. His opponent had been so unprepared when he fell that he made no effort to protect himself. He hadn't anticipated being taken down at all. Why? The carelessness stemmed from underestimating his opponent. But could a single misstep decide the outcome? Was that even possible? No matter. He'd just try again to confirm. The new opponent drew his spear. The infantry battalion stationed at the border guard was composed of two primary unit types, light infantry and heavy infantry. Those who wielded long spears were typically heavy infantry. Soldiers the border guard had invested significant resources in training. They held a higher status compared to the light infantry and were better trained and skilled. The opponent aimed a short spear designed for personal combat at Ancrid, spinning its tip in tight circles. Ancrid didn't let his focus be drawn by the spear's motion. When fighting, keep the entire body of your opponent in view, Ragnar had once told him. Ancrid adhered to that advice. Whoosh! The spear lunged for his side like a hawk diving for prey, a swift and precise thrust. Too slow. Compared to the piercing attacks from the earlier spear-fighting enthusiast he had faced, this was sluggish. The trajectory was clear and easy to dodge. Shifting his weight onto his left foot, Ancrid twisted his body, sidestepping the spear while trapping it under his arm. Thunk. With the spear pinned, the opponent tried to pull it back, but Ancrid leapt forward, matching the motion. Huh? The soldier, expecting resistance, was caught off guard as Ancrid's sudden momentum threw him off balance. Startled, the soldier raised his left arm to block. Feigning a strike to his opponent's eyes, Ancrid extended his foot, hooking the soldier's shin. With his right leg he locked the shin in place, extending his left leg forward while twisting his hip to shove his shoulder into the soldier's chest. Thud. The sound of the soldier's collapse echoed as he crashed heavily to the ground. Ancrid didn't even need to point his sword at him. He stood over his fallen opponent, gazing down. The mid-level soldier from heavy infantry, 1st Company, 1st Platoon, lay on the ground staring up at Ancrid. This squad leader looked twice as big as before, an illusion brought on by the psychological pressure of being utterly subdued. Damn! Even as his breath was knocked out of him, he cursed the fellow who had labeled this squad leader a troublemaker, and himself for believing it. What's bottom tier about this guy? Ancrid looked down at him and asked, More? No, I'm done. With a second opponent defeated, it was time for the third to step forward. Idiots, someone muttered among the soldiers watching Ancrid's promotion bout. It was Andrew, the same Andrew who had accompanied Ancrid on reconnaissance missions. Andrew had already concluded back then that Ancrid's skills exceeded the mid-level standard, and now he seemed even more polished. His swordsmanship had matured significantly. Andrew silently congratulated himself for betting all his kronas on Ancrid, then wondered how a duel between them would go. He'd been training relentlessly since their last mission. Beside him, Mac turned to Andrew. What happened to that guy? Why? He's improved way too much. How much? Mac shook his head at Andrew's expression. He's not the same. After their reconnaissance mission, Mac had advised Andrew that if he wanted to challenge the troublemaker squad leader, he'd need more experience. Now he'd have to take that back. If I fought him now, it'd be tough. Really tough. Mac, a skilled swordsman who had mentored Andrew, admitted his difficulty. Andrew nodded. This was how it should be. After all, this was the man who had defeated him in a single strike. The first person Andrew had ever felt compelled to follow naturally. Not far away, Vengeance observed the match as well. He had just returned from duty when he noticed the commotion in the train. One of his subordinates explained. Vengeance rested his spear on his side, hooked his helmet onto its tip, and watched. Ancred had fought twice and defeated both opponents. It sounded simple in words, but anyone with an eye for combat could see the truth. If that's luck, then the goddess of fortune herself must have been reborn as a man. The third challenger hesitated to step forward. Only then did Kreis realize his squad leader was far more capable than he'd thought. Kreis, ever the opportunist, took the chance to intervene. "You there, second platoon. How about a match?" If there was nothing to trust, that was one thing. But if there was something to believe in, Kreis could become a bold provocateur. He was the kind of man who could taunt and draw out his opponent if necessary. Me? The number of spectators had grown considerably. It wasn't exactly a pleasant sight to get beaten up in front of a crowd. Who else could it be? Why, you seemed so bold when you were mocking him behind his back, calling him a horror and all. Kreis sneered as he spoke, curling his lips to ridicule his opponent. At this point, there was no avoiding stepping forward. "Bah, fine, I'll do it." The rough-mouthed soldier spat on the ground and stepped forward. Standing on the soft soil, he looked at Ancred. Ancred had just finished reviewing the second fight. "I've been putting myself through far too many difficult fights," he thought. This opponent was too easy. Rem and the squad members had often commented on how flawed the soldier grading system was. Can all intermediates really be considered the same level of intermediate? Sure, maybe the advanced soldiers are somewhat reliable, but even then, the gaps are huge. Besides, do you think battles for survival are won solely based on skill? There are plenty of people who use their brains to kill stronger opponents across the continent, Aram had said. Even so, if Ancred wanted recognition here, he needed to rise in the ranks of the soldier grading system, or stand above the grading system itself. Those who stood above the grading system, they were the owners of the Crimson Cloaks. The unit stationed in Border Guard consisted of 2 battalions. Rotating between deployments to Green Pearl, where they were stationed for fieldwork, the city usually housed 1 battalion and a reserve unit. Currently, the 1st Corps, to which Ancred belonged, was stationed in the city. Half of the 2nd Corps was out in the Green Pearl Plains for field operations. Even when not fighting enemies, they were naturally expected to defend their positions. Every winter, the 2 battalions alternated in their defensive duties. That was the role of the Border Guard's standing army. In a city with fewer than 10,000 people, there were 2 infantry battalions and the Royal Army's direct unit. Although it was the first time a member of the Red Cloak Knights had taken to the battlefield, knights were occasionally dispatched to the Border Guard as well. This was all possible because Border Guard was under the direct jurisdiction of the kingdom. In the past, when relations with Aspen were amicable, Border Guard had been a trading hub where various goods, including spices, passed through. After Aspen began its invasion wars, the city transformed into a military and fortress city. The low city walls were raised higher, and watchtowers were built. The 3 towers symbolized Norelia's watchful gaze upon Aspen. As a result, most of the garrison troops in the city were of high caliber. This was a border city where veteran forces with extensive battle experience were gathered. Thus, even the soldier standing before Ancred should possess a fair amount of skill. For this reason, no opponent should have been underestimated. When the battle began, that had certainly been the case. This place had been filled with more than enough opponents to challenge Ancred. "Hey, were you daydreaming?" the opponent asked. "No. Ancred flinched but quickly shook his head. Never underestimate your opponent. It was advice given by countless swordsmanship instructors. To honor that advice, Encrid reflected even on the city's transformation into a strategic stronghold. Never underestimate them. It had once been advice that didn't resonate. Who am I to look down on anyone? But now, he had to steel himself to honor those words. He didn't smile. He simply felt satisfied. This was a different kind of exhilaration than the joy of growth. The thrill of proving his skills and showcasing them. That was what brought joy to Encrid. What's so amusing? The opponent asked again. Encrid realized he wore a faint smile. I enjoy fighting. You're mad. The opponent steadied his breathing and attacked, slashing downward with his sword. Encrid tracked the blade's trajectory with his eyes and moved. From the foot planted firmly on the ground, he drew strength through his knee, channeling it to his waist. Using that momentum, he swung his sword and struck the opponent's blade. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out. The opponent's chest opened up. Encrid retrieved his blade and feigned a thrust, prompting the opponent to retreat and assume a defensive stance. Encrid only pretended to thrust. Instead, he raised his sword tip and closed the gap. Then, locking eyes with the startled opponent, he pressed his blade against the opponent's and stepped forward with his left foot, hooking it behind the opponent's heel. With force in his sword hand, he pushed forward. The opponent barely managed to pull his sword back to guard his chest. Blades locked together couldn't be used for an attack. The soldier was utterly helpless. Thud-dee. I go, unfurnishing, unable. I'm go. The opponent, tripped by Encrid's move, fell onto his backside. Encrid placed his blade against the fallen soldier's crown. It all happened in an instant. With this third fight, Encrid had clearly demonstrated his skills. The fallen soldier looked up, his eyes verifying the blade hovering above his head. I lost, the soldier admitted. Norelia had long revered strength. It wasn't called the Land of Knights for nothing. Andrew Mack, even Vengeance, who had been watching silently. The ferry company commander who had arrived unnoticed. Rem, Ragnar, and the troublemaking squad members. Even the soldiers, who had once insulted Encrid behind his back. No one spoke. The sunlight, angling from above, reflected off the blade and illuminated half of Encrid's face. The faint sunlight, the stretching shadows and the cold air that made his breath visible, created an eerie spectacle. It felt like a strange illusion. In the center of the battlefield, Encrid seemed to emerge from the torn flags that had been used as mediums for sorcery. The truth that everyone had refused to acknowledge had now solidified in their minds. The one who had shattered the mist of massacre and the sorcery that had threatened them was the man standing before them. I thought it was impossible. Someone murmured. It was an admission of the truth. When his skills were unknown, they could criticize him. But not now. Even the one who had insulted him spoke up. I was out of line. I apologize, the second defeated soldier said. Encrid nodded silently. Border Guard's standing army was filled with such individuals. A rough unit that couldn't tolerate weakness in its ranks. That was the strength of Border Guard's forces, the swords of the frontier. Conversely, once proven by skill, respect came swiftly. Encrid had overwhelmed intermediate soldiers and proven himself. Spellbreaker, someone murmured. There was no applause. It wasn't the right atmosphere for that, but it seemed the nickname would stick. Spellbreaker? Encrid thought it was excessive. As he pondered what to do next, he opened his mouth. Looks like it's time to face an advanced soldier. 3 intermediate soldiers had been defeated with a single trip maneuver. So, what was left? What else could it be? Advanced soldiers, of course. Was he really thinking about fighting again? Kreis's wide eyes grew even wider. He thought Encrid was truly an uncontrollable squad leader. Should another fight begin right away? As the thought crossed their minds, whistle! A whistle broke the air as a soldier stepped forward, smiling faintly. "This is getting interesting," the soldier said. He wore an eagle emblem on his epaulet, signifying that he was part of the Royal Army's Frontier Defense Force. This unit was as renowned as Aspen's independent company, the Grey Dogs. The Frontier Slaughterers, as they were called. A brutal and merciless force. With a total of 200 soldiers, all advanced rank or higher, this Royal Direct unit was feared even within the rugged border guard. And one of them had stepped forward. Chapter 52. The Turtle and the Frontier Slaughterer. 1. Why don't you try me? A soldier stepped forward as he spoke. His appearance was unassuming. He was slightly shorter than Encred, but had a stocky build. In his lowered hand, a short sword with a sharp blue blade gleamed, reflecting the light. The Frontier Slaughterers, this was no ordinary unit. The Border Guard's defensive force was small yet elite. Despite having only 200 soldiers, the battalion commander and the Frontier Slaughterers unit leader were of equal rank. According to Norilia's military structure, this unit was part of the Royal Army. This meant they operated under a separate command structure, distinct from the 1st and 2nd Infantry Divisions stationed at the Border Guard. The Frontier Slaughterers soldier stared at Encred with dull eyes. It wasn't a provocative look. It was closer to the gaze of someone looking down from a position of superiority, tinged with arrogance. That expression stirred Encred's fighting spirit. It made him think, this will be interesting. Encred was thrilled. I can fight. Gone were the days of collapsing immediately under superior skill or being crushed by overwhelming talent before even beginning. Compared to his past self, who could only dream of competing, the transformation was exhilarating. Perhaps because they thought Encred hesitated, murmurs spread through the surroundings. Spellbreaker, the troublemaking squad leader. Let's see what he's got. Being from the Frontier Slaughterers doesn't make you invincible. Despite having had only 3 short sparring matches, voices of support rose for Encred. It was an unfamiliar experience for him. He had never encountered such a situation before, not even once in his life. Let's go. Show them. The flower of the battlefield is infantry. Now, they were even chanting infantry slogans. It was amusing since his opponent was also infantry. Still, the earnest support was palpable. The desire to fight and win burned within him. The mere thought of battling against an average soldier no longer satisfied his thirst. The combined morale of the infantry gathered behind him surged. A tingling sensation spread from his toes to his entire body. Observing from the sidelines, Vengeance understood the soldiers' cheers for Encred. It's no wonder. Even Vengeance had shouted encouragement to Encred, a lowest-ranking soldier who spent sleepless nights swinging his sword. A squad leader managing a group of troublemakers. His position had been insignificant, his skills pathetic compared to his efforts. That had been the general consensus. Others likely thought the same. But now, Encred, the troublemaking squad leader, was showing a completely different side. By displaying exceptional skill, he had proven himself. By breaking curses, he had saved allies and changed the battlefield's outcome, an undeniable reality. Even knowing this, no one had dared to believe it. But now the unbelievable had become reality. Now everyone knew. The greatest contributor in the previous battle was none other than Encred. The battalion commander's commendation and a pouch of kronas were tokens of recognition. As with any military, the higher-ups took their cut. The current battalion commander, notorious for his poor reputation, was no exception. Rumors abounded that he saw soldiers as mere expendables. Among the soldiers who had started noticing Encred's skill was Bell, one of those he had saved with his shield from a deadly arrow. I knew it! From the moment Encred saved him, Bell had recognized his potential. The troublemaking squad leader was destined for greatness. Absolutely. It wasn't just Bell. Everyone who had unknowingly formed bonds with Encred now united in their support. At this moment, Encred represented the ordinary soldiers of the border guard. Buoyed by their cheers, Encred tapped his sword tip with his foot and steadied his stance. Simultaneously, he suppressed the electrifying excitement surging through him and calmed his breath. "You're ready? There's no reason not to be." Encred's composed response made Torres, the frontier slaughterer's soldier, think to himself. Interesting. The frontier slaughterers, there was a reason for the unit's nickname. Yet his opponent wasn't backing down. Instead, he stepped forward with a faint smile on his face. Amused, intrigued, and slightly annoyed, Torres wanted to show the clear difference between a regular soldier and a special forces operative. With a swift motion, Torres charged first. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Encred waited and thrust his sword straight at the center. A solid move. It forced the opponent to dodge left, right, up, or down. As soon as Torres evaded, a powerful follow-up would strike. But Torres didn't dodge. Instead, he aimed his short sword at Encred's incoming blade. When the blades met, Encred tried to overpower him, but Torres skillfully countered. Clang! Clang! Sliding his blade along Encred's, Torres twisted it upward, creating an angle that deflected the downward force. It was a textbook deflection maneuver. As sparks flew from their clashing blades, Encred didn't hesitate. He stepped forward with his rear foot and kicked. Thud! Just before his kick connected, Torres blocked it with his palm. The distance closed, to the point where even their swords couldn't fit between them. Torres dropped his short sword and lunged deeper into Encred's space, crossing his arms to grab his collar. He intended to choke him. Unbothered, Encred pulled his sword upward from between his legs. It was a bold upward slash aimed at Torres's back. Even if he got choked, he could leave a significant mark on the Special Forces soldier. But Torres twisted away, releasing Encred's collar and shoving his chest instead. Encred resisted the push, redirecting his sword into a horizontal slash. With Torres unarmed, the outcome seemed certain. Yet, in that moment, Encred experienced something new. His opponent vanished. Vanished? For a split second, his concentration faltered. The opponent had disappeared right before his eyes. Not even a sound remained. Then instinct kicked in. A survival instinct forged through countless brushes with death guided Encred. He tilted his head back, exposing his chest. A flash of light erupted from below his chin. Swish! The flash grazed his cheek. Within the briefest moment, Encred regained focus. If I lose sight of him, I'll die. The warning etched into his instincts was clear. The light soared upward and then fell. Encred caught it with his left palm while lifting his knee. Thwack! Thump! Pain seared through his palm. In the instant before impact, he saw Torres's eyes twitch with shock. Blood dripped from Encred's left palm, which had just intercepted the blade of a dagger. The sudden injury came as a result of Torres discarding his short sword and swiftly drawing his dagger for a lethal strike. A drop of blood hit the ground with a faint plop, followed by a slow, steady trickle. Torres exhaled sharply, miming the act of sheathing his blade, and Encred released the dagger's edge without resistance. Pain surged through his left hand, a searing, burning ache. A similar sharp sting spread across his cheek, accompanied by the warm flow of blood from a cut sustained earlier. Had that strike landed fully, it could have split his jaw. It seemed luck was on his side, or perhaps it was something more instinctive. Terrifying, thought Encred. You've got some luck, huh? Torres remarked, his voice cutting through the tension. At some point, Rem had moved behind Torres, his axe resting on his shoulder. He stood close enough that a swing would reach. Beside him, Ragnar was poised, his left hand placed on his sword, his left foot shifted half a step forward, a stance that unmistakably signaled readiness for a draw strike. You shouldn't take it any further, Ragnar muttered. Torres wasn't just surrounded by the two of them. Jackson, the squad mate with auburn hair, stood at his flank. Jackson held no weapon, but his presence felt even more dangerous than Rem or Ragnar. The culmination of their earlier sparring had left Encred's instincts hyper-aware, warning him of the risks around every corner. And there was more. Encred's gaze dropped between him and Torres to find a slender, leaf-shaped blade, clearly of fairy craftsmanship, wedged between. "That's enough. Platoon leader of the frontier slaughterers," came the calm but firm voice of the fairy commander. Her blade had slipped between them unnoticed. "Why so tense? It's just sparring. A few more seconds and I'd have been full of holes," Torres quipped, retrieving his dagger. He rubbed his abdomen where Encred's strike had landed, raising both hands in mock surrender. Finally, the onlookers, who had been holding their breath, exhaled in relief. "Damn, that was incredible. Are you kidding? How is he ranked as a low-grade soldier?" It seemed no further evaluation was needed. The audience recognized what they had just witnessed. At least mid-grade, no, higher. Even soldiers in the crowd could tell the difference. And Torres, his reputation well known, spoke first. "I'm Torres, platoon leader of the frontier slaughterers." He tapped his insignia and extended his hand. Encred sheathed his blade and extended his uninjured right hand to shake it. "Encred, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad Leader," he replied formally. Torres grinned, his demeanor friendly, as though they hadn't just been at each other's throats moments before. "I've heard of you." "The troublemaker squad leader," Torres said, laughing. Those within the city who knew of Encred knew him well. "You're skilled. Let's spar again sometime," Torres said as he turned to leave. As Torres walked through the crowd, soldiers instinctively parted for him. His title as one of the frontier slaughterers commanded respect, even among allies. The fact that someone of his stature had acknowledged Encred spoke volumes. But the soldiers weren't merely impressed by Torres. "Why does he have to look good doing it too?" someone muttered, watching Encred brush his damp bangs aside. The spectators who had gathered at the training ground now viewed Encred in a new light. It hadn't been intentional, but the event shifted perceptions. From that day forward, no one casually dismissed Encred. Gone were the whispers questioning his competence. Anyone doubting him was swiftly rebuked. "Are you serious? That's the guy who saved the battalion in the last campaign." Even those returning from leave, oblivious to the recent events, couldn't help but fall in line. "You don't know?" He destroyed the curse. "You think that just happened on its own? Idiot!" Encred's feats had become the stuff of legend. Witnesses stepped forward, bolstering his reputation further. "I was nearly skewered by an arrow, but he stepped in and blocked it just in time," Bell recounted. "Not to mention he charged headfirst and shattered the curse. I saw it with my own eyes." Andrew confirmed. Even Andrew's caretaker, Mac, added, "He always took on the riskiest missions during recon. And his swordsmanship, that's not for me to judge. It's on a whole other level." The shift in atmosphere was undeniable, though Encred remained focused on his duties. When his promotion was finalized 2 days later, it barely changed his routine. "You're something else, squad leader," Rem teased during a shift at the southern gate. "Why? People can't stop talking about." "Don't act like you don't know." Encred shrugged it off, focusing instead on his training. After their shift, as they prepared to leave, a man intercepted them. The stranger's presence was unsettling. "Let's talk," he said, his tone sharp. Before Rem could retort, Encred intervened, dismissing his companion. "Go ahead without me." Rem hesitated but eventually relented, muttering as he walked away. "Fine, but don't forget about me." Once alone, the man scoffed. "Discipline is a mess in your squad. Wouldn't be called the troublemaker squad otherwise," Encred replied calmly. The man walked along the low walls of the barracks, and Encred followed. "You know who I am?" the man asked. "You're the 1st Company commander," Encred replied. The man nodded, his reputation preceding him as the leader of the formidable turtle infantry of the Border Guard Battalion. Chapter 53, The Turtle and the Frontier Slaughterer. 2. Don't you want to transfer? It was just 5 steps outside the barracks. Transferring personnel directly within a unit wasn't a common occurrence. Is it because I've been promoted to a higher rank? That might be it. There weren't many senior or elite soldiers within the unit. Or perhaps there was another reason. The Spellbreaker. Currently, that name was the most talked about within the unit. Being noticed and receiving attention was a new experience. But it wasn't something to get all giddy and wild about like a 15-year-old kid. It was enjoyable, yes, but there were times when you had to let certain things slide precisely because they were enjoyable. Encrid had experience. Surviving on the battlefield and eating soldiers' meals up until the age of 30 was no small feat. Do you mean the first company? Do you think I'd come all the way here to assign you to that idiot Palto's company, or Rayon's company? Palto and Rayon were the captains of the 2nd and 3rd companies, respectively. Join my company. Encrid's promotion duel had left a deep impression on everyone. Among them, Graham, the commander of the 1st company responsible for the heavy infantry, had taken a particular liking to Encrid. Graham was already well known within the army for valuing talented soldiers. He was even considered a candidate for the next battalion commander. Coming from someone like him, this proposal was no small matter. The 1st company, famous for its heavy infantry, was the core of the Cyprus Division and an elite unit within the army. But Encrid shook his head. I'm sorry. It was a polite yet unmistakably firm rejection. Rejection? Why? If you're worried about souring relations with your current commander, I can smooth things over. It's not that. Encrid's reply was so calm that it bordered on detached. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation. Graham furrowed his brow before relaxing it again. You don't seem the least bit interested, do I? Graham gazed at Encrid, who returned the look as if wondering if there was more to say. You really don't. Graham realized this wasn't a matter to be resolved through pressure or persuasion. Very well then. Encrid placed his left hand on his left waist and gave a military salute with a slight bow. Graham mirrored his gesture precisely, as if reflecting Encrid's actions in a mirror. Placing his left hand on his waist, he returned the salute. Then he spoke. Thanks. Thanks? As Encrid looked at him quizzically, Graham added, for saving my life. It's only right to say thank you. The Spellbreaker? That mist had been horrifying. The more capable a commander was, the more its power struck them to their core. The ferry company commander had cursed the battalion commander profusely during the battle. Graham, too, had hurled insults at the commander, just as harshly. Idiot! Absolute moron! He'd shouted it openly in the middle of the battlefield. When there was no immediate danger, a commander could get away with only looking out for their own interests. But in a crisis, a leader's true competence became evident. The battalion commander was incompetent. At least, that was what Graham thought. The most infuriating part was that the commander had subtly claimed credit for the recent battle's achievements. Everyone in the unit who needed to know was well aware of the truth. The top contributor to the battle wasn't the battalion commander. The 2 men holding their salutes silently relaxed their postures. Graham extended his hand first, and Encrid took it, shaking it firmly. Their handshake carried gratitude, lingering regret, and a mix of emotions. Go on. And don't forget how disappointed I am. Should I send Rem in my place? Encrid joked. That bastard? No way. Graham feigned anger, glaring exaggeratedly. Both men parted ways with smiles. He seems like a decent guy. It was the first time Encrid had exchanged such words with the commander of the heavy infantry. He felt a sense of affinity with Graham. Although the barracks were right behind him, Encrid decided to walk a bit more. He strolled through the city, taking in its sights for the first time in a while. Before he realized it, he had reached the edge of the marketplace at the city's center. Even in a military city, it was natural for merchants and farmers to come and go. In reality, there were far more wandering merchants than people working in agriculture. Border Guard was known as a military city near the frontier. The station troops alone exceeded 1,000. For every soldier, the city should ideally have at least 10 civilians, meaning a population of over 10,000. But that was unrealistic. The actual population barely reached 5,000. Even so, the city operated just fine. This was a royal territory under the direct control of the royals. Thanks to royal support, Border Guard could sustain itself as a military city. That didn't mean the city could rely entirely on the kingdom. Agriculture and trade also played a part. The effort to attract trade caravans had reportedly been quite successful. Recently, even a few royal-sanctioned trade caravans had arrived, which might explain the marketplace's unprecedented bustle. The innkeepers must have been thrilled. Big Eyes had been going on about it non-stop. No wonder they're so happy. The influx of people was obvious. More trade meant more joy for innkeepers. After all, one of Border Guard's main industries was lodging, a key trading hub. One of the city's strengths was its robust security, made possible by the overwhelming number of professional soldiers. The surplus of patrols and guards ensured safety, making the city a prime location for major trade transactions. Though the population wasn't large, the city saw a constant flow of people. A military city with the characteristics of a trade hub. This was the true nature of Border Guard. Ancred glanced briefly at the entrance to a narrow alley where disorganized buildings created a chaotic maze. Feeling as if someone was watching him, he turned back to look. But there was nothing there. Turning away, he returned to the barracks. Shortly after he left, a filthy beggar with a ragged blanket, pulled over their head, crawled out from the depths of the alley. The beggar sat down on the ground and began to beg. But the sharp gleam in their eyes under the shabby blanket was far from ordinary. If someone were to take a closer look, they wouldn't see a mere beggar. Before Ancred even stepped into the barracks, Rem's voice hit his ears like a whip. "Our squad leader is planning to ditch us. Everyone prepare yourselves. That madman. Is that true?" As soon as he entered, Big Eyes scurried over, his face full of concern. "No. How?" Ancred denied it outright and was about to explain. But the sharp, accusing gazes from the others made it clear that words alone wouldn't suffice. Ragnar, half opening his eyes, spoke in a calm tone. "If you're going, let me come along too." His tone was indifferent, almost natural. Yet Ragnar, being inherently lazy, wasn't the kind to follow orders readily, let alone suggest such a thing. Was there any squad that would willingly take in someone like Ragnar? "Squad transfers are a common thing," Jackson chimed in, casually checking his belongings as if ready to pack up and follow at a moment's notice. Jackson was slightly better, but still, not by much, Ancred thought. After all, there was a reason why they were in this troublemaker squad. Though Jackson adhered to his duty hours, he often skipped training or disappeared without notice, making him a frequent subject of search efforts. He's friendly, sure, but only to a select few. Jackson's selective warmth made it clear he wasn't someone who easily blended into a unit. Unsurprisingly, few commanders welcomed him. "You're all mad. Who's going to accept you lot? Even if they take the squad leader, you're poison to his career. Stay here. I'll follow him alone and clear the way for him." Rem puffed out his chest and stood in front of Ancred, his booming voice filled with bravado. "No, you're the biggest problem here," Ancred thought, stifling a laugh as he watched Rem's broad back. No commander, especially the captain of the heavy infantry, would accept Rem, a man infamous for assaulting his superior officer in the 1st Battalion. Many in the unit didn't just dislike Rem, they outright hated him. As for Ragnar and Jackson, they probably wouldn't be accepted either. But if someone were to rank liabilities, Rem topped the list. "You're definitely not right in the head," Ragnar remarked lazily, scratching his hair, which looked like it hadn't been washed in days. I've seen guys like you before. They never make it past 30. Does that mean he's about to die? Jackson quipped, picking up Ragnar's comment effortlessly. Strangely, the two were in perfect sync during moments like this. Was Rem really 30? Encred glanced sideways at him. The man, a rugged migrant from the western tribes, was clearly annoyed, his lips twitching with barely contained anger. Squad leader, how about we kill those two and leave together? Rem asked, deadpan. Where would they go? And why kill anyone? No, Encred said firmly. It was best to de-escalate things before a full-blown fight broke out. I'm not going anywhere. As he tried to calm the situation, Big Eyes nodded. Really? Despite his assurance, the others were slow to back down. Just as Encred was preparing to physically intervene, there was a knock at the door. The squad's religious member wasn't in, but it wouldn't have been him knocking on his own door. That meant it was a visitor. Encred signaled Big Eyes to open the door. Who is it? Crace asked. Turning toward the door, Encred saw Torres, a member of the Frontier Defense, standing beyond the flimsy wooden frame, his uniform adorned with the eagle insignia. We meet again, Torres greeted, raising a hand casually. Encred saluted with his left hand, pressing it to his waist. Can we talk for a moment? With me? Who else? Encred blinked a few times, pointing at himself, then nodded. As he turned to tell the others to stay put, he froze. Rem, Ragnar, and Jackson had silently risen and stood behind him. Their movements were so quiet and swift that even Encred hadn't sensed them. It's that grabby guy from before, Rem growled. Ragnar and Jackson simply stared, silent but watchful. Raising both hands in mock surrender, Torres said, I'm not here to fight. The air between the four men grew tense, heavy with the unspoken threat of violence. Torres was the first to break the silence. So this is the infamous troublemaker squad. No hesitation, no reasoning, just ready to pounce, huh? Annoyance flickered across his face, but Encred stepped between them, shielding his squad from Torres' gaze. Let's talk outside, Encred said, keen to avoid any unnecessary chaos. As they left the barracks, Rem let out a derisive snort behind them. Walking a few paces ahead, Torres frowned and muttered. They all seem pent up. If they're so worked up, send them to the red light district instead of spilling blood. Torres had seen something Encred hadn't. The moment the door opened, Rem had moved first, his steps heavy with menace as he positioned himself behind Encred. Next, the man who had been lounging on the bed stood, gliding silently into place. In that instant, Torres saw an impenetrable shield form before Encred. And the last one, the red-haired man, had moved so quickly that even Torres missed it. By the time he realized, he too was standing guard, his gaze drilling into Torres. The killing intent was palpable, slicing through the air like a blade. From mere foot soldiers? The troublemaker squad's reputation was well known, but their skill had caught Torres off guard. Had Encred not intervened, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Let me be direct, Torres said, steadying his breath. He delivered his mission with confidence. Join the Frontier Defense. The offer wasn't just any transfer. It was a chance to serve in the kingdom's elite forces, a step above the cumbersome heavy infantry. Well, what do you say? Torres' pride as a member of the Frontier Defense was evident in his tone. Encred studied him silently before asking, what does the Frontier Defense stand for? What could he achieve as a soldier there? Where would it lead him? Encred wanted to know. Chapter 54. The Turtle and the Frontier Slaughterer. 3. Direction is about having a goal, a purpose, or an objective. A hawk, flying over the green plains, passed overhead. The sound of the hawk's cry brushed between the two. It was a winter afternoon that wasn't too cold. Leaning against the wall of the camp, Encred responded to the suggestion with a question. Torres hesitated. He pondered for a moment before speaking. The soldier-ranking system may seem foolish, but at least it sets one clear standard. What is a special class soldier? His voice was quiet, deep and resonant, as if he could sing a low-toned chant. His usual thoughts solidified into an answer. Torres spoke with sincerity and conviction. It refers to someone who has reached the limit of human potential. They split their sleep and swing their swords until their hands bleed, right? As Torres spoke, he pulled Encrid's hand. Encrid willingly let his hand fall into Torres's. Turning Encrid's palm over, Torres said, "Look." The palm was hardened, with calluses so thick they had cracked, evidence of countless days spent swinging a sword. There are many who put in this kind of effort. But how many of them have talent to go with it? Very few. Torres shook his head slightly as he spoke. His words were true. Encrid knew well that he lacked the talent, which is why he had worked tirelessly for so long. Soldiers who have both effort and talent, who have reached the limit of human potential, come together in this group. That's the Frontier Defense Force. You want to improve your skills? Come join us. It'll fill the gap you're missing. He was asked about direction, but Torres said the group would fill the missing pieces. Encrid had found his answer there. Looking into Torres's eyes, filled with passion, desire, and belief, Encrid spoke. "I'm sorry. It was a rejection. It could have been an excellent opportunity. It was a perfect opportunity on the road to a dream that had been torn but never forgotten. Or rather, a dream he couldn't forget. But Encrid couldn't go. The Frontier Defense Force could be a step toward a higher place, but it couldn't lead to the world he was aiming for. Stopping at the limit is unacceptable. Reaching the limit wasn't enough. The Frontier Slaughterers, a group stationed in the border guard, was the most exceptional in terms of killing ability. But didn't one of its own members just say it out loud? The Frontier Defense Force was filled with those who had reached human limits. Encrid's dream was higher than that. Of course, thinking that someone who hadn't reached their limit could surpass it was nothing but arrogance. But he couldn't leave without first pushing forward, not stopping midway before even reaching the destination. Encrid shook his head. "You know the characteristics of our unit, right? They turned regular soldiers into excellent killing machines in no time." He knew. There was no point in pointless training. This group was one that trained soldiers to a level far beyond the ordinary. But the method was the problem. In truth, the question Encrid had been asking was a single one. Had anyone in the Frontier Defense Force become a knight? No. They learned the most convenient and efficient methods of killing. That's why they were called the Frontier Slaughterers. If one compared it to swordsmanship, their style was all about shortcuts and tricks, not fundamental techniques. You couldn't become a knight using only tricks and shortcuts. He knew that, and that was why he couldn't go down this path. "You're an idiot." But to others, this might seem like the case. Torres relaxed his eyes. "I hear that a lot." "Ha! I never thought I'd be turned down by a man. Can I ask why? Should he say it? Would it only invite mockery?" He had almost always been laughed at when mentioning his dream. Oh, wait. Krang was serious. There was no one else. Rem had just teased him for fun. The others hadn't reacted well either. Some instructors had even given him a look that clearly said crazy. I wanted to go to a higher place than the Frontier Defense. But Encrid said it honestly. He had nothing to hide or conceal. A higher place? I want a cloak. It didn't have to be a crimson cloak specifically, but it was an appropriate metaphor. The Order of Knights of Norillia was the only one of its kind. They were the king's guard, draped in red cloaks, and they symbolized Norillia's military might. They were also the only unit authorized to bear the king's insignia. On their cloaks was the emblem of the kingdom, 3 swords crossed, shining brightly. The crossed swords and the mythological creature, the round-headed sun lion with a flame-like mane, were Norillia's symbols. He was saying he wanted to be a knight. Torres understood this well, and that's why he was taken aback. That's a bit much. Torres evaluated Encrid's abilities. He was outstanding. At 30, he had become quite skilled for someone who had just discovered his talent. But that was about it. In fact, his skills were on the edge of being insufficient for the Frontier Defense Force. Unless he was talking about Encrid's squad members he had encountered earlier in the barracks. They won't make it. They were problematic for other reasons. They were all troublemakers. No matter how much trouble they caused, they still had to listen to orders to be soldiers. They weren't up to standard in that regard. If the blade I wield hurts me too, it's not a good weapon. It's something that needs to be discarded. Are you serious? Of course. He had been completely rejected. Torres nodded. He didn't want to crush the other's hopes with harsh words, but this one had to be said. You'll regret it, maybe. Encrid replied earnestly. Not all choices were the right ones, so he might regret it. Torres, the platoon leader of the Frontier Defense Force, turned away without a military salute. He looked like he was upset, but his shoulders seemed light. Encrid watched Torres walk away, then turned and walked toward the barracks. As he trudged along, Encrid recalled the conversation he had with Ragnar. Are you talking about the member of the Red Cloak Knight Order? Are you wondering how he moved like that? The shock he had received from seeing the members of the Red Cloak Order was not small. What was a knight? How could they move like that? If he didn't have questions about that, it would be a lie. After all, the member was only a squire. It's too early to know that now. Ragnar had said that, and Encrid quietly waited for the next words. As he expected, Ragnar continued. Knights don't only handle strength. Their bodies carry a very special power. That power isn't something we should discuss right now. It would only be a hindrance. Just point me in the right direction. I want to know if I'm heading down the wrong path. It might have been an unreasonable request, but as Encrid's abilities grew, he realized that none of his squad members were ordinary. Among them, he had learned swordsmanship from Ragnar, and in the process had noticed something. If he had to pick the person closest to a knight in the squad, it would be Ragnar. Fundamentals are simple and techniques. If you fight, you'll know. Do you think it's faster to develop your skills based on the mercenary swordsmanship, or to train your fundamentals? Why are shortcuts called shortcuts? Why are tricks called tricks? If all it takes is to fight well, Valen's mercenary swordsmanship was far better than learning basic techniques of a heavy sword style. To advance further, you must take the correct path. That's the right way. I think this answers your question. It was an overflowing answer. Through the basics, moving forward, overcoming countless walls in front of him, and walking the right path. That was what had to be done now. Encrid concluded this. Krung.e. As he entered the lodging, he was met by a beastly sound. The place was a mess. A bed pushed aside, a toppled table, and in the middle of it all, Big Eyes, with scratches on its face, was looking miserable. Ah, right on the face. Quick, panther meat is awful, but meat is meat. Behind Big Eyes, Ragnar and Rem added their comments. The beast was a black panther. A young panther with blue eyes, the same one that had fought alongside them before. He had suddenly disappeared, and they thought they'd never see it again. Apparently it had made its way here. The panther raised its fur and glared at Ragnar and Rem, but as soon as Encrid walked in, it turned and jumped into his arms. Rem scratched his head with his thumb, holding the axe in his hand, and asked, "If you'd been a little late, that axe might have cleaved the panther's neck." "Was that the squad leader's pet?" Was it?" Ragnar, a man who was always serious and heavy when talking about knights, returned to his usual lazy demeanor. He sheathed the sword he had been holding and collapsed onto the bed that had been pushed aside. Seeing this, Rem lowered his axe. Was it the squad leader's? Big Eyes, sneaking a glance at the panther, asked, Did it scratch you? I was just trying to pet its head. Big Eyes gauged the injury with his hand, and Ram, chuckling, replied, You tried to check if it was male or female and got that result. Kark! The clever panther seemed to understand and stuck its head out, baring its fangs. Seeing this, Big Eyes jumped back, startled, but stepped on a fallen water pouch and slipped. With a thud, he fell on his backside, and Rem burst into laughter. Are you all right? How's your face? Ancrid also chuckled and asked. He used to boast that his face was a blessing brought on the kingdom of Norilia. It's fine. I'll apply holy treatment or some ointment so it won't scar. Holy treatment for such a scratch? It's something only if Krona doesn't rot away. Well, yeah, Ancrid replied vaguely, then looked down at the panther and nestled in his arms. The one that had bared its fangs was now quietly lifting its head. It wasn't light nor small, but holding it now made it feel lighter and smaller than expected. Did you come to play? Ancrid asked. The panther seemed to understand. It blinked and let out a small purr, rubbing its head against Ancrid's chest. The silky fur felt quite pleasant. Seeing Ancrid petting the panther's head, Rem said, Are you raising it? Guess you won't be bored. Surprisingly, Rem was lenient with animals. Ragnar and Jackson had no interest. The religious squad member, Audun, had no interest either. Only Big Eyes was still very interested. It's a female, You think I just got scratched on the face and it ended there? Big Eyes crossed his arms and said proudly, Oh, really? How impressive. Ancrid answered and casually started cleaning up. Rem raised the fallen table, sat on it, and asked, Seems like everyone's looking for you now that you're a stronger soldier. What do you think? Frontier defense doesn't sound bad. Sometimes Ancrid wanted to peek inside that scheming man's mind. Though he was playful all day, he suddenly hit the mark with questions like this. I'm not going. Ancrid answered straight away. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary noise with this. Why? It was Jackson, and his words were brief. Sir. He belatedly added formal language. Just because. No need to elaborate. He tried to move past it, but Rem interrupted. Is that the real reason? Even though the soldier rank system is a stupid system, you're past the acceptable level now. You turned down being directly under the kingdom. Well, I guess that must be why. Ragnar, having inferred from previous conversations, joined in, but it only worsened the situation. What the hell? Is this bastard trying to act like he knows something? He seems to be acting like he knows. Why? Jackson asked again. This time, the respectful tone didn't follow. His gaze was impudent. Lord, please grant wisdom to these ignorant ones, Audun said, pouring oil onto the fire, and the atmosphere ignited. It was a situation that couldn't be ignored. Leaving it unchecked would lead to a pointless fight. Ancrid knew this from experience. Those who throw tantrums in the squad always find solutions through displays of force. Frontier defense's end goal is to train to reach human limits. That's what the unit is for. Is that a problem? It wasn't something to be upset about. When he had discussed the path to becoming a knight with Ragnar, Ragnar had added one last comment. If you're a born talent, a genius, you don't need to learn the basics and engrave them into your body. It'll just happen on its own. Being a knight was about being a genius. Among those who are born with martial talent, only a few are selected. From those, only those at another level of genius is chosen. Only those can a small part of them become knights. So, is it a dream that can't even be dreamed? Something that should never be wished for? Even if it gets torn, shredded, and vanishes without a trace. If you haven't discarded it, that dream still remains in your heart. That's why Ancrid dreamed. It's a problem. My goal is higher. Everyone stared at him blankly. Ancrid's lips parted. in a tone and voice as casual as when saying there would be lamb for breakfast tomorrow. "I will become a knight." It had been the subject of mockery before. In fact, Encrid's dream had always been a subject of ridicule. So this reaction felt odd. "You have to pass through a few walls. But well, if you want to, we can do it." Rem spoke first. Ragnar showed a fiery look in his eyes. Jackson simply asked, "Is that so?" Big eyes, mouth agape, couldn't close it. Odin clasped his hands and prayed. "Though dreams and hopes may seem in vain and unseen, may grace be granted to the ones that clings to them through effort." There was no need to be moved by the prayer. In truth, even if they mocked him, nothing would have changed. Encrid was that kind of person. What was more important than others' mockery and scorn was the dream he held. High-ranking soldier. A rank that was recognized properly within the soldier ranking system. In reality, this was just the beginning. Building up his skill and making his name known to become a knight. Kairung Gol. The panther cried out and poked Encrid's cheek. It felt almost like encouragement. "Smart one." Rem chuckled upon seeing this. Even though it didn't matter, Encrid's heart jolted. It was the first time he received encouragement instead of mockery. Lately, a lot of things are happening for the first time. No matter what anyone said, it was a joyful moment. Encrid spent the next 2 days as usual, training. On the third day, he went on a market patrol. Whoosh! Then he was stabbed in the belly with a dagger. It was a fatal wound. It felt like a hot metal skewer had pierced his abdomen and shredded his insides. Damn. Encrid chuckled with blood dripping from his mouth. It was an utterly unexpected strike. "Ah!" A scream from a passing woman echoed in the market. As Encrid, dying, heard the scream, he closed his eyes. Chapter 55. The end of persistence. It really wasn't a big deal. City patrol duty was a routine task, something that happened frequently. In fact, it was a rotational duty that could come up 3 or 4 times a month. And besides, where was this? Border Guard, a royal territory known for its impeccable security, where even minor trouble wasn't tolerated. It wasn't without reason that major trading companies considered it a prime location for their dealings. Although it was a border city in the far east of Norillia, bordering Aspen and located near battlefields, its security was unparalleled. This was thanks to the large number of stationed troops who worked tirelessly in shifts, day and night. Border Guard had a square at its center, marked by 4 inns surrounding a well. These inns formed a crossroads and a market square in the heart of the city. The city itself was built on a plateau. Leaving its outskirts, one could see gentle slopes descending below, with a river flowing beneath the northern incline. The Penhanil River. There's a change faster, Hurrier, see Oros. It provided water to most of the surrounding towns. Along the riverbanks were farmlands, scattered with occasional farmhouses. This past summer, the river had flooded, breaking one side of the embankment. Workers were now busy rebuilding the structure. Most incidents occurred between people. Although patrols occasionally dealt with farmland inspections or magical creatures, today's duty was market patrol. "I'm Jack, and this is Bo," one soldier said. Patrols were conducted in groups of 3, so 2 soldiers joined the team. Encrid, Jack, and Bo. This was the trio heading toward the market. That mist was sorcery. Damn it. I almost died because of those Aspen bastards. But I survived thanks to you. Much appreciated. Jack spat on the ground as he spoke. Holding a standard-issue infantry spear, he swaggered it as if his gratitude wasn't entirely sincere. Encrid nodded nonchalantly. "I almost died without spending my saved krona." Bo also expressed his gratitude. He seemed like a particularly cheerful soldier. Big Eyes had once mentioned that Bo was quite talented. This combination seems familiar somehow, but no particular memory surfaced. Since it wasn't significant, Encred didn't try to recall it. The three of them walked toward the market in good spirits. Encred wasn't much of a talker, but Jack and Bo were in the same squad. As they chatted, they occasionally praised Encred. "A high-rank soldier, huh? You must be really skilled. Damn, let's spar sometime. I'd love to see what a senior soldier is capable of." Jack tapped the ground with the butt of his spear as he spoke. "Sure." Encred didn't refuse sparring. He believed every duel, no matter the opponent, had something to teach. "You promised, damn it." Jack punctuated his words with a customary curse. "I heard you succeeded in a reconnaissance mission too." Squad leader Andrew couldn't stop singing your praises. Bo chimed in, lifting Encred up even more. "Just got lucky. Modest too," Bo said, giving him a thumbs up. No one disliked compliments, and Encred was no exception. The two chattered incessantly, laughing as they walked. Reaching the market's edge, they passed several single-story buildings before entering the market itself. On one side, someone was selling wildflowers they had picked, while on the other, tanned leather goods were for sale. From the opposite side of the market where Encred had entered, the faint clang of metal being struck echoed in the air. It came from a blacksmith's shop. Shop. Although located on the outskirts of the market, the sound of iron meeting iron faintly stimulated the ears. "No, if you sell it for that price, there's nothing left to profit." A merchant's voice rang out. "Freshly baked bread here." A boy standing by the roadside called out, inviting people to his stall. Rumble, rumble. Carts moved through the market center. It was chaotic, as markets usually were. The bustling scene was familiar. "Dried apples taste great," one merchant said. Encred's eyes met those of a vendor selling various dried fruits. "No thanks," Encred replied. The merchant quickly turned away. It was an ordinary day. Once the patrol was over, maybe he could convince Jackson to spar, or he could spend time with Jack instead. It might be fun. The weather had grown noticeably colder, stiffening his body. Walking felt better than staying still. "Should we walk a bit more?" Yes, Jack and Bo replied, sticking close on either side of him. Just as Encred wondered if they were huddling together because of the cold, a child in tattered rags stumbled and fell forward. Encred instinctively caught the child. I'll be on the horn too, and do, ice, and underarm, toe, down. A searing pain followed. He tried to twist his body immediately, but the cold had stiffened him, delaying his reaction. Had the dagger struck at a slight angle, it might have been bearable. Instead, it pierced his organs without hesitation. After stabbing his insides, the blade unerringly aimed for his heart, delivering another blow. An excruciating pain surged through his mind. As the dagger struck, a cry or groan was about to escape his lips when someone behind him covered his mouth with thick fabric. The market was busy. Even if someone staggered and fell, it was barely noticed. Jack and Bo hid Encred with their bodies. "Whoops, had a bit too much to drink so early, huh?" Jack joked. "Exactly," Bo agreed, matching his tone. "What the hell is going on?" Encred couldn't make sense of the series of events. The final punctuation was delivered by the child who had stabbed his abdomen and heart. A persistent lover never forgets. It wasn't a child. Beneath the rags were large ears and jewel-like eyes. The features were peculiar. One eye was green, shining like a gemstone, while the other was brown, dull by comparison. It was a heterochromatic gaze. The green eye was so clear that the brown eye seemed exceedingly murky, like dirty oil mixed into clean water. Their skin was mottled like a spotted cat, with deep wrinkles around the mouth and eyes. Although the facial features were quite attractive individually, together they gave off an unsettling impression. A mixed-blood fairy. Encred recognized the figure's identity But that changed nothing. Blood streamed onto the ground while his mouth remained gagged. His arms were pinned, and Jack and Bo offered no gaps to exploit. "Farewell," the mixed blood fairy said. Judging by the wrinkles on their face and the tone of their speech, they weren't young. Their small build resembled that of a boy around 12 or 13 years old. I really didn't expect this. An assassination attempt? And a persistent lover? Wasn't that the name of Aspen's independent unit? Rumored to be relentless, they had sent assassins after the war. They're utterly insane. The resources and effort required to send an assassin were substantial. Targeting a mere soldier for such a purpose was madness. From the perspective of the victim, it was infuriating. As Encrid tried to tilt his head backward, the person gagging him tightened their grip. "Let him go. He seems to have something to say," the fairy said. Perhaps it was an elven intuition, but the diminutive, aged, mixed-blood elf seemed to have read Encrid's intentions. The thick fabric strangling his neck loosened. "Did Aspen send you? Are you Jack and Bo spies?" Encrid swallowed the sharp pain crawling up his body and asked. "Something like that. Who's the behind me? Why do you care? You're dying anyway." "I'd hate to die ignorant. I'll be waiting for you in hell, Rotten." The last word was whispered behind him. Rotten. That bastard's name was familiar. Jack, Bo, Rotten. Weren't they all from the reconnaissance team? As death loomed closer, his mind spun wildly, dredging up old memories. The reason he'd been sent on that reconnaissance mission during the Green Pearl battlefield. Jack had claimed a broken arm, Bo a smashed nose, and Rotten had supposedly been bitten by a snake. All of them had faked their way out of the mission. Those bastards. A bitter laugh escaped him. Persistent, weren't they? The fairy spoke before slipping aside like a shadow. The figure darted nimbly toward the outskirts and disappeared into an alley. Jack and Bo, who had been holding him down, quietly let go and moved away. Rotten? Needless to say, he was already gone. Encrid used up all his strength exchanging just a few words. He didn't even have the energy to shout. Not that he would have, even if he could. Instead, he collapsed, trying to catch a glimpse behind him. Rotten, they'd said. But what if it was someone else? How did Rotten even look? He couldn't remember his face. As the thought struck him that it didn't matter, Encrid let his body go limp. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his insides felt like they'd been churned with kindling. Pain soaked his body, blood the ground beneath him. The chill wrapped around him even tighter. His body shivered violently. Bastards! If you're leaving, at least finish the job. Bleeding out like this was the worst. Better to die in one swift blow. Ah! Ugh! A passing waitress screamed at the sight of the blood pooling on the ground. That was the last thing he heard. Encrid closed his eyes and welcomed death. A flash. Morning greeted him as his eyes opened again. He shot upright, startling Rem, who was bundled in blankets nearby. Nightmare? No. Just wanted to start the day with some energy. It's disgustingly cold, Rem grumbled from the moment he woke. Though a large bonfire blazed in the camp's parade ground, and the night guards brought in heated stones for the soldiers, it wasn't enough to stave off the cold. If they had an abundance of krona, they might have bought furs or magical heaters. But such luxuries were out of reach for ordinary soldiers. Not that they needed a magical heater. Even a beast's hide, said to emit a subtle warmth, would have been enough. But even that was an expensive dream. To sum up, all of it was wishful thinking. Crace, aren't you cold? Freezing. Absolutely freezing. Rem asked Cray for no reason. Big Eyes was the only one here with an abundance of krona. How about a magical heater? Do you think we can use something nobles have? You're dreaming. Why don't you try becoming a noble tomorrow instead? Oh, Are you asking for a blow for my axe? Resorting to violence every time isn't a good habit. Squad leader! Squad leader! Big Eyes ended the conversation by calling out to Encrid. Don't bully him. Encrid's gaze shifted to Auden Pomrai, the burly soldier in their squad with a religious streak. For some reason he'd ended up in this squad of misfits. Today was exceptionally cold. Jackson was out on leave for some reason, while Rem, Big Eyes, and Ragnar showed no intention of getting out of bed. Even bundled in blankets, it was cold. Since you're up, squad leader, could you bring us some warm stones? The heated stones left by the bonfire overnight would help somewhat. Sure. Despite his answer, Encrid didn't move. Instead, Auden stepped out of his bed and approached Rem with long strides. Brother, stay in bed because it's cold will make your body stiff. Moving to generate heat is how you defeat the cold. Come on, follow me. Get lost before I warm my body with your blood after chopping you to pieces. That's not a good attitude, brother. Someone might find that offensive. Offended? Good. That's what I was going for. Do you wish to go to heaven, brother? Ever consistent, wasn't he? Normally, Encrid would have stopped him by now. But today he just stared at Auden and spoke. You mentioned a training method to preserve body. Teach me. Auden, who'd been staring at Rem intently, turned back to him. You mean the unarmed training method? Auden probably wasn't immune to the cold either. But he was undoubtedly better at enduring it than the rest of them. He'd once mentioned a training method to keep the body from freezing up in the cold. For some reason, Encrid recalled it now. It seemed useful. Jumping in place to stay warm wasn't practical. Learning a method to prevent his body from stiffening sounded like a good idea. It was impulsive yet logical. Encrid was always eager to learn. Yeah, that. Teaching it is easy. Do you have time? Now. You can grasp the basics in a day or two. It's not hard. Auden smiled, seeming pleased that Encrid wanted to learn. As Encrid prepared to start immediately, Rem mumbled from his bed. Squad leader, bring the stones first. I'm cold. Oh, right. Encrid fetched the stones first. They had 2 hours before the shift. Enough time for breakfast and some training. Encrid did just that. The unarmed training method was grueling, but effective. Afterward, he went on duty again. How did I end up on shift with those two? Clearly, someone had meddled. Ha! What an honor. Standing guard with the spellbreaker himself, Jack replied, and Encrid nodded. When they entered the marketplace, Encrid was already prepared. He noticed the fairy approaching before anyone else. Jack and Bo tried to grab his arms, but Encrid struck out with his fists on either side. Thunk, crack. Jack took a hit to the chin, while Bo dodged reflexively, sidestepping quickly. Bo was fast. He stepped back and reached for his waist, where a short sword hung. The fairy was still far away. That meant Bo had to be dealt with first. Encrid gripped the hilt of his longsword. Drawing it, he swung, sharpening his senses and boldness into a blade. At that moment, whoosh! He heard a strange sound. He tried to dodge, but whatever was flying at him was faster. Thud! Encrid's breath caught. He looked down to see the tip of a blade protruding from his chest near his heart. It was a throwing knife. No hilt, no decorations, just a double-edged blade. An exceptionally difficult weapon to master. A persistent lover never forgets his prey. The fairy, now close, whispered before stepping back. I was prepared, but he hadn't anticipated a thrown weapon. Even if he had, it would have been difficult to block such skilled precision. Encrid closed his eyes, thinking he'd need better preparations. And thus, his third day began. Chapter 56. A wall is a wall, think of it as stretching your muscles, brother, Auden said. Auden's bare-handed training method was all about isolating and stretching each muscle in the body. Ah, A groan involuntarily escaped Encrid's lips as the muscles at the back of his thighs felt like they were about to snap. To make matters worse, Audin climbed onto Encrid's bent back, adding more pressure. In a seated position, Encrid stretched his hands down to his toes and muttered, "Just die." "Is that a threat? I'm saying I'm going to die." His voice was barely above a whisper, as though the strain on his body would genuinely tear his muscles apart. Just as he felt he might pass out, Audin finally got off his back. "This is just the basics," Audin repeated multiple times. He bent one leg inward, pressed against his hip muscles, and used a nearby column to twist his body as he leaned halfway down. He twisted, stretched, and wrung his body. Yes, wrung was the perfect word. Like wringing out laundry, every movement squeezed his body. Afterward, sweat drenched him completely. Wasn't this some form of torture? If this was just the basics, would the advanced training involve dismantling a person entirely? Such thoughts briefly crossed his mind, but the results were undeniable. The exercises Audin taught were incredibly effective. Though painful during the process, his body felt significantly lighter afterward. Not just lighter, his entire body felt energized. His heart pounded, circulating warmth throughout him. Even the cold became bearable. Eat well, rest well, and move well. That's how you endure the cold, brother squad leader, Audin said with a smile. Encrid nodded. Physical training was just another part of his daily life, and enduring physical strain sharpened his mind. A clearer mind brought focus, leading him back to the thought of the assassin who had come to kill him in the repeated day. That technique! He hadn't even seen how the throwing knife was launched. Encrid considered himself skilled at throwing knives, but not even close. The assassin's skill was exceptional, but it was still manageable. Their first pattern involved approaching and stabbing. If that failed, they threw knives. For a wall, it's thin and low, he thought. The ferryman of the Black River often said that walls will keep appearing in Encrid's path. If it's this much, it seemed easy. That confidence was why he could take his time. Look at this. Difficult? This? Suddenly, Rem leapt off his bed and perfectly replicated one of Encrid's movements. With smooth, unhindered motions, his body extended effortlessly. His flexibility was remarkable. Learn some flexibility, will you? That bastard was insufferable as usual. This is hard for you. Really? Rem kept mocking him, but Encrid chose to ignore him entirely. Half-lidded, he observed Rem's antics when Ragnar, who had been silently watching, finally moved. Ragnar was also a natural when it came to using his body. Mastering swordsmanship beyond a certain level required a complete understanding of one's body, and Ragnar demonstrated that mastery perfectly. He deliberately performed the same movements Encrid struggled with, adding a touch of arrogance to his flawless execution. Have you developed a hobby of twisting your body? Jackson, who had just returned from outside, entered and commented. From his perspective, this was a den of madmen. Encrid, drenched in sweat, caught his breath. In front of him, a mad savage was bending over and touching their toes with a grinning face, while a slacker sat casually with their legs split open. Had they all lost their minds together? We're learning exercises to endure the cold, brother, Audin explained. Jackson showed no interest, sidestepping them to reach his spot. As it was time for Encrid's shift, he stood up and asked a question purely out of curiosity. The dagger the assassin used had an unusual design. Have you ever used a throw-in dagger shaped like this? What's that? Nope, never, brother. As he described the dagger without a handle, meant for throwing, Rem, Ragnar, and Audin voiced their ignorance. Naturally, Big Eyes said nothing, while Jackson frowned slightly. Where did you see that? The dagger? Jackson asked, still standing. He hadn't even taken off his coat yet. I didn't see it exactly, Encrid replied. He was about to see it again soon. Did it have a round groove near the hilt? Jackson inquired further, coat still in hand. Yeah. He didn't have to think hard. The image was vivid in his mind after being struck by the blade in the repeated day. A round groove at the end. It had been there. "Why do you ask?" Rem questioned as he crawled back into bed. "Just something I heard about," Jackson said, turning away. At that moment, a black panther with striking blue eyes emerged from Encred's bed. The creature had spent the night curled up beside him, finally waking. It was a creature that seemed to adore both beds and sleep. Still shivering from the cold, it stretched out its body from head to tail. Encred ran his hand along its back, from its head to the tip of its tail, when Jackson spoke up. "Avoid it if possible. That's called a whistle blade." A whistle blade? The name was unfamiliar. It's nicknamed for the sound it makes when thrown. Assassin's favorite. Hard to wield, but if you meet someone skilled with it, well, run. Jackson's tone, as always, was cold but considerate. The problem was the content. Run. It's just a dagger after all. The panther let out a pleased purring sound as Encred scratched it. When Big Eyes tried to pet it, the panther immediately bared its fangs in a vicious snarl. "Fine, fine. I get it," Big Eyes said, backing off. "Any closer, and the panther would have bitten him for sure." Initially, Encred had worried the panther might harm his squad, but those fears quickly dissipated. No matter how agile the panther was, it couldn't possibly handle someone like Rem or the others. Big Eyes just needed to be cautious, though the panther seemed unusually intelligent. After spending a few days with it, there were no issues. Encred gently stroked its head and said, "Don't hate him too much. I'll be back after my shift." Encred rose from his seat. "Continue your unarmed training exercises. They'll be helpful, brother." He didn't specify what they would help with, but it wasn't hard to figure out. What was Encred always immersed in? The sword. It was clear he meant it would benefit swordsmanship. "Not wrong," Rem nodded. Ragnar and Jackson also followed with subtle nods. When it came to Encred, their reactions were always earnest. It was a curious thing. They usually didn't care about much else. Encred stepped out of the barracks for his duties. He thought it would be the same routine as usual and relatively easy, but Jackson's words complicated his thoughts. Evade? Run away? With his current abilities? Even if he fought head-on? He should have asked more questions. No, he would find out soon enough by trying. The cost would be his life, and the day itself. But there would be gains as well. It wouldn't be a waste. Even after facing death countless times, Encred never let any day pass meaninglessly, even on days sacrificed out of necessity. In such situations, he always aimed to gain something, no matter how small. This repeated resolve had shaped an instinct within him. That instinct whispered now. That strange-looking half-blood fairy assassin would not be an easy opponent. Ah, high-ranked soldier, the spellbreaker. Jack always brought a lightheartedness to the atmosphere, making the mood more relaxed. If he hadn't known better, it might have worked. But knowing the intention behind it, it was clear. It was a calculated move. Excessive flattery to inflate egos and disarm vigilance. When I see it this way, he's rather meticulous. An assassin targeting an ordinary soldier like this? Was he a perfectionist? As thoughts of the half-blood fairy's face swirled in his mind, trying to gauge his personality, Encred arrived at the market. "Wow, it's disgustingly crowded," Jack quipped, as he approached from one side, closing the distance. "Yeah, it is," Encred replied, spotting a ragged figure moving toward them from the front. Suddenly, Encred spread his arms wide. Thud! Once again, Jack took the blow, while Bo dodged. Encred deftly twisted his body aside. His muscles were stiff from the cold, but Auden's exercises had helped. He wasn't as rigid as he was on his first day. Without even drawing his sword, Encred grabbed Bo by the collar. Bo reflexively threw a punch. With the boldness granted by the heart of the beast, Encred predicted its trajectory, by following it to the end, and tilted his head to dodge. Tick. Ah. The fist grazed his earlobe. Then it was Encred's turn. Strengthening his grip on Beau's collar, he twisted, choking off his breath. Urk! Beau groaned. Pop, pot. Encred inhaled sharply, spinning Beau to use him as a human shield. Despite his light frame, the weight of an armed adult man bore down on his arms. He lifted and twisted his waist, utilizing centrifugal force to swing Beau. As he pulled Beau halfway around, Encred's eyes caught the half-blood fairy throwing off his rags. The moment their gazes locked, the fairy seemed to smirk. Why in this situation? Encred had just secured a human shield after all. The fairy should have been alarmed. The target had anticipated and reacted to the assassin's setup. Yet, the half-blood fairy remained composed. Smirking, he merely waved his hand. The instant his dangling hand reached his chest, it happened. A flash of light. Lightning dot min. A dagger flew with speed invisible to the naked eye. The assassin's hand had barely touched his chest before the blade launched forward. Before Encred could even position Beau as a shield, the dagger struck near his heart. Fweet! The delayed sound of the whistle pierced his ears. A thud followed by intense pain conveyed what had just transpired. The assassin had thrown a dagger, and it had pierced his heart. So that's how it is. His instincts had been right. The enemy wasn't ordinary. Just the skill in throwing that dagger was enough to say so. But what if he prevented the enemy from throwing more daggers? Even with a dagger lodged in his body, the only thing bystanders perceived was two soldiers fighting. Let go of me, Beau shouted, kicking Encred in the stomach. The grip on his collar loosened. Encred had taken a hit to the abdomen and released Beau. A dagger lodged in his heart. It was strange he could still move. Blood welled up and spilled from his mouth. As he fell to one knee, barely holding himself upright, the half-blood fairy approached. You expected this, didn't you? Was their acting that bad? Even as screams erupted around them, the half-blood fairy paid no mind. To him, the world seemed to narrow down to just the two of them. Why? Encred asked, saving his last breath. Despite the chaos, the assassin heard him clearly. Why ask? Because I'm curious. It seemed like you knew and reacted accordingly. Encred nodded faintly, gathering his last strength. The acting was awful. Even a strayed dog would have laughed. The fairy nodded and flicked his hands sideways. Thunk. Two daggers flew at close range. Encred caught sight of their blades embedded in Jack and Beau's foreheads. Two grooves, whistling blades, whistle daggers, whistle daggers. Neither could finish their sentences as they collapsed back. The half-blood fairy stopped there, sparing any further action. Encred knew Rotten was nearby. But Rotten didn't rush in during such situations. He was probably hiding somewhere. The half-blood fairy didn't bother with Rotten, for now. Perhaps he'd chase him down once this was over. Either way, it didn't concern Encred anymore. The persistent lover never lets prey escape. At those words, Encred nodded. True? Aren't you surprised? Should I be? Well, most would be. Sorry, but this is my third time already. Instead of showing surprise, Encred grabbed the dagger stuck in his chest and pulled it out. Schlick. Pipe. As the blade left his heart, a wave of excruciating pain followed. Blood gushed out from the gaping wound. Encred's vision quickly blurred, and the assassin remarked, You're an interesting one. Is that so? I'll make things even more interesting. As he closed his eyes, Encred thought to himself. With darkness came the sight of the ferryman. Kiki. The ferryman cackled without saying much, seemingly amused. His features, his eyes, nose, and mouth were indiscernible, as was his form. But the sense he conveyed was unmistakable. The ferryman's laughter was brief. Darkness receded, and a new morning dawned. Good morning. Encrid shot up, grabbed Auden, and quickly learned some exercises before catching sight of Jackson returning. Without hesitation, he seized Jackson's sleeve and dragged him outside. The moment Jackson felt his sleeve grabbed, he almost pushed away, but stopped when he realized it was his squad leader. Hey, where are we going? Rem called from behind. I have some questions. Jackson, nicknamed the Merchant of Equivalent Exchange, surprisingly knew a lot. While Big Eyes was knowledgeable about general information, more critical insights often came through Jackson. The nickname stemmed from his knack for trading information, always giving and expecting something in return. You know whistle daggers, right? Jackson furrowed his brow. Where did you hear about those? Observing Jackson's reaction, Encrid concluded the whistle daggers weren't ordinary items. Tell me about them. Is this a trade? This wasn't Jackson the soldier now, but Jackson the Merchant of Equivalent Exchange. Yes. The cost didn't matter. This conversation would vanish when the day repeated. Chapter 57. Soundless blade. After seeing it, he wanted it. It was a sudden question, but Jackson wasn't the type to get flustered. As always, his expression remained stoic. For a brief moment, Jackson seemed ready to speak, but hesitated. He appeared to be mulling something over. Encrid stood quietly with his arms at his sides, waiting for Jackson to open his mouth. There was no point in rushing him. The hesitation didn't last long. Soon, Jackson exhaled, a puff of white breath dispersing into the cold air. Whistle dagger. It was once known as the Soundless blade, Jackson began, scratching his cheek as he spoke. Considering his initial hesitation, his explanation flowed smoothly. The Soundless blade, it's a weapon so fast that only the sound is left behind. It moves faster than the human eye can follow, making it difficult to deal with. Most victims die without even knowing what struck them. That's what the whistle dagger is. And if someone had to face it, was there a way to avoid an assassin? Probably not. It didn't seem like it. The assassin was meticulous in their preparations. They had exploited spies planted within Encrid's allies and executed their plans with precision. At least that's how it looked to Encrid for now. He was bound, hands and feet shackled, forced to move wherever his captors pulled him. It was time to figure out how to escape. If someone had to. Jackson tilted his head as if the question itself was strange. Yes, if they had to, Encrid repeated, emphasizing the point. Jackson stared intently into Encrid's eyes. Blue eyes met reddish-brown ones, their gazes clashing in midair. It felt like Jackson was silently asking, "Why would you even need to know this?" Encrid ignored the unspoken question. Jackson was someone who traded in necessary information, not someone who asked why of his clients. Eventually, Jackson's expression hardened, and he said, "This information won't come cheap. The more expensive, the better," Encrid replied earnestly. After all, today wasn't likely to be the last day of his life. If the morning came and this knowledge turned out to be something Encrid already knew, its value would plummet to nothing, at least to him. Jackson's face grew more serious, as if his mood had soured. Encrid ignored that too. Jackson's feelings weren't the priority right now. You need to watch their hand movements before you hear the sound. Everything hinges on how they move their hand, Jackson explained concisely. Don't be fooled by the sound. By the time you hear it, it's already too late. You have to keep your eyes on the enemy's movements. You can't lose sight of them for even a moment, especially if the opponent is a top-tier assassin. They'll know how to throw without being seen. The whistle dagger's defining characteristic was its paper-thin blade. The blade was sharpened to such an extent that it could pierce even steel breastplates under the right circumstances. In the hands of a skilled user, it could even penetrate thick armor. Some experts layered multiple thin blades to amplify its lethality, Jackson added. Jackson explained that there were two primary ways to throw a dagger. One method involved a wide swing to maximize power. The other focused on concealing the throw entirely. "You've seen me throw daggers before, right?" Encred asked. Throwing daggers was a skill he'd once trained in obsessively. "Yes, it was on the level of throwing rocks," Jackson replied bluntly, dismissing Encred's skill with a single remark. He might as well have said that throwing actual rocks would be more effective. Rocks might at least deal some damage, unlike Encred's daggers, which barely hit their mark. Harsh, Encred thought. Even though Encred was used to brushing off criticism, Jackson's words were sharp enough to cut through his indifference. It wasn't quite like taking a dagger to the heart, but it felt like one had lodged itself somewhere in his arm. "Then teach me properly how to throw them," Encred muttered, slightly annoyed. "Fine, let's do that." "I'll add it to the trade list," Jackson replied. "Don't want to?" Encred didn't dislike the idea. He was always hungry for knowledge, and this offer was like an oasis in the desert. Thirsty as ever, Encred nodded. "No, I want to. Start with how to hold it." With the patrol shift approaching, their lesson was brief, barely half an hour. In that short time, Encred found himself reassessing Jackson. "Without practice, this won't mean much," Jackson said, teaching him how to grip and throw blades of various weights, thin knives, hand axes, and heavier daggers. Each weapon required a different grip and throwing technique. Once again, Encred realized how much there was to learn. As he turned to resume his patrol, Jackson spoke. His voice was small but firm. "Don't create situations where you have to face them. That's the first step." After treating him with subtle irritation the entire time, Jackson ended with a note of concern. For a moment, Encred wondered what he had ever done for people like Jackson and Ragnar to make them act this way. Why are they so kind to me without reason? They weren't romantically involved, nor did he think of them as deep friends. Yet their behavior felt like they were looking after a child by the water's edge. No, that's not quite it. They never insisted on following him to the battlefield after all. It was a fleeting thought. "Sure," Encred muttered. In truth, he had no intention of avoiding such situations. Some battles couldn't be avoided no matter how much one wished to. "Was it you on patrol today? I heard you got promoted to high-ranked soldier. Hey, congrats." It was Jack, accompanied by Bo. "Let's go," Encred said. And so he plunged once more into the waves of today. The biting cold wind howled, but he was dressed in one more layer than yesterday, as if wrapped in cloth armor. The extra clothing, coupled with the exercises Odin had taught him, kept him warmer. The cold didn't feel as harsh anymore. "I won't sell it for that price." The same scene played out in the bustling market. Encred had grown accustomed to using the leather merchant's angry shout as a marker. Right about now, the rag-cloaked half-elf would make their appearance. At the same time, Jack and Bodo closed in on either side of him. Encred had no intention of letting the day slip by aimlessly. Of course, he had plans. With a quick motion, he tripped Jack's foot with his left. "Wha?" Jack stumbled forward. The moment Jack fell, Encred drew his sword from his right hip, a broad, sturdy blade known as a guard sword. Its thick, wide blade could double as a shield. "Chiing, Siobyo." "Crazy," Bo shouted in surprise from the side, and rightly so. The wide blade of Encred's drawn dagger cleanly severed Jack's neck. Grark. There wasn't even a proper death cry. Jack, his throat severed, collapsed face first onto the ground, clutching his neck as he writhed. Blood pooled on the floor. Those who saw Jack's collapsed body screamed. "Kia! You wa!" The crowd of merchants instinctively backed away. No one wanted to die by a stray blade. Meanwhile, Bo flinched. However, Encred didn't give Bo the chance to move. The wide blade in Encred's hand moved again. A strike aimed downward at Bo's collarbone. Clang! "You bastard!" Bo swiftly drew his dagger to block. The weapon had a thin blade, clearly designed for thrusting. If things had gone according to plan, Bo likely would have stabbed Encrid's side with it. Encrid pushed down on the dagger he blocked, forcing Bo to retreat backward. Without missing a beat, Encrid bought himself time and shifted his body, guarding his chest near his heart with the broad blade. All of this unfolded in just 2 breaths. Without preparation, such an encounter would have left anyone too flustered to react. Up to this point, everything had gone as planned. Encrid's gaze fixed on the assassin. The man threw back the rags covering his head. A bizarre, discomforting appearance came into view. His eyes glimmered with curiosity and excitement. Then, it began again. Forget sound, focus on movement. Encrid shut out the noise and focused every fiber of his being on his sight. He predicted his opponent's next move based on the visual information in front of him. It was a countermeasure Jackson had taught him. Thud. Encrid assumed his enemy would naturally aim for his heart. If not there, then his head. With his focus razor sharp, he could almost see the light reflecting off the assassin's blade as it moved. However, he couldn't see where the blade would ultimately land. Thus, he guarded his heart and turned his head aside. Instead, the assassin's whistling throwing knife embedded itself in his right forearm. A burning pain surged as his forearm muscle tore, rendering his fingers powerless. His nerves were damaged, making it impossible to recover without divine healing. A grievous wound. A hollow chuckle escaped his lips. It was a strike he hadn't anticipated. Protecting his heart, the assassin instead targeted his arm. The goal wasn't to pierce the shield, but to deal with the one holding it. A novel perspective. This isn't some amateur assassin. The realization etched itself further into his mind. Wish, prone. Writing down, waiting, dwell. The second whistling blade struck, embedding itself in his heart. Was this assassin harboring some deep grudge against frogs? It seemed he wouldn't rest until he lodged a dagger in a heart. Gah! Blood filled his cough. A crimson tide gushed out, spilling over. Down on both knees, propped up only by his left arm, Encrid saw a shadow loom over him. You're an amusing one. A persistent lover never lets his prey get away. Encrid, summoning every ounce of his strength, interrupted the assassin. Raising his head, he met the gaze of the half-blood fairy. The man's face was frozen in shock, his lips quivering as if unable to process the interruption. Finally, he blurted out a single, incredulous word. You? Surprised? Of course you'd be. You always acted like you predicted everything. Watching your expression crumble like this was satisfying. Encrid felt content. See you again. The assassin wouldn't remember, but Encrid would. From today he'd remember and meet him again. The assassin recoiled at Encrid's words. Was this a trap? The half-blood fairy looked around. Hiring a first-class assassin just to kill a mere soldier? It seemed excessive. If it were a trap, it would make sense. The idea that Encrid had some trick up his sleeve, planning to survive, came to mind. Of course, it was all a misconception. There was no trap. With a sickening thud, Encrid's head slumped. Another day ended. The ferryman appeared again, smirking mockingly as always. Does this bastard have nothing better to do? Encrid thought bitterly as he welcomed the same day once more. Ah, it's damn cold. From the early morning, Rem's grumbling echoed. Move around and warm yourself up. It'll help. Encrid stole the words right out of Odin's mouth and said them first. Then he stood and began loosening his body. A body warmed by light exercise always performed better than one left stiff. That was certain. In that sense, Odin's stretches were certainly useful. After finishing his warm-up, Odin approached him. Where did you learn that? From you, of course. but he couldn't admit that outright, from a traveling priest. Odin had once mentioned that the origins of these exercises lay in the temples. Specifically, it was a method used by monks who trained in unarmed and weapon combat as part of their discipline. You learned it well. Odin chimed in, joining the stretching session again. When it's cold, isn't it better to just wrap yourself in a blanket? Why don't you fetch us some heated stones? A squad leader should take care of his men's warmth, don't you think? Encrid playfully bantered back at Rem's grumbling. Before long, Jackson returned. Let's talk. Jackson abruptly took Encrid aside. Where are you going without me? Rem's whining echoed in the background. I want to learn how to use whistling blades. One thing Encrid had realized from living this repeating day was that it was better to simply state what he wanted outright, rather than trying to be cunning. Where did you hear about that? You pick up things when wandering around. I want to learn it. What's your price? Anything you want. I'll even sign a blank check. A famous merchant guild occasionally issued promissory notes, but none were as legendary as those issued by the Rengatis Merchant Guild. The head of the Rengatis Guild, after losing his only son to a monster extermination expedition, had issued a blank check to the Imperial Knights who saved his son. The story became a metaphor, symbolizing a willingness to give anything except one's life. Jackson furrowed his brows. That's not something to say lightly. I mean it. Encrid's response carried weight. He was serious. He craved the half-blood fairies' throwing knives. He wanted to learn their use. The desire burned within him. Jackson looked into Encrid's eyes and nodded. Within them, he saw flames of unrelenting desire, ready to destroy and consume anything in their path. Chapter 58. Once he possessed it, he could see clearly. There was a time when even the act of desiring something was forbidden in his life. Dreams were dreamed, and hopes were harbored, but knowing they could never be achieved, life was merely a struggle. Such was Encrid's life. But not anymore. Now he could reveal his desires and pursue them. In fact, doing so was an advantage in this moment. After warming up his body with some exercises, it was time for a short lesson from Jackson on how to throw a dagger. I want to learn more. You seemed like a complete novice, Jackson muttered after watching Encrid throw a dagger. Encrid replied nonchalantly, I saw someone do this on the battlefield and learned by observing. Jackson stared at him with a blank expression. Believe me, it's true. Is that so? Of course. Geniuses can do these things, can't they? During his life as a dullard, Encrid had witnessed countless so-called geniuses and talented individuals perform such feats. Now, he simply pretended to be one of them. This pretense of being a genius was something he could manage, as it was a part of repeating today over and over again. Revealing one's desires worked to his advantage because it meant maintaining such an attitude. What is a genius, after all? Geniuses are those who recognize what they need to seize and express their desires without hesitation. And above all, Encrid's desire to learn was genuine. In terms of the sheer will to learn, Encrid was unrivaled on the continent. Very well. As always, Jackson's decision was swift. After a brief moment of deliberation, he taught with sincerity. It was quite an enjoyable session. Encrid repeated the methods of gripping and throwing the dagger. In a short amount of time, sweat drenched him. You mentioned you have a shift, didn't you? It's fine. After all, this was just light exercise, not overexertion. And so today began anew. More precisely, it was the 7th iteration of today. Instead of walking between Jack and Bo, Encrid took the far left position. I need to walk on the far left. It's a superstition of mine. When Encrid insisted, what could they do? Jack and Bo had no objections. If you say so, that's unusual. Well, walk wherever you feel comfortable. Though the sweat had quickly cooled, the warmth inside his body remained. Despite being the 7th repetition of today, The air felt strangely different. The sun pierced through the cold wind and touched his skin. The chirping of winter birds brushed against his ears. The sensation of soil underfoot and the resonance of the earth with every step was pleasant. The air, the ground, the soil, the wind, everything wrapped around him, brushed against him, warmed him, lingered momentarily, and then flowed away. The sky was clear. Even in the biting chill of winter, the fourth season of the year, as it heralded the end of a cycle with its bone-piercing winds, that very wind brought more freshness than coldness. Though today was a repetition, Encred had always endured it with intensity. Yet today, for some reason, he felt a little more relaxed. Peace seemed to envelop him. Not that he had forgotten the intensity required, he simply felt comfortable. The path he walked this moment, everything was. Why do I feel so at ease? He didn't know, even though he was aware of his impending death. The agony, the moment when he would have to struggle against death, was drawing near. Dying never became familiar, no matter how many times it happened. Throwing is instantaneous. Before that, relax your entire body. Let it go limp and focus in a state of calm. It's not easy, Jackson had said. He was only half right. It was indeed difficult, but it wasn't impossible. It was challenging, but doable. Courage, the gift of the heart of the beast, was the reason for this capability. Courage allowed him to confront death and observe everything to the very end. And pinpoint focus allowed him to perceive the same situations in entirely new ways. The combination of courage and focus brought Encred to the brink of talent. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have attained such courage or focus, but in his current state, he had both threads to hold on to. I can do this. With just a few lessons and repetitions. A mere 3 or 4 practice sessions were enough to ingrain it into his body. Luck played a significant role. Under normal circumstances, even countless repetitions wouldn't have sufficed, yet he grasped it effortlessly. That fragile thread was a source of immense joy for Encred, an unprecedented sense of elation. "Are you all right?" Bo asked beside him. With his vacant expression and random grinning, he probably didn't look fine. At least he wasn't drooling. I'm fine. Sorry for the unsightly display." Encred wiped his mouth for no reason and kept walking. Jack and Bo exchanged glances as they watched his jaunty steps. With a gesture, Jack asked, "This guy's a bit crazy, isn't he?" "I think so too," Bo replied with a look. They communicated through subtle glances and gestures, an old habit from their time in the Thieves' Guild. "Nice weather," Encred commented. "It's freezing out here," Jack replied, pouting. Normally he would flatter his opponent to lull them into a false sense of security, but Encred was so disarmed that Jack felt instinctively rebellious. This guy was something else. "Of course it's cold. It's the last season of the year." Winter was harsh, but one mustn't be deceived by its severity and miss its charm. Relaxing the body wasn't as simple as just thinking it. Images of Jackson's demonstration floated through his mind, and overlaid upon them was the image of the half-blood elven assassin. To relax the body, the mind had to relax first. Mental burden, threats, and anxiety. Encred discarded all of it. In that relaxed state of mind, he repeatedly recalled the half-blood elf throwing a whistling dagger. In truth, it wasn't much different from today's repetitions. What did he learn from defeat? What had he learned in countless life-and-death scenarios? He had passed the stage where he had to gamble his life to gain something. He repeatedly asked himself countless questions. With a suitably relaxed body and mind, his gait felt strangely fluid. He walked, but the solemnity of patrolling duty was absent. Before he knew it, he was in the market. "Hey, squad leader, what's making you so happy?" Jack asked, stopping in his tracks. He wasn't genuinely curious. His subtle shifts in posture showed he was preparing something. Bo also adjusted his steps, both moving into positions to close in. They subtly angled their bodies to obscure the view and poised themselves to draw their weapons at any moment. Encred, keeping both of them in his peripheral vision, steadied his breathing once. And then he moved. With the tip of his foot, he tapped Jack's shin. Though he thought his body and mind were relaxed, his movements were more precise than ever. It was an uncanny, perfectly timed kick, leaving his opponent with no chance to react. Bud. Doddio. Ah! Jack doubled over, clutching his shin. Encred, with light, almost playful steps, pressed down on Jack's head with his left hand and brought his knee up. Smack! The sound of dough being slapped echoed. Jack's head snapped back up, his nose bridge broken and face covered in blood. You bastard, I'm not selling at that price. The move had been a beat faster than planned. It was an instinctive action, unrelated to the plan they had laid out for today. It wasn't intentional. His body had simply acted on its own. It doesn't matter, does it? Encred didn't care. It felt as though he had taken a drug that made his mind hazy while flooding his body with euphoria. Even if he had consumed actual drugs, it wouldn't have mattered. His body felt that light. What the? Bo's startled reaction was clear. Encred's hand was already reaching for Bo's nape, catching him off guard. Shh. Ah. Bo pulled his neck back, just as Encred had expected. Whenever he moved to exploit the element of surprise, Bo always reacted in one predictable way. Having seen that pattern more than 5 times now, Encred was thoroughly familiar with it. Instead of his extended left hand, he planted his left foot firmly and twisted his body in the opposite direction. Using his left foot as the pivot, he spun, not to face Bo directly, but to turn sideways while extending his right hand. In an instant, his arm's reach extended, and his right hand connected with Bo's retreating face. The touch was not the end of it. Boom! The impact of the punch echoed like a drum tearing apart. Encred's fist, charged with strength, speed, and focus, shattered Bo's face. Yeah! Clutching his face, Bo stumbled back several steps. Encred calmly turned his body back around. Perhaps he had started a bit too early, but that didn't matter. Even on a day that repeats itself, events do not always unfold the same way. Anything could change. Encred understood that better than anyone. His gaze shifted to the half-blood elf. Though still wrapped in rags, the elf's hand moved. From below to above, a beam of light streaked forth, following the motion of the elf's right hand. Encred had no defensive measures prepared for it. Yet, it doesn't matter, does it? Time seemed to slow. For Encred, this was the second time he experienced such a phenomenon. This was the moment when concentration broke through its limits, a crack in time often encountered by those at the pinnacle of genius. The same sensation had shone through during his final battle against the mustached soldier in Aspen's last war. It was happening again now. Of course, Encred wasn't fully aware of it. His mind remained half entranced. That half-dazed state, burning concentration, blade-sharp senses, and the audacity of a beast. Together, they allowed him to see the beam of light and predict its destination. Can I dodge it? No, there wasn't enough time. The fleeting crack in time closed as Encred's brain spun at high speed and reached an answer. Whack! Screech! He blocked with his arm. The blade of light pierced his left arm, shielding his heart. The whistling dagger emitted a shrill noise as it buried into his forearm, followed by a surge of pain. The heavy impact and searing ache from the blade radiated through his arm. The pain felt distant, almost numbing. The chaos around him faded to a faint murmur. Seeing the attack made him want to have it. Having it made him see. Encred's eyes could now trace the dagger's trajectory, allowing him to block it. He raised his head to face the enemy. The half-blood elf had discarded his rags and was relentlessly moving both hands. He was like a living, rapid-fire crossbow, or fiercer still. Encred had failed to dodge the first attack, but now he could evade. He tracked the movement of the elf's hands and predicted the trajectory of the incoming light beams. Whoosh! 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 Two were evaded perfectly, and one grazed his cheek. The whistling daggers produced a peculiar harmony as they sliced through the air. Encred pulled the dagger from his forearm. Though blood poured from his wound, it wasn't debilitating. The area struck wasn't the one his opponent had aimed for, but one Encred had deliberately chosen to block with. Thanks to that, he had a gash on his arm, but it didn't hinder his movements. The leather armor on his forearm had also served its purpose. You bastard! The half-blood elf, now visibly enraged, closed the distance. Even as he advanced, he continued unleashing beams of light from his concealed stash. Dodging everyone was impossible. Or perhaps he could have held out longer, if today had been like any other. But today was different. Before Encred realized it, Rotten had crept up behind him. Rotten shoved Encred. Duh. And that was the end of it. 3 daggers sang through the air, striking Encred. One in the heart, another in the side, and the last in the neck. Agonizing pain surged through him. Encred's body slowly crumbled. Forcing himself to kneel on one knee, he felt a searing warmth rise from deep within his throat. Unable to hold it back, he opened his mouth, spilling bloody foam. Ah! Only then did the surrounding screams pierce his ears. His hazy mind returned to clarity, and the pain hit him in full force. The half-blood elf assassin approached the fallen Encred. His expression was anything but pleasant. You. He uttered a single word, then fell silent. A persistent lover never spares its prey. But he didn't continue speaking. No, he couldn't. The assassin's gaze fell on Encred's face. This bastard. His eyes bulged with fury, like a toad filled with venom. Encred was laughing. Even as he spat bloody foam, he laughed. The elf mistook the laugh for mockery, but Encred harbored no such intent. As he neared death, he thought, only 7 times. Today had only repeated 7 times. Yet it wasn't just a breakthrough he had glimpsed, it was a path far beyond that. Only 7 times. No, it wasn't just only. Because he had known neither despair nor resignation, focusing solely on tomorrow, this was possible. An unremarkable talent created a tireless human. That endless effort allowed him to grasp the fringes of genius. It wasn't a miracle. Miracles didn't exist. This was a reward for persisting through countless repeated days without succumbing to despair or defeat. One day, in the repeated today, Encred believed he would bring it to an end. This crazy bastard. Thwack! The elf thrust a long blade into Encred's throat once more. And that was the end. The moment of death. As darkness consumed the world, Encred saw the boatman riding the river. Hee! The boatman laughed at him again. Encred couldn't wait to see the boatman next time. What kind of expression would that mocking laugh take then? Good morning. Morning came, and Encred woke once more. Rising with ease, he felt renewed. He hadn't mastered it perfectly, but he had learned how to throw whistling daggers. Not flawlessly, but he had also learned the basics of a monk's calisthenics from Audin. Freezing cold out here. What's so good about it? I had a great dream. A truly, utterly wonderful dream. It had been a hazy day, one where he wandered in a trance. That day, that today, Encred had caught a glimpse of a life with talent, and he was deeply satisfied. At the same time, he saw the path forward, the way to surpass the wall, blocking his path. Chapter 59. Dagger throwing technique. Encred took a quarrel to his side. It happened after he had dodged all the whistling daggers and kicked Rotten, who had attacked him from behind. In that brief moment of vulnerability, the bolt came flying. Dodging it was impossible. They were thorough in their preparation. Pulling the bolt out would likely worsen the injury. When he looked up, he saw the grotesque face of a mixed-blood fairy looming before him. Were all mixed bloods this hideous? He had no idea. This was the first time he'd encountered such a being in his life. He knew most of them weren't treated well. "You're unusually perceptive, aren't you?" The fairy spoke from above, clearly enjoying the moment. "I get that a lot." Encred responded while steadying his breath. He calculated the fairy's position and distance in his mind, preparing for one last desperate move. Ping! In a flash, Encred drew a broad-bladed dagger and thrust it upward. The blade, known as a guard sword, grazed the fairy's cheek with a sharp zing. The fairy tilted its head sideways, dodging, and then kicked Encred in the abdomen. Thud! Instead of a scream, a groan escaped him. The arrowhead lodged in his guts, twisted painfully. The agony was unbearable, worse than anything he'd experienced while moving. His vision blurred white from the pain. Going somewhere? The fairy was efficient and sharp, giving Encred little time to suffer. When the blade slit his throat, Encred closed his eyes. On the next repetition of the day, Rotten, Jack, and Beau attacked alongside the fairy. Though Encred was overwhelmed, he managed to kill Jack and Beau and sever the fairy's arm. The final blow, however, was once again to his heart, this time from a concealed stiletto at the fairy's waist. After 9 grueling repetitions of this day, the 10th dawn finally broke. After completing his exercises with Odin, Encred met Jackson, continuing his relentless preparation. Each day was crucial. Nothing could be wasted, so Encred gave his all once again. Mind-checking my stance. Indifferent to any notion of equivalent exchange, Encred demonstrated his dagger-throwing technique to provoke insight from Jackson. The skill he now wielded was far beyond what he had when he first learned it. It was a technique he'd refined by clinging to the edges of his talent. His movements now had precision and power unmatched by his earlier attempts. Encred activated a single point of focus, relaxing his body before unleashing his full strength in a single, explosive motion. His hand sliced through the air, and the dagger shot forward with a whiz. It wasn't fast enough to be called a flash of light, but it was several times quicker than before. Your arm and hand act as the launcher, utilizing your body's elasticity. I understand that well. Do you notice anything lacking in my stance? Encred was stunned when he saw Jackson gape, his jaw dropping wide open for the first time. This was the usually stoic, composed squadmate, one who rarely showed any emotion. Yet here he was, visibly shaken. The moment passed quickly, and Jackson's face returned to its calm, neutral state. "Jackson, where did you learn that?" "I saw someone with a phenomenal dagger-throwing technique, and you learn just by watching, more or less." Jackson echoed Encred's words like a parrot. It was understandable. This wasn't a skill that could be mastered through simple practice. This was beyond basic training. Without innate talent, learning such a technique was nonsensical. Jackson understood this and was shocked. The squad leader's recent improvement in skill had been noticeable, but this was on another level entirely. Jackson, after observing Encred for a moment, offered his advice. "That's good enough. There's no need to delve deeper into this technique. However, since your dagger has some weight, it's better to focus on imparting a sense of heaviness rather than light." Jackson chose his words carefully and shared them without reservation. Encred nodded. "It's called the explosive blade technique." Jackson introduced the name abruptly. Though not inclined toward sharing knowledge freely, Jackson wasn't stingy about teaching useful skills. Encred adjusted his posture. He had long ingrained in himself the discipline to listen, even learning from Krang how to express attentiveness fully. Listening itself was an art he had mastered. Seeing this, Jackson felt an unusual sense of joy. Who else would treat dagger throwing with such seriousness? Had Incrid not shown such dedication, Jackson might have disregarded him as squad leader altogether. Years ago, a legendary assassin named Geoga developed the basic framework for this technique. There's speculation that he was inspired by Leonisis Oniak's 5 sword styles, but the details are unclear. The technique had history. Incrid's focus deepened as he absorbed every word. Jackson explained further, offering insights into its origins and potential. The explosive blade technique wasn't limited to throwing daggers. It encompassed all types of projectile weaponry. Unprompted, Jackson even mentioned the infamous whistle dagger. There's a throwing dagger called the whistle dagger. If you ever encounter one, avoid it at all costs. They're incredibly difficult to counter. The reason Geoger's explosive blade technique is named like that is directly tied to the whistle daggers. He elaborated further. The whistle daggers were constructed with layered blades. Geoger's ultimate goal had been to craft a dagger so thin it required only a single layer. Such a blade wouldn't whistle in flight. It would be completely silent. How many layers was that? Incrid instinctively recalled the whistle daggers thrown by the mixed blood fairy. When one embedded itself in his arm, he'd seen it clearly, 3 layers. Hey, isn't today your shift? Bo appeared outside the barracks, calling for Incrid. Incrid had been so engrossed that he didn't notice his shift was about to start. Ah, I forgot. Let's go. This is the shift we're on today, right? Yes, it's market patrol, replied Bo. I know. You're part of the scouting unit, Incrid replied casually before turning to Jackson. I've learned a lot, he said. Have you? Jackson didn't think of himself as overly talkative, but he had to admit that he always seemed to talk more than usual in front of the squad leader. Even if he only said what was necessary, it was still a lot. Did I go too far with the whistling blade? Why did I bring that up? Looking back, it made sense. It was relevant. It was because of the stance Incrid had demonstrated. The throwing technique looks the same. Although Geogra's blade technique wasn't strictly a throwing art, there were basic forms to it. But the stance Incrid had shown earlier was a textbook example of the whistling blade, as if someone had guided him. Jackson wouldn't have known it. But the person who had taught Incrid that stance was none other than himself. Let's head this way. Incrid unilaterally changed their patrol route. Wait. The orders were to patrol the market. We'll get reprimanded for this, protested Jack. I'll take responsibility, Incrid said firmly. He was the squad leader, a recently promoted senior soldier, and a talent coveted by both the 1st Company and the Border Defense Corps. At 30, he was a late bloomer who had just started garnering attention. The 2 soldiers from the scouting unit had no choice but to follow his lead. I said I'll take responsibility. We can take it easy for once. Let's go. Incrid strode ahead, expecting them to follow. Leaving the patrol route is a disciplinary offense, Bo murmured, glancing at Jack. Jack gestured rapidly. What do we do? I don't know. Bo shook his head. Even without looking, Incrid could sense their whispered conversation. But no amount of discussion would change things. Some situations couldn't be helped. If the superior officer said to jump, you jumped. And right now, he was the superior. The assassin had prepared the place, time, and people. But did he need to follow their script? I'll change the location. There was no reason to step into the assassin's carefully prepared stage. This was the answer Incrid reached after some deliberation. He moved as he pleased, wandering near the city gates rather than the bustling urban areas. Jack and Bo were clearly uneasy. They tried persuading him to head toward the market, but Incrid remained resolute. After about 30 minutes of wandering, Incrid suddenly stopped. Huh? Why are we stopping? The pair, who had walked 2 steps past him, turned back, puzzled. By now they had given up on entering the market and had secretly left coded signals in various places along the way. It was time. Incrid quietly observed them before asking, Why did you do it? Jack and Bo exchanged bewildered glances. What's he talking about? Beats me. Huh? Bo asked, puzzled. I said, why did you do it? What are you even saying? Speak clearly. Jack snapped irritably. I've thought about it several times, but can't figure it out. What's the point of espionage at your level? Is it for krona? Money? At his sudden question, Jack and Bo instinctively recoiled. Then, after an awkward exchange of glances, Bo scratched his head and spoke. What are you talking about? Yeah, are you seriously accusing us of being spies? Jack growled. When you retreat and place your hand on your sword hilt, doesn't that strike you as a feeble excuse? At Encred's words, the two exchanged another glance. And then, shing! Both drew their weapons. Bo wielded a thin stiletto-like dagger, while Jack held a thicker short sword. Encred didn't move. Guess he's sharper than we thought, Jack muttered. Looks like you'll have to die here, Bo added. The plan had gone awry, but their objective was clear. After a brief nod, the two lunged forward. Encred unsheathed his longsword with a smooth motion. Shing! The blade gleamed in the sunlight as he took a wide step forward, drawing a semicircle with his sword. The sweeping strike forced Jack and Bo to back off instinctively. But Encred didn't stop there. As the momentum of his swing created an opening, Bo seized the chance and charged in. He was a soldier known for his agility, and he propelled himself forward, closing the gap in an instant. Encred seemed vulnerable, shifting his weight to his right as he gripped the longsword with both hands. Just as Bo's short sword reached striking distance, thunk! A blade suddenly emerged from Encred's left armpit, piercing Bo's throat. It was a mercenary-style technique called shadow thrust, involving a feint to draw the opponent close before striking with a concealed blade. Bo, overly reliant on his reflexes, had closed the distance too eagerly, playing right into Encred's hands. With a gurgling sound, Bo collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. Damn it, that's brutal, Jack muttered, pale-faced. He neither had the will to fight nor the courage to flee. So, why did you do it? Why do you care, you bastard? Jack spat, defiant to the end. Encred didn't see a need for mercy. Their fight ended quickly. A deceptive feint with the longsword turned into a horizontal slash, carving a deep wound into Jack's side. Ah, damn it, Jack cursed before collapsing. Encred stood still, catching his breath with his sword planted in the ground. Not long after, reinforcements arrived. A bolt flew toward him with a sharp whiz. Encred tilted his head to dodge, spotting a hesitant Rotten and a cloaked assassin. Leaving his sword embedded in the ground, he asked, "Are you all coming at once?" A one-on-one fight seemed out of the question. Another bolt was aimed his way. Encred exhaled sharply, relaxing his entire body. His arms dangled like pendulums before his right hand snapped upward, flinging a dagger. Whiz! The thrown blade struck Rotten square in the forehead. The half-fairy assassin beside him flinched momentarily. Interesting, Encred muttered, echoing the assassin's thoughts. Chapter 60, just 10 times its fun? That's what I should be saying. You're really amusing. The half-blood fairy draped in rags licked its lips with a flick of its tongue, arms drooping limply. From beneath the rags, pale white hands peeked out. It was evident at a glance. This was a preparatory stance. The moment those hands moved, a chilling whistling sound would resonate. Don't look at the projectile, it'll be too late. Watch the hands instead. Jackson's method for countering the whistling throwing knives was also the key to handling anyone skilled with throwing weapons. Catching a flying arrow with your eyes alone is almost impossible. Unless you're truly a knight, it's extremely difficult. However, even if you're not a knight, there's a way to avoid incoming arrows. It's called the selection eye technique. Even if the hands are cleverly hidden, it's impossible to completely obscure the movements of the arms. Focus on the enemy in front of you. Watch their hands and arms closely. Then take in their entire body and dodge accordingly. That was the essence of the technique. Jackson's calm and precise explanations were easy to absorb. When Rem taught something, he relied on action first. He was the type to lead with physical demonstration rather than words. Jackson was the opposite. He delivered meticulous explanations first, ensuring intellectual comprehension before moving on to physical practice. Ragnar, on the other hand, was haphazard until something piqued his interest. Once engaged, he combined demonstrations and explanations seamlessly, adapting to the flow. Odin was similar to Rem, but his tone carried an almost godly optimism. Perhaps the most frustrating approach of all. "You can do it, brother. It's fine, brother. That's not nearly enough to reach the arms of the divine. Does it hurt? Good. You're making progress." Learning gymnastics from him had been anything but easy, but it had paid off handsomely. Now, beneath the shadows of the city wall, where the air was much colder than in the sunlight, Encrid felt comfortably warm. His body showed no signs of stiffening, thanks to the gymnastics he'd learned from Odin. Even as his thoughts wandered, Encrid's eyes never left the half-blood fairy. The way to avoid whistling throwing knives was to focus on the fingertips. Hands might move faster than eyes, but it was impossible to hide the motion of an arm in full swing. You track its trajectory, feel it, and see it. If you see it, you can dodge it. He'd done it countless times already. The key now was to keep watching. Something Encrid was doing diligently. His own hands were also hanging loose by his sides. The half-blood fairy mirrored his stance. Though not quite at the level of whistling throwing knives, their throwing techniques were formidable. "How do I land a single blow?" The half-blood fairy was exhilarated. At first, this had been a dull, routine job, an assignment to kill a mere soldier. Hardly the kind of task to spark interest. The assassin harbored two peculiarities. The first was exploiting an enemy's carelessness to strike their heart. The second was killing elite warriors head-on. Both were passions of his. Initially, this job seemed likely to require the first. But now, this is going to be fun. His focus had shifted to the latter. The half-blood fairy kept licking his lips, a habit he had when concentrating deeply. His eyes scanned Encrid for an opening, but none appeared easily. He felt it clearly in his mind. No matter how he threw his knives, the opponent would dodge them. But that was fine. "You're expecting me to throw the knives, aren't you?" The opponent had somehow seen through his plan, countering it with the simplest of measures, changing the location. Things had gone awry. 3 people were already dead, and while the commotion had drawn no one yet, the original assassination site, a bustling marketplace, was now useless. Bustling places, slow perception. 2 disposable accomplices, Jack and Bo, were meant to create a distraction with their trivial antics. There was also a crossbowman hidden, a man named Rotten following in secret. All those preparations unraveled with a mere change of location. Now there were no buildings to hide behind. Before the mission even started, 2 fools were dead, and the crossbowman had been eliminated by an unexpected knife throw. Did he plan all this? Once again, the fairy licked his lips. His concentration had peaked, leaving his lips perpetually dry. He retraced the target's actions up to this point, trying to discern his intentions. Yes, he planned it all. He had calculated everything. The how didn't matter, the outcome did. Jack and Bo were dealt with, and the crossbowman had been swiftly dispatched. Impressive. The opponent's calculations, methods, and precision were flawless. He's in the same line of work as me, or so the fairy thought. But it was a mistake. The opponent had simply read and dismantled his assassination tactics head-on. Even with leaked information, this level of response was indicative of someone with extensive experience in such matters. So what can I use now? He still had options. There were 3 poisons hidden in his clothing. On his back was his specialized weapon, a long needle the length of a forearm. Called the needle, it was one of the weapons favored by fairies alongside knives. Draw and thrust. That was all it took. Only one target had ever survived this method, a frog, to be exact. A damn frog. Why are you so disgustingly ugly? That insane frog had casually insulted his appearance. The half-blood fairy had a deep-seated inferiority complex about his looks. Fairies were meant to be beautiful, but as a half-blood, he had been denied that blessing. Since that day, every job he completed ended with him piercing his target's heart, an act now ingrained as habit. He licked his lips again as he thought of the frog. Killing his opponent by splitting their heart seemed easy enough. Close the distance, then pierce him with the needle in one strike. While the opponent might have skill with a sword, that only applied in direct combat. The fairy trusted in his secret techniques. Now, how would he close the distance? Encrid's senses screamed alarms of danger, as if they were going mad. How many do you have? Encrid addressed the half-fairy, keeping him engaged in conversation, then raised his voice toward the front. The fairy shrugged, as if to answer what was likely a question about the number of daggers in his possession. I only have 2, the fairy lied, having already wetted his lips multiple times in preparation. I've got 1, Encrid responded honestly, despite knowing everything. Seems like I have the upper hand, doesn't it? That's just what you think. The daggers Encrid carried were a secret weapon he'd coerced out of Krez since morning. He'd asked for something thin and light, and Krez had delivered. The result was a soldier who had been forced to give up a carving knife and Encrid gaining a throwing knife, though its blade had been sharpened so excessively it was now as short as a finger. You're quite amusing, aren't you? Muttered the elf. Muttered the elf. Encrid agreed silently. The tension coursing through his body burned like fire. A single misstep, even a blink, could allow death to tighten its grip on his throat. Yet it exhilarated him, the anticipation of measuring his skills against an opponent, pitting his own moves against theirs, feeling the thrill of competition. He felt his heart fill with a fierce desire to win, a sensation he hadn't easily experienced before. In the past, had there ever been a moment to even think about winning? He'd been too preoccupied with simply surviving, clawing his way out of death's grasp. But now, today, repeated over and over, an endless cycle of walking the line between life and death had changed more than just his swordsmanship. Once, he had been unable to entertain thoughts of victory against a skilled opponent. But now, I can win. Not only did he want to win, but he believed he could. It was a shift in mindset, a newfound confidence. The fairy selected the most rational, efficient, and effective option available. This is inside the city. Won't patrols come by this way soon? He was right. Time was on Encrid's side. Once the patrols arrived, it would be over. Facing him would not only expose his disguise, but also make survival near impossible. His back was damp with sweat, evidence of his tension. When did he get this strong? His movements slowed as he kept his gaze locked on Encrid, his steps cautious. Move carefully. That bastard can't throw daggers. Whistle. 4 daggers sliced through the air, the high-pitched sound ringing loud. Even as Encrid hurled his blade, his eyes never left the fairy. Not once did he blink. Because of that, he could track the trajectory of the incoming blades. He instantly dropped into a low position, feet apart, body almost prone as his hands touched the ground. The whistling blades sliced through the space where his head and chest had been moments ago. This sequence unfolded in the span of a half-breath. During the remaining half-breath, the fairy acted again. After the first wave of 4 blades, he sent another 2. Targeting Encrid's head and thighs. Instinctively, Encrid rolled to the side. Thud! The daggers embedded themselves into the ground. Rolling onto his feet, Encrid immediately scanned for his opponent. Missing the fairy's movements now would spell the end. His eyes darted, but his gaze failed to find him. The elf was nowhere to be seen. His instincts, preoccupied with finding a position for a counterattack, had overlooked the fairy's approach. In that moment, the fairy was already closing the distance, low to the ground. His ears twitched, alerting him to the sound of footsteps striking the earth. Encrid's eyes finally caught sight of the fairy, just a few steps away. Using the fluttering cloth to distract and closing the gap, the fairy executed his plan. His opponent likely hadn't anticipated such an approach. His assumptions proved correct. Encrid's face showed pure surprise. Yet, even then, Encrid moved. "Ping! Bastard!" the fairy cursed internally, conveniently ignoring his own earlier lie. The fairy focused entirely on closing the distance. 2 steps away. He reached for his weapon as Encrid desperately drew his longsword. But before he could ready it, the fairy's short, needle-like blade plunged toward Encrid's heart. Clang! Crack! What? Blocked? The fairy was shocked. This strike shouldn't have been stopped. It was his trump card, a fatal blow. But it was blocked because Encrid had seen this exact move in his 9th death. Instead of drawing his longsword, Encrid had deflected the needle-like blade with the guard sword he had drawn earlier, turning the strike away. Though not a perfect execution of the defensive technique, it was effective enough. The broken blade fragments scattered as Encrid abandoned the guard sword and fully unsheathed his longsword. In one seamless motion, he raised it high and brought it down with force. The fairy barely managed to raise his weapon to block. Clang! The longsword shattered the needle-like blade, completing its arc and splitting the elf's face in 2. The grotesque visage of the elf was no longer recognizable, cleaved apart in one decisive strike. "Ha!" Encrid exhaled, releasing the breath he'd been holding. After retrieving his sword, he reflected. 10, just 10 times. That's all it took to end today's cycle. The shortest iteration of this endless day he had experienced so far. Chapter 61. Fairy's jest. Encrid gathered the corpses in one place, waiting for the patrol soldiers to arrive. "This is work, too," he muttered, tidying up the mixed-blood fairy's body. As he reached out to move the assassin's corpse, his fingers brushed against something unusual near the chest area. Tracing the sensation with his fingers, he discovered an object extending toward the side. Opening the assassin's coat, Encrid found a sheath strapped to the body containing 4 whistle daggers. They were no ordinary weapons. Almost forgot, he thought. These were excellent weapons, and since he'd recently learned how to throw them, they would be useful. He had first-hand experience of their deadly effectiveness. He took the sheath and rummaged through the belongings of the other corpses, collecting any valuables like coins. Among them, he found a leather pouch containing some powder with a strange smell. It seemed dangerous to touch it recklessly. It might be poison, possibly toxic upon contact. Without a readily available antidote, it was a risk he wasn't willing to take. Encrid left the poison pouch untouched. It was no surprise that the patrol soldiers who found him later were shocked. The troublesome squad leader, who had disappeared mid-shift, had reappeared with 4 corpses. "What's this?" one of the soldiers exclaimed, initially pointing a spear at Encrid in alarm. "Spies," Encrid answered succinctly, which was enough of an explanation. "I recognize that one," said a patrol soldier, gesturing toward one of the bodies with a crossbow. He claimed to be a merchant's errand boy 4 days ago. Merchants typically carried manageable loads, traveling between locations, a plausible disguise. "Didn't you check their identification badge?" "We did. It was flawless." A meticulously forged identification badge was not something anyone could easily produce. While one soldier poked through the half-fairy's belongings with a spear, grimacing at a split skull, the company commander of the 4th unit, a fairy, arrived. After inspecting the assassin's belongings, she confirmed Poison. They're assassins. Her conclusion was based not only on the poison, but also on the assassins' physiques. Encred explained the assassin's presence and left it at that. During his account, the patrol soldiers cast suspicious glances his way, but their doubt was short-lived. You caught 4? One of them must have been quite skilled. This trio was Jack, Bo, and Rotten, one soldier noted. Jack was known for his spear skills, Bo for his agility, and Rotten for being a formidable fighter among the common soldiers. Despite facing such opponents, along with a half-fairy assassin, Encred bore only minor scratches. Alone? One patrol soldier asked, forgetting the presence of the company commander in his astonishment. Things just worked out that way, Encred replied, glancing at the fairy commander. The fairy commander said nothing, her expression unchanging as her jewel-like green eyes studied Encred. Understood. Return to your post. Yes, ma'am. Encred saluted and turned to leave. You abandoned your post. You'll have to make up for it later, she remarked, her tone sharp. Even in such circumstances, she criticized his dereliction of duty. The patrol soldiers exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Encred, however, simply nodded. Yes, I understand. Arguing with a superior officer would be pointless. Some within the unit were sticklers for military law and protocol. The fairy commander might not fit that type exactly, but orders were orders. Then go, she concluded. Encred finally left the scene, his stride composed. 2 days later, 2 soldiers from the Frontier Defense Unit sought out Encred. They were tasked with investigating the scene within the city. Encred cooperated fully, answering their questions. They attacked suddenly, he explained. Did you leave your post because you suspected something? No. I noticed their odd behavior but mainly stepped out for some air. And your absence happened to expose spies. 2 of them were killed in a single stroke. They attacked immediately. And yet, you subdued them without taking significant injuries. The soldiers' questions were sharp, but Encred remained calm. Having survived the encounter, he was the only living witness. Naturally, their questions would focus on him. Yes, I was lucky, he replied. 2 strokes of luck could topple a fortress. One soldier joked dryly. That means the skill gap must have been significant. It wasn't a genuine accusation. They weren't doubting. Their investigation into Encred's background had already been thorough, completed when the Frontier Defense Unit considered recruiting him. Well done, one soldier said. I hear you were promoted. Congratulations. Thank you. Both soldiers outranked him, but their remarks carried no condescension. Still not interested in joining us? Your skills are a waste here. No. The curt response ended the conversation. Oh, well, one muttered, somewhat disappointed. Encred returned to his quarters. As he opened the door, something fell from above. He instinctively dodged, rolling to the side. He barely avoided it, though some of his hair was cut in the process. Looking up, he saw Rem, grinning. Pass the ambush test, Rem announced, holding his axe. The culprit. Rem, you crazy bastard. Encred cursed as his severed hair floated to the ground. A moment's delay would have left a scar across his neck, a gruesome tattoo of sorts. Relax. Even if you missed, I'd have only cut your hair, Rem said cheerfully. Don't even start. The world was full of madmen, but the most deranged were in his unit. Encred had long accepted this fact. With assassins showing up, you should learn to handle ambushes, don't you think? Great excuse, Encred muttered, shaking his head. Looks like it's time for a haircut anyway, Rem teased. Admittedly, it was time for a trim. The fringe of his bangs subtly covered his eyes. When facing the mixed-blood fairy before, he was in a high state of concentration, and didn't notice due to the need to deceive the opponent with several strategies. But now, it was becoming bothersome in everyday life. Please do something about this, Encred spoke. It wasn't Rem who stepped in, but Cray approached from behind. Yeah. Cray was surprisingly skilled with his hands. While the others handled weapons like swords and axes with finesse, when it came to cutting hair, they left bizarre shapes behind. I'll trim the bangs a bit shorter and tidy up the rest. Cray's tools were a small dagger, scissors, and a comb made of horn. 10 copper coins. That's expensive. I've gotten better at it. If you don't like it, you can go to a barber in the city. He certainly didn't want that. Barbers in the city were expensive and lacked the skill compared to Cray's. There was no reason to spend twice as much for something subpar. However, the city's barbers excelled at tending to injuries, which made them more often sought out by those with wounds rather than for haircuts. All right, let's begin. The sound of hair being cut began to echo in his ears. Sitting in a chair right in front of the lodging entrance, snowflakes began to fall from above. Rem, who had been watching Incrid, muttered, "Devil's shit." When snow falls, everyone would soon be busy clearing the unit grounds and drainage ditches. It was something that affected everyone equally. Whether it was Rem, Ragnar, or anyone, nobody could escape the labor. If the snow wasn't cleared, trouble would pile up. I don't like it. Soon, Ragnar also came out, his shoulders wrapped in a blanket. It is cold, isn't it? Jackson, who was nearby, agreed. Even when you warm yourself, this cold is hard to bear, brother. Audin stepped out as well. Why were they all coming out to watch? Normally, snow would make things a little warmer, but today the temperature had dropped unusually low. Sitting outside, his lips began to turn blue. Ugh, my hands are shaking. I might accidentally cut off an ear. Craze, who was cutting hair, commented. I can hear that. I'm concentrating. Craze focused on cutting hair, warming his hands with a moderately heated stone. Encrid, watching the falling snow, was thinking about the spies. How did they get in? The mixed-blood fairy had infiltrated quietly. Gordergard was harder to infiltrate than expected. Forgery of identification was a serious crime. Both were not easy tasks to accomplish. Most of all, it was strange that Jack, Bo, and Rotten had switched to being spies. Where did they come from again? He seemed to have heard it somewhere. Do you know the 3 who died? Encrid asked. Chris nodded, realizing that he had been standing behind Encrid, out of sight, and answered. Yes, I know. Do you know where they came from? Jack was caught pickpocketing and served time. Bo was charged with insulting a nobile. Sounds like he was a good guy. At the mention of insulting the nobility, Rem added his comment. Sure he was. Encrid sneered at Rem. Rem pretended not to hear, and Craze continued. Rotten was a guard for some merchant guild. What guild? It was an old guild that collapsed. What was it called again? All 3 came in around the same time. About a year ago. Crace, being an information gatherer, knew a lot. If someone intentionally infiltrated, forgery of identification, familiarity with the city's underground, and connections to criminal groups. Could such a group be common? Within Gordergard, there were a few obvious places. The largest of those groups might be the Thieves' Guild. It was a group involved in various crimes, not just thievery. Hadn't it been said that there was a complete overhaul about a year ago? He'd heard that rumor somewhere. When asked, Craze said that such rumors were circulating, but he couldn't dig deeper into it. Ancrid's gaze shifted toward Jackson. Do you know anything about the Thieves' Guild? It was a direct question. Jackson silently stared at Encrid. Why are you asking me? Because I think you know. Why? From how he threw knives to how he trained his senses, Encrid could guess Jackson's background. A thief or someone involved in assassination. Or something similar. So he had to ask. Jackson remained silent for a moment. Encrid stopped Rem from speaking with a glance. Ragnar, as usual, stared with half-closed eyes. Audin silently clasped his hands and seemed to wait for an answer. The sound of Cray cutting hair broke the silence. I'd like to know too. You think the assassination attempt on the squad leader started there, right? Cray's was sharp. Those who had experienced the situation firsthand might be suspicious too. Anyone with a functioning mind would think so, especially Cray's. He was quick-witted and had likely learned a lot from his time in the lower class. Thus, Encrid's suspicions seemed justified to Cray's. Soon Jackson opened his mouth. Encrid had expected him to ask for something in return, but that wasn't the case. Around a year ago, the guild underwent a change. I don't know anything about what happened after that. All my connections were cut off. It was worth looking into. Encrid thought so. That's done. Cray soon finished cutting the hair, and as he did, the snow began to fall heavily. Ugh, I really hate this. I hate it too. Agreed. Brother, it's a trial sent by the gods. Seriously, it's so annoying how it's pouring. Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, Auden, and Crays each voiced their complaints about the falling snow. Encrid, watching them, said, I think we should set up an operation under the squad leader's authority. Instead of clearing the snow, we'll head out immediately. At those words, everyone's ears perked up. 10 pairs of eyes stared at Encrid like hungry wolves. It seemed they would do anything as long as it didn't involve clearing snow. First, I need to get permission from the company commander. Encrid shook off the hair that had fallen on his face. Go ahead. Why are you still here? What are you waiting for? Over here. They urged him to go, and Encrid, thinking it was best to leave before being hassled by those murderous glares, got up and went straight to the company commander's quarters. You got your hair cut. But why are you here? Were you ambushed again? The mention of an ambush made him wonder if the company commander was joking. It's not that. Then, I suspect the Thieves' Guild. I want to investigate. The fairy squad leader, standing in her single room, looked outside at the falling snow, hands behind her back. What do you mean by that? I'd like to conduct an operation on my own. The fairy squad leader continued to gaze out the window and then asked, Is it because you don't want to clear the snow? It's not that? Half of it was true, but the other half was also true. There was nothing to feel guilty about, all right? The fairy squad leader gave her permission. You'll need to be careful. The criminal guilds in the city are really good at what they do. She raised her right index finger and pointed at the ceiling. In a military city, there was the battalion commander instead of a mayor. But there were other people besides him. Nobles sent by the country for administrative duties were among them. They were key power figures in Border Guard. Don't get on their bad side. It was odd hearing politics from a fairy, but Encrid accepted the advice. Understood. When you leave, take the long way around and avoid the watchtowers. This is my room, so don't start a fire while leaving. There was a short torch in the squad leader's room, making the air warm. Yes, I'll be careful. Even as he responded, Encrid thought it would take time to get used to the fairy's jokes. Chapter 62. A Knight's Integrity. Wait for a moment. I'll send someone. Even with permission, it wasn't time to depart just yet. When he returned to the lodging, the squad members were like chicks waiting for their mother bird. Get ready. With a single word, the situation was understood. Ah, I knew it. I trusted you, squad leader. I knew you'd make it. Good. Rem and Jackson added their words, and the rest of the squad began to move. At least they should prepare their equipment, even if it's just a little. Anything said now would be warm and encouraging. For once, all the squad members were in harmony. F.K. Name came to. Even when Ragnar and Rem accidentally bumped into each other while moving, neither paid it any mind. Not a word was exchanged. You sly alley cat, don't you have an extra cloak? It's terribly cold. Rem especially disliked the cold. In response, Jackson shook his head. Normally, the situation would have escalated into a fight, but it passed smoothly. They're getting along well. How nice it would be if they could live like this, with each of them giving way just enough each day. Of course, that was just a wish. Watching the busy squad members, Encrid sat on the edge of the bed. Soon someone sent by the company commander arrived. What's going on? The entire squad is being called for a mission? It was the 4th platoon leader, a messenger from the company commander. We're going to follow the assassin's trail. It's the Thief Guild. Be careful. A dagger in the back, even a knight can't avoid dying. Thieves are dangerous. The platoon leader added a worried remark, sharing an old story. A dagger in the back. Once a general who ruled the continent was killed by the dagger of a subordinate he trusted deeply. A story that might not even be a legend, just an old tale from the past. It might not even be true. Encrid nodded, acknowledging it. But then, no, a knight can avoid it. Ragnar spoke. Even if you're not a knight, you can dodge. Jackson agreed. If you get stabbed from behind without even resisting, you're an idiot. Rem finished off. Before the platoon leader could finish speaking, the three of them cut in. Let's not talk about it. The platoon leader shook his head and left. Crazy bastards. Anyway, permission had been granted. Let's go. Encrid stood up. The weather was colder than yesterday, and the inside of the lodging felt like an icebox. Their gear was sparse. Rem only had a hand axe. Ragnar had the arming sword he had exchanged with Encrid before. Jackson had only a short sword. Odin carried 2 small, oil-soaked and dried clubs tucked into his belt. Stealing is wrong. Let's go send them to the Lord. He shall teach them better. Odin spoke as he stepped forward, and Rem chuckled at his words. Exactly, it's wrong. Though their gear was minimal, Jackson was bundled in thick furs, making him look bulky. Ragnar wore a patched-up, hole-riddled cloak made from layers of cloth, one that even a beggar would hesitate to covet. But the most striking was Rem. Are you really going like that? Jackson, of course, was within acceptable range, and Ragnar's outfit could be deemed generous. But this was something else. Rem had wrapped himself completely in a blanket. He looked like a walking bed. He didn't even seem to want to stretch his arms, only his toes barely poking out. I hate the cold. Would he listen if I tried to persuade him? Encrid decided to take the efficient route. He ignored Rem. Let's go. The troublemaker squad headed out toward the market. It seems dangerous. Craze mumbled to himself as he followed. Whether to clear the snow, his arms swollen from shoveling, or to risk danger, he chose the latter. He really didn't want to clear the snow. After any fight, Encrid had the habit of reflecting and reviewing countless times. It was his old habit, a means of survival. This time was no different. The half-elf caught everyone's attention with his whistle and rotten. A trick. Simple but effective concealment. What he aimed for after that was close combat. A single strike, a killing blow to end the fight. For some reason, the half-elf had a fascination with hearts. This made it easy to predict where he would strike, and through repeated encounters, Encrid had already experienced his weapon form. He could calculate and fight accordingly. What if I failed? Encrid pondered. Did I rely on luck? The half-elf might not move as expected. For him to move as planned, luck had to be involved to some extent. Encrid asked himself. The first time, when he killed the stabbing pervert, Encrid had used his stabbing technique as his weapon. It was a reckless gamble, putting his life on the line without thinking of the aftermath. He replayed that moment in his mind, reminding himself of the mistake. Had he made the same mistake this time? No, not this time. I used a different move. In the end, he was the one who won. Even in personal tactics he had overwhelmed the enemy, and in previous skill he was confident he could do the same. Even if the half-elf had decided to fight seriously and Rotten had remained behind, my chances of winning are higher. Of course, it wouldn't have been as clean as it was now, with no injuries. Reviewing, reflecting, he repeated it over and over. He walked, imagining the scenario and applying it to other situations. The patrolmen who found Encred were taken aback twice. First, they were shocked by the corpse, and then they were shocked again seeing the troublemaking squad leader, now at the level of a high-ranking soldier. They called him a senior soldier. How many regular soldiers have demonstrated such skill in reality? It's even more remarkable considering that his skills were practically non-existent before this battle. To cut to the chase, the conclusion is that he is no longer at the bottom of the swordsmanship spectrum. He's no longer scraping the floor like he once was. Still, Encred pondered, there might have been an easier way. It was hard to believe he had such an attitude, given the repetitiveness of today. But it was precisely this attitude that might explain why he always faced tomorrow. His thoughts spiraled as he remembered the dream from the night before. Was I doing nothing? It was clearly an inexplicable presence. He was thinking of the ferryman of the Black River. The ferryman in his dream didn't mock him as before. He simply stared silently and muttered one thing. "What are you?" The voice of one without a mouth. Yet the emotion carried by the voice was clearly conveyed. No, it was intentionally conveyed by the ferryman. Encred instinctively sensed this. The emotion contained in that single phrase was puzzlement. It was pure curiosity, devoid of any trace of disappointment or anger. Encred couldn't offer any answer. After all, it had been a dream. Although it certainly wasn't an ordinary dream. Squad leader. So lost in thought, Encred didn't notice someone gripping his arm from behind and calling his name until he stopped walking. "Sorry. What did you say?" He had let the words spoken to him earlier slip by, unnoticed. "You're asking to get stabbed by a thief with that mindset," Ram said. It didn't seem like a very long sentence. More importantly, Ram, who had spoken, was dressed in a way that made it look like he might get stabbed, and wrapped in a blanket if they proceeded like this. Jackson ignored Ram and spoke. "Do we have a plan?" "A plan? What kind of plan?" Encred's eyes narrowed, recalling the same confusion he'd felt from the ferryman in his dream. "What? Are you planning to just track down the thief guild and raid them without any plan? Do you even know where their headquarters is?" Jackson asked, folding his arms. Despite the bulky clothes making his elbows stick out in a comical way, he remained unfazed. The opponent was a criminal group that dealt with pickpocketing, human trafficking, and more. The guild's name was Gilpin. It literally meant the organization led by Gilpin. It was commonly referred to as a thief guild, but in reality it was just a criminal organization. Would such people reveal their base of operations and operate openly? No. Like parasites in the city's shadows and alleyways, they kept themselves hidden. "I don't know. I think we need to come up with a plan first." "Were you really thinking of nothing?" Ram chimed in again. Ragnar didn't say anything, just blowing out puffs of breath as he stared at the sky. Odin gave only a small smile. "Really? No thoughts at all?" Krace, with his large eyes, asked, looking directly at Encred. "I thought you might know where their base is. Even I wouldn't know the location of their guild. If I were to approach to figure it out, I'd get myself killed." As he spoke, Krace mimicked the motion of slicing a throat with his hand. A criminal guild killing the standing army? Was their position that powerful? They weren't likely to do such a thing. Honestly, Encred didn't care. He had no time or energy to concern himself with such things. "Have you never run a small-scale operation before?" Once again, Jackson asked. It seemed he was criticizing the idea of moving in without any strategy, as if they were just winging it. Encrid was gradually running out of things to say. What had his life been like until now? He had been too busy struggling to survive. It was a daily battle to carve out time to swing his sword once more. In all that time, there had been no chance to learn about strategy. Of course, he had experience as a mercenary. He had served as a squad leader before. He had participated in small-scale operations many times. But small-scale operations on the battlefield and in external settings were entirely different matters. In the battlefield, like when he led the previous scouting team, small-scale operations were familiar ground. But now, the situation was different. Not to mention, those were the results of struggling to survive, not moves based on careful planning. Everything had been learned by putting his life on the line. So, should he do the same this time? Should he risk his life and repeat today's cycle? Encrid stopped walking. A freezing wind sliced through his cloak and brushed against his side. It was a chilling wind. I don't want that. He didn't want to repeat today as a method. The pain of death was not something he welcomed. Above all, his instincts told him he didn't need to. So what should he do? He hadn't come here with no plan. He had considered ordinary methods. Isn't it easy to find out by asking around? Even if they hide well, the locals know. There are no secrets in this world. Secrets are only sealed by death. If the only one who knows the secret dies, no one can learn it. A criminal organization couldn't hide itself completely. So, someone must know where they are. That won't work. The Gilpin folks are good at cutting off their tracks. They're famous for being ruthless. Even if you capture low-ranking members and try to interrogate them, they won't know anything. And if they accidentally reveal something they know, Gilpin will rip off their limbs and cut out their tongues. They ruled their organization through fear, punishing any betrayal. Then what? Encrid had no immediate solution. He could struggle to survive and come up with ways to do that. But this wasn't a battlefield. Squad leader, give the orders. As he lost himself in thought, Ragnar, who had been staring at the sky, spoke. Encrid's gaze shifted to Ragnar. A swordsman with genius-level skills. Someone who would be a formidable opponent in any fight. This was Ragnar from Encrid's perspective. On a regular day, Ragnar was lazy and careless. He often got lost or dropped things from his pockets. But occasionally, very rarely, Ragnar could pinpoint the heart of the matter, digging deep, just like he would with a sword in hand. A squad leader just gives orders. Let those who know how to carry them out handle the rest. That single sentence, the words murmured by Ragnar, were like a heavy weight to Encrid. A squad leader, he said. That had been his position all along. He was the squad leader, the one who leads the squad. So, had he been leading the squad all this time? Was I really the squad leader? No. A person with no skill, struggling to survive, could never be the leader of a team. Especially not when every single member of the squad was a top-tier fighter. But Ragnar's words changed the situation. Let's do it. Rem acknowledged it. Jackson gave a subtle nod. We're doing it. You're right, brother. The captain gives the orders. Odin supported him with a smile. Yeah, you're right. What's the matter? Only Craze seemed to be out of sync with the mood. He had always thought of Encrid as the squad leader in his heart. That's right. You're right. Jackson, do you have a plan? Jackson was the information merchant, a master of trade in exchange for knowledge. While Craze's information was shallow and widespread, Jackson's was narrow but deep. I do. Tell me, if you take the inn at the market and wait there, I'll be back before sunset. Instead of giving an answer, he suggested stepping away. Leave it to me, and I'll find out. All right, let's head for the inn. Once a decision was made, there was no turning back. Encrid proceeded with determination. On the way to the inn, Still not reaching the market square, with few people around, Encred continued speaking his mind. We'll find their headquarters and wipe them out in one go. After all, they were a criminal organization. There would be no need for further discussion when it came to trampling them by force, even if they had no charges against them. Of course, it would end up as a matter of nobles or captains pocketing the profits. What's it to me? A knight, after all, doesn't let shame settle in their heart. He had seen, heard, and dreamed of it all as a child, and he had lived accordingly. Even now, that was how he intended to live. Chapter 63. Knocket didn't take long. As expected of Jackson. By the time the sun was overhead, the unit had set out, and before the sunset had even touched the earth, Jackson returned. You're quick. It was after finishing a meal of pumpkin soup and well-cooked pork hind shank. Rem patted his stomach, seemingly teasing them about how satisfying the meal was. Jackson didn't even glance at Rem, instead directing his words to Encred. I'll guide you. He seemed ready to set out immediately. Sit down. Encred, still seated, spoke. Jackson hesitated briefly. Though the location had been identified, delaying too long could alert the target that their trail had been discovered. The enemy might hide or even prepare a countermeasure. Or worse, they could sever the trail completely and disappear without a trace. Taking unnecessary risks wasn't wise. If it had been up to Jackson alone, if he were the one to decide and act, he wouldn't have hesitated. As thoughts churned in his mind, the squad leader's voice cut through. The pumpkin soup here is good. Who didn't know that? The inn was called Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup after all. It was known for having the best food among the 4 inns located at the marketplace crossroads. Cray even opened his own wallet. Let's eat first. Only after Encred repeated himself did Jackson sit down. For some reason, neither Riem, Ragnar, nor Odin said anything either. Jackson brushed the snow off his shoulders and head. The warmth of the fireplace quickly melted the remaining snow, dampening his outer clothes slightly. But it wasn't enough to be uncomfortable. 1 serving of pumpkin soup and the barbecue we had earlier, please. Your party member has arrived. Right away. The waitress responded cheerfully. She was an upbeat individual. Most of the squad seemed to like the Pumpkin Soup Inn. Good food has a way of earning favor. While it might not be fair to the unit's cooks, as Ragnar once put it, the food back at the camp often felt like torture for the palate. Occasionally, it was decent, but generally, it left much to be desired. In contrast, the meals at Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Inn were exceptional, beyond exceptional even. It was rumored that the best chef in Bordergard resided here. It's not good to stall for time, Jackson said as he sat down. Encred nodded in agreement. It's still snowing. Even Encred wouldn't want to endure grueling work in such weather, especially if it wasn't sword or martial arts training. To him, snow was nothing more than the devil's nuisance. Likely the entire unit shared the sentiment. If they attacked the Thief Guild and returned now, the accumulated snow would be waiting for them like an unwelcome guest. That's why Rem and the others didn't object. It also explained why He then focused entirely on eating. By the time twilight crept across the land, everyone, including Encred, stood up and prepared to leave. Let's go. Come back again, the cheerful waitress called out. Craze gave her a slight nod in acknowledgement. The two seemed to know each other. Throughout their time at the inn, they had been seen whispering to each other frequently. Do you know her? Encred asked. Her name is Risa, 17 years old. Her father's a cobbler, and her mother's a weaver. Neither has ever joined a guild. A cobbler crafted shoes from leather or other materials, while a weaver made cloth. Both were common professions. Even though manufacturing and woodworking guilds existed in the city, not joining them likely meant the couple's skills weren't particularly remarkable. Her dream is to someday open her own inn in the capital. For now, she's focused on learning the culinary skills of Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Inn. She's ambitious. Rem chimed in. It was true. running an inn wasn't an easy feat. Beyond the substantial funds required, hiring armed guards was a necessity. Selling food and drinks often led to rowdy behavior, and while the snow today had kept things relatively quiet, under normal circumstances, fights would likely have already broken out. Even earlier, when they left, the armed guards had been keeping watch. To Encred, the guards looked like retired soldiers. Hiring former soldiers as guards was common in the border guard since they could handle most disturbances discreetly. For more significant issues, however, military police would still need to be summoned. Having ties within the military allowed for quicker response times, which was why employing retired soldiers was a practical choice for establishments in border guard. Running an inn here also came with high taxes. By border guard standards, an inn needed not only guest rooms and dining facilities, but also conference halls, private training grounds, and even a tavern. Without a lord or manor in border guard, inns often served as venues for both minor and significant gatherings. Although the unit had its own meeting rooms, they were part of a military facility and off-limits to outsiders. Given such circumstances, inns flourished. However, setting up such an establishment in the capital was an entirely different matter. It was an ambitious goal, but not impossible. "You know her in detail," Encred remarked as he followed Jackson, who led the way. "Pretty women are all potential future customers." Chris, after all, aimed to open a salon exclusively for women, staffed entirely by handsome men. The man had a unique imagination, intending to empty noble women's purses using charm and wit. Chris, uneasy, spoke up again. "Do you think the lake panther will be okay? It doesn't even seem cold. Why won't it move when we tell it to follow us? Still aiming for its claws?" "No, I gave up. Trying that would get me killed. There's a reason they're so valuable." Encred chuckled softly at Cray's words. His tone suggested he'd given up, but it was obvious he hadn't. "Why don't you give it a name? We'll probably keep bringing it along." Encred nodded slightly at Cray's suggestion. He couldn't keep calling it that thing forever. As they chatted, they found themselves deep in a shadowy alley, walking for quite some time. They had taken so many turns that even Encred, with his sharp sense of direction, was beginning to feel disoriented. "You didn't take a bribe from the Thieves' Guild to lead us into a trap, did you?" Rem sneered mockingly. Jackson ignored him, staying silent. "This guy always brushes me off," Rem grumbled, clearly irritated. Still, Jackson remained consistent in his silence, even ignoring Rem's complaints. "Enough," Encred interjected, cutting off Rem before he could say more. "What? Playing favorites now? You know I get bored easily, right?" When Rem turned his frustration toward Encred, it was a good sign. He was dropping the argument. After that, the group fell quiet. Ragnar, seemingly bored, kicked at the ground as he walked. "Winter sure is cold." Auden, seeing a group of beggars sprawled out on the frosty ground, offered only a single remark. The snow had stopped, but a thin layer remained atop the hardened dirt. By noon tomorrow, the sunlight would melt it, leaving a slushy mess behind. "Here we are." After wandering through alleys for half an hour, they reached a weathered wooden door. It was the kind of door you'd find anywhere in Gordegar. Though the sun had set, the gentle glow of the moonlight lit their way clearly. As Encred reached out to push the door open, "You taking the left?" Rem asked, standing still, his back to the moonlight. "I'll take the right. Gotta earn my keep somehow," Auden replied. "Suit yourselves. As long as no one bothers me, I don't care," Ragnar yawned. "You lazy bastard. Squad leader, we've got company." At Rem's words, Encred turned to see them. Scruffy figures draped in rags. A closer look revealed they were the same beggars they'd passed on the way here. For a brief moment, the image of a half-breed fairy flashed through his mind before vanishing. Twice the size, he thought, absent-mindedly brushing his hand against the knife, strapped behind his belt. The blade wasn't ordinary. It had been taken from the body of the half-breed fairy he'd killed. He also had a sturdy dagger tucked into its sheath on his chest. The fairy's blade wasn't something easily crafted. When such a thing came into your possession, there was only one thing to do: take it. You must not have learned as a kid. Never wander into places like this after sunset. One of the beggars spoke, revealing yellow-stained teeth that appeared nearly black in the dim light. The stench from a few paces away was enough to make their presence unbearable. "Shut it," Rem replied, moving forward. His steps weren't hurried, but he closed the distance with steady strides. The beggar in the lead pulled a small pocket knife from his sleeve. The blade was barely the length of a handspan, and he made a stabbing motion with it. "Die, you bastard." Those were his final words. Rem didn't stop. As the knife came toward him, he grabbed the beggar's wrist with his left hand, pulling him inward. Then, with a sharp movement, he drove his right elbow into the man's skull. Crack! It was a decisive, brutal strike. The beggar's neck twisted at an unnatural angle as his head snapped back. Simultaneously, on the other side, Odin reached out with just his thumb, index, and middle fingers, grabbing another beggar by the jaw and twisting. With a mere 3 fingers, Odin snapped the man's neck. His monstrous strength turned the simple act into a devastating blow. "You crazy bastards, shit!" 2 of the remaining 3 shouted, veins bulging in fury, while the last one tried to slip away. Rem and Odin's fights were brief and efficient. They closed the distance, disregarded the knives, and delivered single, crushing blows. Rem struck one in the throat with the edge of his hand, then finished with a punch to the temple, knocking the man unconscious. Odin kept it even simpler. With a step forward, he twisted his hips and threw out a straight punch. Thud! Crack! The sound of the punch echoed. The force, starting from his toes, traveled through his body in a perfect motion. The beggar's face caved in, his nose obliterated. He dropped to his knees before collapsing sideways. The one who tried to flee was stopped by Encred. Thud! Thunk! Gah! A dagger embedded itself in the back of the escaping beggar's neck, sending him sprawling forward. Rem, who had just begun to give chase, paused, turning his head back. Odin blinked a few times, while Ragnar, who had seemed half asleep, opened his eyes wide. Jackson's furrowed brows relaxed as he noticed the cold, heavy air around them. "Wow," Craze muttered in awe. Encred lowered his hand from its outstretched position and spoke. "Why? Chasing him would have been a waste of time. When did our squad leader get so good at throwing knives?" Rem asked. "Practice makes perfect," Encred replied. "Fascinating," Rem murmured. "This isn't the time to focus on my knife-throwing skills, is it?" "Fair enough." Rem nodded in agreement. Despite facing 5 armed beggars, none of them seemed surprised. Even Cray remained unfazed. "You're not shocked?" Encred asked. He'd already deduced what was going on just by observing the beggars' movements and positions. It wasn't something a seasoned mercenary would overlook. Cray replied, "Shocked? Not really. What kind of beggar goes after armed soldiers? Their excuses were weak. This confirms it. This place is either the Thieves' Guild's base or they're hiding something." Was this an obvious conclusion, or was Cray particularly sharp? Likely the former. Still, Cray was bold. While he might dart around the battlefield to avoid direct danger, he had seen his share of combat up close. This situation was nothing new to him. "They're surprisingly organized for a gang of criminals." "What do you mean?" "The way they moved. It was like they were taking shifts. Pretty meticulous for a small-time crew. This Gilpin guy must be quite capable." Craze had a knack for seeing the bigger picture based on small details. "Good point." While they exchanged a few words, Jackson stepped back from the door. His hand rested on his sword hilt as though preparing to cut through it. Odin intervened. "Let me knock." This was the base of a criminal gang. Knocking wouldn't make them open the door. Bang! But Odin's knock was different. "Huh! Well done, our holy friend," Rem said with a chuckle, clearly impressed. Even Encred silently admired it. Auden twisted his body, pivoted on his left foot, and struck the door with the palm of his hand. It wasn't just a strike. It was a precise, cutting blow. The door, along with its hinges, bent inward and collapsed. In other words, he'd knocked it down. It was an exceptionally cheerful knock. Chapter 64. One strike as the door opened. It was Rem who first stepped inside. What the... He tried to say something while entering, but there wasn't even time to finish his sentence. Something dropped from above onto Rem's head. As if he had anticipated it, Rem swung his axe vertically. A blinding flash from the axe's arc cut through the darkness of the room. No sooner had Rem swung than he launched himself sideways in a swift, almost reflexive motion. It was all so fluid, as if choreographed in advance. Thud-dut. The corpse that hit the ground was the only evidence of what had just occurred. What the hell? Crace peeked his head inside, startled. The attacker had been hiding in the ceiling, holding short knives in both hands. The man had been cleaved from his chest to his crotch by Rem's axe, spilling his guts and blood onto the floor. The stench of blood and death filled the room. And here I thought it was just some petty crime guild? Crace muttered to himself. These bastards. Rem twisted his lips into a crooked smile. How cute. With that he strode further inside. The interior was spacious, with brick walls reinforced by earth and straw. A passage turned to the right, visible just beyond the walls. As Rem walked ahead, "Is it you?" He suddenly spoke and swung his axe. The merciless strike claimed a second life. This time the victim had been hiding by the corner of the passage. He had tried to jab at Rem with something resembling a skewer, but it was futile. Rem's axe was faster. The enemy was part of a crime guild, pickpockets and extortionists at best. On the other hand, this group was a band of seasoned soldiers fighting for a living. Moreover, Encred himself was a high-ranking soldier, and the others were even more skilled. I thought we'd have the advantage, but seeing it firsthand is something else. The crime guild members were skilled at stealth and ambush, striking with knives in the shadows. Even so, Rem dismantled every single surprise attack. He wasn't just rampaging. There was a quiet, restrained madness in his actions. A madness that screamed, "Come at me, and I'll split you in half." And as Rem moved, he kept speaking. "Is it you?" he would ask with each kill. "It's you, isn't it?" Slash! "Is it you?" The fifth ambusher had his head split open before Rem asked again. "Dead men don't talk," Encred quipped from behind. Rem, gripping his blood-drenched axe, scratched his head with the handle. "I know that, but since the living aren't answering, I might as well try. The answer must lie with someone else." The passage turned right, revealing two more rooms, one on the left and another on the right. Beyond them lay a space resembling a reception area. The structure wasn't complicated. The reception room, 2 bedrooms, a storage room for provisions, and a kitchen. That was all. And 5 ambushers, all dead. None had spoken a word. For a crime syndicate, they seem unusually prepared. These might actually be the ones targeting the squad leader. Cries examined one of the bodies and spoke while scrutinizing the face. "Don't recognize this one." Encred nodded, agreeing both that the face was unfamiliar and that these individuals were likely the culprits. "Is this good luck or bad?" To be honest, this was half an excuse to dodge trouble. While it was logical for a crime guild to forge identification and employ assassins against professional soldiers from the border guard, for anyone wanting to survive in this city, that's not a move you'd make lightly. And yet, they did. They must have had their reasons. Of course, those reasons didn't matter to Encred. They had stumbled into this place almost by chance, like shooting a random arrow that happened to strike a boar right between the eyes. "Is that it?" Rem asked as he searched the area. 5 attackers, 5 dead. The job was practically over with just Rem's rampage. That can't be all. If Jackson's intel is solid, there's more. Christ lit some straw with a flint from his pouch. The crackle of sparks set the straw alight, casting light in the cold, lifeless house. Using the makeshift torch, Cray searched the surroundings thoroughly. Soon, he stomped on a corner of the reception room floor. Thunk! A hollow sound echoed. The floor was empty underneath. "I'll handle this." Odin stepped up. The area was covered with cheap fur and weighed down by a chair. He grabbed the fur and tossed it aside. The chair fell with a heavy thud. Then, Odin crouched and gave a hearty knock. Bang deoti. His fist drove straight down, creating a hole in the wooden floor. Reaching through, he unlatched the hidden lock. "Where does it lead? Their base?" Jackson answered Crace's question in a calm tone, as if he had expected this. Rem glanced at Incrid. The flickering torchlight turned Rem's originally gray eyes crimson. "Let's keep going." Ancrid spoke before Rem could say a word. If they started this, they might as well finish it. This wasn't just about taking down a petty crime group. This was a guild, large enough to warrant the name. Not a ragtag bunch of misfits calling themselves a guild, but something far more organized. If they were behind the assassination attempt, Encrid needed answers. Only a fool would let those who sought their life roam free. And Encrid was no fool. "Of course!" Rem eagerly took the lead. The tunnel wasn't long. In less than half an hour, they found a path leading upward. The cold was biting, but Rem had discarded his cloak long ago when he'd encountered a vagrant. Watching Rem's shivering back, Encrid couldn't help but sense the simmering rage in his posture. "There's someone up there." Jackson, walking just behind Rem, spoke up. "It meant the entrance was guarded. They were expecting us," Kreese remarked from the rear. "We can't let bandits run rampant in the city." Odin once again stepped forward. Breaking doors seemed to be his specialty, or maybe just a hobby. Skipping 2 earthen steps at a time, he twisted his body upward, slamming into the door with his shoulder and back. It was an unusual technique. Encrid's eyes gleamed as he watched. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed. Or perhaps it was a fire spell detonating. The door flew off its hinges, soaring into the air. "Ah!" The guard's startled cries rang out. And then it was Rem's stage again. "Is it you?" Shouting his usual cryptic question, Rem leapt forward. His first step landed on the stairs, the second on Odin's thigh, launching him into the air as he swung his hand axe. From below, Encrid could only see Rem's back end. But the results were evident. With loud thuds, bodies fell, and blood spilled over the jagged edges of the broken entrance. "That brother has no manners. Walking on someone else's thigh like that," Odin remarked, brushing off his thigh before stepping forward. Jackson and Ragnar followed, with Encrid and Cray bringing up the rear. As they advanced, a blaze of torchlight surrounded them. "Ah, so it's you crazy bastards," came a voice from the shadows. Encrid surveyed the area. More than 30 armed men stood before them, each wielding a weapon. Spiked clubs, short swords, spears, and even blackjacks made of sand-filled leather pouches. The variety of weapons underscored their readiness. The torchlight brightened the scene, and Kreis tossed his makeshift straw torch into a nearby hole. He let out a low whistle of admiration. "Wow, that's quite a crowd." Encrid shared the sentiment. "You're soldiers, aren't you?" he asked. Amidst the armed men stood a lone figure, draped in fine silk and a coat made of monstrous leather. He leaned casually on a jewel-adorned cane, a luxury item meant to flaunt wealth rather than aid mobility. "Are you the Gilpin gang?" Encrid countered a question with another. The finely dressed man frowned, clearly offended. "Why is everyone so eager to die?" "I'm here about the ambush at Border Guard," Encrid replied firmly. Before he could finish, Rem stepped forward. His question was direct and sharp. Was it you? The meaning was clear. Rem was asking if this man was behind the assassination attempt on Encrid. That's just like Rem, Encrid thought. But who would actually confess to that? The man's reaction was bold, not flustered. I have no idea what you're talking about. The confidence only deepened the squad's suspicion. It's him, Jackson muttered. Yeah, looks like it, Ragnar agreed, staring intently at the man. Unlike his usual half-lidded gaze, Ragnar's sharp focus was almost piercing. Auden stepped forward, his massive frame casting long shadows in the torchlight. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, was a wall of pure muscle. Even Encrid's impressive stature of nearly 180 seemed paled in comparison. Brother, did you really target our brother's squad leader? Auden asked. His voice was calm but carried a weight that made nearby men flinch. The man sneered, but his words betrayed a flicker of unease. What nonsense! Why would I bother sending assassins after some lowly soldier? You just admitted to using assassins, Encrid noted, his tone cold. The man stiffened, momentarily but quickly recovered. So what now? The gang of 30 was ready, their confidence bolstered by their numbers and preparation. But to Encrid, it didn't matter. He drew his longsword, letting its tip carve a line into the frozen ground. Anyone here who has never killed the weak, who's willing to surrender quietly, and who doesn't want to die, throw down your weapons and cross this line, he announced. This wasn't a battlefield but a massacre waiting to happen. Even criminals deserved a chance to avoid needless slaughter. Think carefully, otherwise you'll all die here tonight. His words drew laughter and mockery from the gang. Who's gonna die, huh? Has he lost his mind from fear? The criminals jeered, but none stepped forward. Riem, watching silently, finally spoke. What are you doing? I gave them a chance, Encrid replied calmly. Brother, their eyes are clouded by evil. They won't believe without seeing, Auden murmured. Encrid nodded and took another approach. Who among you is the best with a blade? A show of strength might change their minds. Encrid stepped forward, sword in hand. Come on then, he challenged. The gang leader chuckled and motioned for someone to step forward. A mercenary-looking man, grizzled and battle-worn, accepted the challenge. You're overconfident, kid. I'll make this quick, the mercenary sneered. Without warning, he lunged with a spear, employing a trick Encrid recognized from his own mercenary days. But Encrid had grown beyond his past self. Sidestepping smoothly, he closed the distance and thrust his sword upward in a single, decisive motion. The fight was over in one strike. The mercenary gurgled as blood poured from his wound. Encrid shoved him aside and withdrew his blade. The man collapsed, his life spilling onto the cold ground. The air grew still, the gang's mocking laughter replaced by silence and unease. Encrid looked up, his voice steady. Anyone wants to cross the line? Chapter 65. Those who will cross over, he predicted the enemy's actions. Jackson attributed that ability to the effects of the sense of evasion. Seeing how thoroughly his teachings were being applied, he felt a ticklish warmth in his chest. It pleased him. However, Jackson didn't face these emotions head-on. He wasn't accustomed to examining his feelings and didn't know how to process them. What's so special about him, anyway? Someone you'd notice if they died right before your eyes. That was the extent of it. What could that person possibly mean to him to warrant such concern? Nothing. That's what he decided. Jackson thought this amateur soldiering nonsense was trivial. His goals were clear, after all. Even as he told himself this, a faint sense of discomfort lingered. It was because of that. Jackson stared intently at the guildmaster behind Encrid. I don't like the way he looks. He found an appropriate excuse. It had absolutely nothing to do with the squad leader. It was just that the guildmaster's appearance irritated him. So, if they made a move, they'd die. He would stay faithful to the mission here. Rem observed how Encrid wielded the heart of the beast, using it as a tool for boldness. The way he dove into the enemy's reach as they thrust their spears at him. A few months ago, such a display from the squad leader would have been unimaginable. At some point his skills had improved dramatically, and Rem's teachings had been at the center of it all. Of course, it filled him with satisfaction. And yet, assassins targeting Encrid? Just kill them all. Rem wanted to tear them all to shreds. Ragnar noticed traces of his own swordsmanship in Encrid's techniques. Where could he have learned that? Impressive. Shifting his center of gravity, lifting his feet, thrusting the blade. Everything. Though Ragnar had occasionally given him pointers, reaching that level of mastery required grueling training. Fascinating. Someone once deemed talentless, suddenly displaying exceptional skill. It intrigued him. Ragnar had always held a certain fondness for Encrid. The man's relentless drive was a source of inspiration for Ragnar. And now assassins, criminal, had targeted such a man. Killing them all would be easier. Forgetting his usual laziness, Ragnar resolved to wipe out the entire criminal guild. Still, the authority in this matter belonged to the squad leader. Ragnar intended to follow his lead. Odin's eyes scanned Encrid's body as he tapped his thigh with his fingers. A well-trained body, but it wasn't a systematically trained one. The monks of the temple prioritized building the body before honing their techniques. It was a secret to physical discipline. Odin had refined it several times, creating his own method. With proper conditioning, he'll improve further. The squad leader was someone who knew how to put in steady, honest effort. A thought surfaced in Odin's mind. Why didn't the gods grant talent to such a diligent person? The will of the divine is beyond the grasp of mere mortals. A sentiment that fell like a dagger to his heart. Whenever it surfaced, a dull ache spread from his chest throughout his body. Yet here stood someone striving to overcome the barriers of talent through sheer effort, disregarding divine will, believing solely in himself. My lord, Odin prayed inwardly, watch over him. May the one who dreams of shining not meet a blind blade and die in vain. His prayer carried genuine sentiment, much like his irritation toward those targeting Encrid. The idea of someone like Encrid being taken down by a knife in the back was far too tragic. However, Odin harbored no desire to kill anyone. Breaking their legs will do. The leader could take an arm. Taking anything but their lives would suffice. A single exchange. The impact Encrid had made was significant. Even so, no one dared to cross the line. It's not enough. To overwhelm with force, one must deliver consecutive shocks. Encrid understood his position. He didn't always need to take the lead. Yes, kill 3 of them. While it might be an excuse to avert his gaze, this was also a tactic and part of the mission. Encrid was the squad leader. Rem moved without hesitation. Before the shock of Encrid's initial blow had even worn off, he twirled the 2-hand axes in his hands and darted forward. He moved so swiftly it seemed as though he had vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of a brute with a spiked club. It was a sight often witnessed. Rem's arms swung like whips, the axe blades at the tips flashing brilliantly. Whang! Thud! Whop! Crack! Crunch! The first swing severed the brute's neck. The second cleaved the head of the thug to his right. Finally, with a twist of his waist, Rem swung the axe handle at the thug to his left, striking his neck. A severed neck, a split skull, and a broken neck. After killing the 3, Rem slashed his axes diagonally downward, letting the blood drip onto the ground. Drip, drip, deet. The blood scattered across the floor, and he casually turned his back on the guild members, striding back. 3 down. Encrid believed 2 rounds of shocks were sufficient to create an opportunity. Those who will, cross over. This was the 3rd time he'd made the offer. If they didn't take it now, there was no helping it. He couldn't afford to show mercy to those who sought his life. It was a kill or be killed era. Surely, they knew that attempting to kill others meant they risked death themselves. Frontier Defense Force? The elegant guildmaster asked. No. Ancrid led a modest squad, albeit one with extraordinary members. We're infantry from the Cyprus Division of the Border Guard. He revealed their affiliation with a loose grip on his sword. There was no reason to hide it. As some of the thugs hesitated and began lowering their weapons, the guildmaster glared sharply. Try going over the line. Let's see if I let you off easy. It was a command to his subordinates. Chryse's words came to mind. The guildmaster, Gilpin, was said to rule through fear, breaking limbs or cutting tongues when displeased. Don't be swayed by the mood. They're just men like us. They'll die if we stab them. Can't you see they're not even properly armored? Kill them! No one can survive a mob. He could even string words together. Ancrid thought to himself that the logic wasn't wrong. Overwhelming with numbers. That method typically worked. Trained soldiers are most effective in collective combat. In smaller skirmishes, even a common thug could kill a soldier. If they found an opening and struck with a blade, who could survive? If it's a fight between small groups, thugs might have the upper hand. Of course, this isn't true when dealing with knights or those who've transcended human limits. And even now, it didn't hold. Don't do it, Ancrid warned. The Madmen squad weren't ones to adhere to strategy or tactics. They fought however they pleased. They were the kind who could face overwhelming odds in battle, revel in the chaos, and return unscathed. For such warriors, 30 armed men, untrained and far from soldiers, picking a fight was tantamount to suicide. Let them be. Some people only cry when they see the coffin, Ragnar commented. Brother, it seems time for divine retribution, Auden added. Stand back and watch, he continued. Even Jackson, without a word, stepped forward. With a metallic clang, he unsheathed his sword, taking a deliberate step. A rash figure from the opposing side darted forward, brandishing a scimitar. The man swung, a sharp whoosh cutting through the air, the blade aiming for Jackson's head. Jackson calmly raised his sword, letting the scimitar glide along its edge. Using the momentum, he shifted and swung downward. Back! Schlock! His blade slashed through the man's abdomen, cleanly cutting through. Despite seeming effortless, it was enough to reveal the man's entrails as he collapsed to his knees with a guttural groan. And that marked the beginning. Kill only those who attack, Ancrid instructed. Rem obeyed, swinging his axe in place, but it was no less than a meat grinder. A thug, wielding a flail, swung clumsily. Rem cleaved the weapon in two mid-arc. Before the man could retreat, the axe split his head, sending him crumpling backward, blood and brain matter trailing behind. Ragnar mechanically swung his arming sword, cutting down enemies with each motion. There were no intricate techniques, only raw force. Heads split, shoulders severed, each swing left a new corpse. Auden moved with blinding speed, wielding two clubs to parry incoming blades. The air echoed with the staccato, clack, clack, clack of deflected strikes. Closing the distance, he shattered the legs of his opponents. Crack! Snap! Ah! Screams of agony filled the clearing. It seemed loud enough to summon the city guards, but this part of town was eerily desolate. Cryse observed the carnage calmly. This far out. The gang's hideout was on the city's outskirts, likely in an upscale manor district developed by wealthy merchants. The location was ordinarily deserted. The enemy, being a criminal syndicate, had undoubtedly bribed the authorities. Ensuring no patrols or witnesses approached made it easier to handle. Cryse felt no fear or surprise at the enemy numbers. After all, he was part of the Madmen squad. He understood the caliber of his comrades. Everyone here is at least frontier defense level, he thought. And with that, the answer was clear. There was no way the enemy could win. As Crace's mind spun with plans, he noted that everything was unfolding as he intended. I even leaked the information deliberately. Much of what was happening, including the ambush, was part of his scheme. If anyone noticed his manipulations, it might be the squad leader. Despite his gruff exterior, the man was sharp. Rem, being unfamiliar with urban affairs, was unlikely to realize. And as for Ragnar and Auden, they wouldn't even bother questioning it. By now, the corpses piled up, and Auden's side resounded with frantic screams. Ha! Auden never stopped at breaking just one leg. He'd return to shatter the other while delivering a sermon. I'm not asking you to become saints, but at least stop living lives that harm your neighbors. Not a single thug could comprehend his words amidst their agony. Still, Auden remained consistent in both action and principle. Meanwhile, Encrid watched intently. At first, he was captivated by Jackson's restrained movements. Orthodox swordsmanship. Jackson's style adhered to the fundamentals, parrying and countering through precise sword paths. Yet it wasn't just orthodoxy. His quick strikes blurred the line between offense and defense. His blade was a tool of calculated murder, and there was much to learn from it. Then, Incrid's gaze shifted to Rem. Rem's axe arcs seemed erratic, yet they painted an unpredictable pattern in the air. How can he manage that? It was entirely instinctual. If one had to classify it, it was akin to mystic axe technique. And Ragnar's greatsword? It embodied the peak of basic swordsmanship, crushing through any defense with brute force. Each strike broke skulls and cleaved shoulders without fail. Odin, however, offered the most to study. Close combat was the foundation of swordsmanship, and Odin's mastery of proximity fighting with clubs was unparalleled. Every move was precise, each strike shattering bones. Encrid's eyes darted between his comrades, absorbing their techniques. Translating what he saw into practice was another matter, but there was no doubt he had much to learn. The battle didn't last long. Many foes lost their will to fight. Jackson, uncharacteristically determined, cut a path through the chaos, heading directly for the guild leader. The leader drew his weapon, a sword concealed within his staff, only to meet Jackson's unrelenting blade. Clang! Sparks flew as steel clashed. Two bodyguards moved to intervene, but Rem and Ragnar blocked their way. "Stay out of it," Rem growled. Faced with the carnage left in their wake, the bodyguards hesitated. Realizing resistance was futile, they dropped their daggers and knelt in surrender. "You cowards!" the guild leader bellowed, furious at their betrayal. But survival trumped loyalty. Jackson's expression remained cold as his eyes locked onto the leader. "I surrender," the leader pleaded. Jackson didn't respond. "I'll pay you. Just stop this madness." The man's desperation only grew as Jackson's strikes quickened. Clang! 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 Finally, Jackson's voice broke the tension. "Your face annoys me." The guild leader's last thought was one of disbelief. Schwick. Jackson's blade cut through the man's neck, silencing him forever. Chapter 66 offered a second job. Let's kill them all. Some had already dropped their weapons, and others had even wet themselves. Standing before them, Rem held a blood-stained axe and spoke. "Peepees, spare us?" Their terror was understandable. They had already lost the will to fight. Rem believed they should be killed. As a person from the West often derogatorily called a barbarian, Rem had spent his childhood in the Western lands. In the harsh frontier, leaving loose ends was never an option. "Seems like they're the ones who sent assassins, so what's the point of debating who's guilty? Let's slit their throats and end this cleanly." The terrified men couldn't even open their mouths. With Rem standing between Encrid and the kneeling criminals, axe in hand, it seemed like he could strike at any moment. They stayed silent. "Where did you throw your blanket?" Rem was ready to handle things himself if Encrid refused, but the question caught him off guard. What? Your blanket? When he had left the lodging, he had been wrapped in a blanket. At some point, though, he had discarded it. Near the alley entrance, I think. That was before encountering the beggar. His instincts, beastly and sharp, had made him prepare for battle. Then, how do you plan to sleep tonight? Rem didn't understand why Encrid kept asking about such trivial things, but he had a plan from the moment he discarded the blanket. I'll just use the blanket of someone who spends every night out. Don't worry. I won't take yours, squad leader. Touch my stuff, and I'll kill you. No, I will kill you. Jackson, the one always spending nights away, understood and reacted. Jackson had many women and often left the lodging whenever they entered the city. Stingy bastard, you don't even use it. Don't touch it, barbarian. Typical sneaky stray cat, always so petty. As their bickering began, Encrid clapped his hands to gather their attention. That's unnecessary, Rem. From the beginning, Encrid had a plan for targeting the Thieves' Guild. Half of it was due to suspicion that they had sent assassins. The other half was for a different purpose. This is unexpected. More than half of him thought they might not actually be behind the assassination. After all, wasn't it clear that Aspen was the one behind it? If someone had bet money on whether the guild was the mastermind, the odds would have favored them not being involved. Even if the bet was lost, it wouldn't have cost much. Regardless of whether they were behind the assassination or not, there was a bigger plan at stake. The night's pretty cold. Don't you want to stay warm? Rem tilted his head, unsure of where this conversation was going. Only Craze, with his sharp intuition and quick thinking, understood. He blinked his large eyes and looked at their squad leader in disbelief. Encrid gave a slight nod. Years of hard labor in the mercenary world had taught him more than just swordsmanship. For instance, the philosophy that if a thief tries to rob you, it's only right to empty their pockets first. Encrid made up his mind. This wasn't going to derail his dreams. After all, these were criminals. Their accumulated wealth wasn't exactly obtained by honest means. There were concerns about loose ends and other issues, but doesn't matter. With his growing skills, he felt confident in solving whatever came his way. Breathing out visible condensation. Maybe we can even set up some heated monster pelts back at the lodging. The silence that followed was due to sheer surprise. Then Rem burst into laughter. That's right. Anything found on conquered land is mine. A very Ream-like way of putting it. Warmth, huh? Ragnar reacted too. Nobody liked the cold. Ha! The scriptures say, take from thieves and use it for good after all. Would such a thing actually be written in the sacred texts? Or taught at the temple? Probably neither. But Auden, with unwavering conviction, made his argument sound righteous. Not a bad idea. Jackson also nodded. Are we just looting, though? Kreis added a more ambitious suggestion. Let's discuss inside. It's freezing out here. The air was cold enough to quickly dissipate the heat from the blood and entrails of the dead. The group soon entered the mansion. Those who hesitated and lingered were urged inside by Kreis. A few with broken legs were left behind. Help everyone inside, Kreis ordered, addressing the stragglers. They exchanged uncertain glances, wondering if running away might be the better option. Their hesitation was obvious. If you run, we'll hunt you down. Either the axe wielder or the guy who enjoys breaking legs will catch you. Ragnar and Jackson had fought well, but for the gang, the true nightmares were Rem and Auden. Do you think you can hide from the border guard's standing army? Or explore the wilderness at night during this end-of-season cold? You'll either freeze to death or be devoured by beasts. We won't kill you. Just come inside. Kreis had a way with words. As Encrid entered, he overheard Kreis and offered a compliment. You'd make a great con man. Is that a compliment? Yes. Doesn't feel like one. Inside, a fire was already burning in the fireplace. The warmth and the presence of the criminal's belongings confirmed that someone had lived here. Above the fireplace, 2 blunt swords and a shield were mounted in a cross pattern. On either side of the room, a few paintings hung on the walls. "Are they valuable?" Glancing at the paintings, Encred asked. Kreis dismissed them without a second look. "No, they're cheap junk. I can't imagine why anyone would buy those." Even to Encred, who had no artistic sense, they seemed awful. "I could paint better than that with my feet." Rem seemed to agree with the idea. As they gathered by the fireplace, their long shadows stretched behind them. "Light the torch stand." "It's dark," Encred said, warming himself by the fire. His words weren't directed at anyone in particular. No one moved. He added, "Gilpin's dead. The next guy, step up and do it. Gilpin isn't dead." One of the uninjured men stepped forward. A man with a bald head like a white sand dune instead of hair. In the daylight it would have been blinding. A long scar ran above his eyebrows, but even the combination of the scar and bald head failed to make him look threatening. His drooping eyes and thick lips made him appear anything but intimidating. "Wait, what? Gilpin isn't dead? Could he have some kind of monstrous regeneration ability? Like surviving after having his neck cut? That corpse in the clearing outside the mansion? No way." The bald man spoke again. "I'm Gilpin. What was this situation? So, he's not the leader." "Ah, I get it now. Like a lizard cutting off its tail." Kreis gestured outside, answering his own question. Encred recalled stories he'd heard while working as a mercenary and sharing drinks. Sometimes those criminal guild bastards pull stunts like naming their group after a subordinate. Why? So they can sell out the subordinate and run if things go south. Like when the army shows up to wipe out criminals. A cowardly tactic. And how do you know so much about that? Spent some time in that crowd. Anyway, scumbags who pull that kind of stunt aren't common. They're the worst of the worst. Encred had never encountered someone who actually did this. Typically, leaders name their groups after themselves for pride or recognition. Using a subordinate's name suggested the dead man outside was a sly, conniving bastard. What a scumbag. What a scumbag! As Encred muttered, Ragna asked for an explanation, and the quick-witted Cray filled him in. Encred's plan had been simple but effective. Raid the Thieves' Guild, take their cooperation in exchange for leniency, or beat them senseless and take what was needed. Sure, messing with a Thieves' Guild might lead to retaliation, but he was confident his unit could handle any backlash. Now it turned out these thieves were linked to the assassins targeting him. So what? Why should that matter? Are you really going to warm things up for them? Rem whispered from behind, uncomfortably close. Get lost, Encred muttered before turning his attention back to Gilpin. The bald man nervously rubbed his head before speaking. If you're going to kill someone, just kill me, spare the rest. Some of them are just struggling to take care of sick mothers. Struggling doesn't justify stealing from others. No amount of hardship granted the right to threaten others and profit from it. Still, I'd appreciate if you let us live. Encred, standing straight with his arms crossed, scrutinized Gilpin. The man had a certain resilience, even asking to be the sole sacrifice. So why hadn't he fought earlier? When asked, Gilpin replied, Why would I fight for some guy who would ditch me at the first sign of trouble? The 2 bodyguards who had barely survived nodded in agreement. The way things were shaping up, the deceased leader was clearly a schemer. Willing to cough up what you've got? Then we'll leave it at that, Encred said, sticking to the plan. Sure, if handing it over means we can avoid being killed, he agreed, shrugging. The others didn't argue. Well, the safe's key was hidden by that bastard, the dead guy, Gilpin said. Don't worry about it. After all, they had a mage who could unlock any door with just a knock. A safe wouldn't be a problem. Gilpin, being pragmatic, handed over all the unmasked loot. Whoa, heated leather. Take everything, and the ones guarding the streets will all die. Gilpin was referring to the beggars in the alleys. They had already been dealt with on the way in. Apparently, their ragged clothes were lined with monster leather. When Craze learned this, he remarked, "Can't use it if it's blood-stained." Taking it off the dead beggars was no longer an option. Encred couldn't help but reevaluate Gilpin. Despite the situation, the man seemed to care about his subordinates, ensuring their well-being even at his own expense. "Leave some," Encred ordered, ensuring there was moderation in their actions. Fortunately, no one seemed particularly greedy. Well, except Craze. He was the unit's resident hoarder. Yet, strangely, Craze didn't pocket anything this time. "You're not taking anything?" "No, but I do have something to discuss, Captain," Craze said, his large eyes blinking in mock innocence, a telltale sign he was scheming something. Though Craze was clever and knew how to use his looks to his advantage, Encred was immune to such tactics. "What are you up to this time?" Craze's question, however, hit home. "Don't you need krona?" Money was always needed. Equipment was costly, and while this haul eased immediate concerns, funds would be a recurring necessity. "This we keep for ourselves," Craze said matter-of-factly. And just like that, he proposed a second job for Encred. Chapter 67. Taking over the guild, Cray evaluated the situation and quickly identified the most efficient way to turn it into an advantage, even if it's called a thief guild. When you look closely, it's essentially a business, collecting protection fees, eliminating petty thefts, and leveraging only the positives could turn it into a proper enterprise. More importantly, Craze already had business ideas centered around the thief guild. This was Border Guard, a place known for its strict law enforcement. Normally, a criminal guild wouldn't thrive here. But this wasn't the case now. Gilpin's guild had managed to establish itself quite effectively. Whatever they had done wasn't achievable by ordinary means. For instance, the thermal pelts. How much were those worth? And here were over a dozen of them. There were also coins and notes worth more than 100,000 krona. Although some IUs turned up, they didn't seem particularly useful. If Craze could consolidate his plans with the resources of this guild, there's no way I'd lose out. This involved money, and Craze applied his wisdom, worthy of a sage, to assess and accept the situation. "Become thieves?" Encred repeated the suggestion, staring at Craze. He had said his dream was to become a knight, to reach greater heights. Proper training and quality equipment would require krona. Knights were, after all, professionals who also earned through war. They weren't called masters of slaughter for no reason. You don't need to think of it as a bad thing. Gilpin's crew is finished now. How long do you think it will take before another thief guild takes its place? Kreis's mind was racing, calculating. Blood pumped through his brain, fueling its rotation. Given Gilpin's setup, this was a golden opportunity, at most a month. Encred nodded instinctively, agreeing with the assessment. "It's so warm." "From the side," Rem exclaimed, wearing a coat made of thermal pelt. "Well, of course, it's warm." Ragnar scolded him for stating the obvious. Kreis's voice brought Encred back into focus. Calm, but with a subtle intensity hidden beneath, Kreis spoke. "In that case, we leave Gilpin, who seems decent, in charge. Then we reform the guild into one that doesn't kill or steal." It was a plausible idea, genuinely tempting. Preserving honor as a knight? Even that required krona. Encred was well aware of reality. Sure, knights of a certain skill could have wealth come to them naturally, but there were also knights who worked for money. Encred believed that a knight's honor was about following one's principles. Kreis's suggestion didn't conflict with that. Viewed positively, it even seemed like a better option. If it improves people's lives, even slightly, then fewer children would cry. Parents raising their children would have less to worry about. Every city had its share of people struggling to survive. Perhaps this would provide them with some comfort. Initially, They had only been looking for firewood to survive the winter. But if this opportunity allowed them to help others, there was no reason not to take it. Doesn't sound bad, does it? Not at all. I'll divide the profits appropriately and give your share, squad leader. In return, please keep the other squad members in check. Encrid realized why Cray was so focused on convincing him. It was because of and the others. If Crace announced his intentions to take over the guild, they wouldn't simply let it happen. What's in it for you? Encrid was curious. Why go to the trouble of taking over a thief guild, and even paying dues? Did Craze know how much profit he could actually expect? Information. Encrid was once again impressed by Crace's sharp intellect. Information was valuable. Even trivial details within a city could translate into useful resources for the unit. For instance, even knowing the name and hobby of a flower shop girl could have people lining up to buy that information. There were countless other ways it could be utilized. You catch on fast. That's why I like you, squad leader. Crace extended his fist, and Encrid met it with his own. That sealed the deal. Encrid would gain Krona and keep the other squad members in line. Craze would secure the guild for himself. When Encrid returned to the fireplace, I don't mind. Let Craze take it, Jackson said first. A terrifying man. His hearing was unnervingly sharp. They had spoken at least 10 steps away, but he still overheard. Gilpin, sort out the corpses and identify anyone who has committed murder, inflicted significant harm on the weak, or could cause future problems. We'll take them to prison. This didn't mean they'd let things slide as they were. Seems like you'll have to hand over a few people. And from now on, this guy is the guild leader. You're free to stay, but if you quit and start another guild, we'll meet again. I wouldn't dare. Gilpin habitually scratched his sandy blonde hair and asked hesitantly, But, soldier? What is it? I think disbanding is the better choice. If we stay, we'll all end up dead. Dead? How? Why? Encrid's gaze demanded an explanation. Gilpin hesitated but eventually explained the situation. It turned out that the deceased guild leader had been working as an agent for Aspen. Not just a spy, but someone who handled various tasks for them. There's someone who regularly checks on the guild situation. Otherwise, we would have disbanded and disappeared long ago. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor and care for his people, Gilpin was still part of a thief guild. He wasn't in his position by mere chance. The visitor, however, was the problem. If the dead guy doesn't show up, it'll cause an uproar. We were already planning to sell off the estate at a low price and disappear entirely. How many people are we talking about? It's just one person, but they're a fraud. The children of heart-stopping terror. A race with physical strength far surpassing that of humans, bred for combat. Encrid had once been kicked by a frog and ended up in the infirmary for it. A frog? Coming here? Yes? Now, what should they do? But why would a frog monitor a small thief guild in a border city? There's a saying that any frog found outside their territory is already a recognized elite. By Nerilia's military standards, they would be at least a special grade warrior. What's so special about this place? Only the dead guy would know the full details. What's certain is that the frog always brought funds, krona, for operations. Not taking money, but giving it? Seriously, what is this? Even Cray couldn't deduce the reason. How curious. Everyone else was equally puzzled. So what now? The guild is ours. Nothing changed. There was still time before the frog arrived. Whatever came next, they would deal with it when it happened. Or perhaps, when the time came, they could disband and abandon their plans altogether. And so they decided to take over the guild completely. Gilpin had no complaints. He considered himself fortunate just to be alive. Encrid, however, couldn't shake the thought that although these thieves agreed now, they might pose problems in the future. Would such a group really stay obedient indefinitely? Of course, this was Crace's problem to handle from now on. He had agreed to take responsibility, and Encred left it at that. This one's mine. Jackson collected a few rings and ornaments, likely intended for a woman. Rem grabbed a heated coat and some furs to use as bedding, then began rummaging through the vault to see what else it held. Ragnar briefly examined the swords amassed by the guild, dismissing them all as junk. After that, he showed no further interest in wealth. Odin was the same. They say a gaze fixed on riches blinds the soul. He simply offered a prayer. But when Encred asked for his help, Odin complied. "Could you open the vault?" "Yes, brother." The guild leader's vault was securely locked with a heavy padlock, wrapped tightly in chains. Odin stepped forward and took hold of the lock. Crunch. What followed was practically a feat of superhuman strength. With his bare hands, Odin crushed the lock. It was almost unbelievable. "Well, aren't you a strong one?" remarked Odin. Once the lock was destroyed, the chains were no longer an issue. What would have required hours with a hacksaw was finished in an instant. This was the strength of a squad member, capable of opening locked doors with just a knock. Curious about what the vault contained, Encred walked over briskly. "Are you going to open it yourself?" Rem asked, looking at him. "Why not?" Pure curiosity drove him. As he approached the vault, Encred posed a question. "So, when is that frog supposed to arrive?" Walking alongside him, Gilpin replied, "When the first season begins. They come once at the start of the 4 seasons and once in the 3rd season. Once in spring and once in autumn." That meant there was still time. Encred nodded and positioned himself before the vault. What could be inside? He was eager to find out. With a flick of his fingers, he lifted the latch. Screech. The rusty hinges made a grating sound as the lid was pushed back. Thunk. Thunk. The heavy lid fell open, hitting the vault body with a loud clang. The sound reverberated faintly in Encred's ears. Foom. 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 He felt something indescribable envelop him. It couldn't be seen or touched, but he sensed something wrapping around his body. A sudden isolation from the world overwhelmed him. Everyone around him seemed to vanish. When he tried to blink, his body didn't respond. What is this? Even opening his mouth was impossible. What's in there? Something good. Rem's voice snapped him back to reality. Encred blinked and opened his mouth, finding himself unharmed. Did something feel odd just now? Squad leader, you're always a bit odd. I know that well. Rem replied with his usual quip. No one else seemed to notice anything unusual. Dismissing Rem's nonsense, Encred chalked it up to his imagination. Let's see what we've got here. He shook his head lightly and examined the contents. Inside the vault lay a leather cuirass. What's this? Encred voiced his curiosity and looked at Gilpin. I'm not sure. I just know the dead guy treasured it. When he picked it up and pressed a finger into it, he felt its remarkable elasticity. Looks like valuable leather. Squad leader, you should take it. Keep that belly of yours from getting punctured. It seems like a good piece of gear. At Rem's suggestion, Crace examined the item. He had an eye for quality. They decided to keep it. A well-crafted piece of armor was worth far more to someone living by the sword than most weapons. This one's mine. No one objected. After sorting out the spoils, they left the remaining work to Crace. Think they've cleared the snow by now? Rem stepped forward again. Encred considered the time and glanced out the window. The snow hadn't melted yet. If they returned now, they might spend the night shoveling snow. It wasn't a tough decision. Encred murmured his thoughts, seeking his squad's consensus. Our mission ends tomorrow morning. By then, they wouldn't have to deal with the snow. Works for me. Seems there's plenty to do here still, Rem agreed, settling in by the fireplace. For now he was uncharacteristically docile. That was understandable. Rem was savoring the warmth of his heated coat in the fireplace, immersed in thoughts of comfort and happiness. True, there's still much to do. On the other side of the fireplace, Ragnar had also found his spot. Yes, to spread the word of the divine. Odin added his thoughts. I'll return by morning then. Jackson requested permission for some solo activities. At times like this, no one objected. They worked together seamlessly. If only they were always this cooperative. It was a recurring thought during this mission. Squad leader Kreis called out to Encrid and gave him a subtle thumbs up, a gesture of high praise. All squad members present and accounted for. We located the Thieves' Guild and wiped it out, Encrid reported, addressing the company commander wrapped in a thick coat. It was the commander's private training ground. Even with fires lit on 2 tall poles, the day remained bitterly cold. On the frozen ground that felt like solid stone, the commander turned and questioned him. Wiped out? What did this man know to ask such a pointed question? Encrid answered flatly. Yes, wiped out. We sent the ones fit for prison there and executed the rest who resisted. I see. The commander rotated her shoulders as if loosening them up. Did she truly know something? Of course, Encrid couldn't openly say. Kreis took over the guild. We brought back the goods from their base as well. Good. Aside from a few heated furs and ornaments, everything was handed over to the commander. That was standard procedure. Any incidental gains from operations belonged to the unit. Of course, skimming a little here and there was an unspoken tradition. Well done. Fortunately, the commander didn't press further. Instead, her emerald green eyes locked onto Encrid's blue ones as she made a proposal. About? Pardon? Don't you want to test the fairy's sword? A sparring match? I hear you never decline. The fairy's sword, light yet sharp, was well renowned. Encrid had faced it a few times during his mercenary days. Encounters with fairies weren't uncommon in that line of work. But back then, his skills were laughable. Their sharp reflexes had rendered his mercenary blade useless, leaving him embarrassed to even call it a proper fight. Yes, a sparring match. It would be a rare opportunity. He had recently come to believe one thing. The more you fight, the more you gain. Encrid knew he wasn't naturally talented. Experience was his best asset. Each battle honed him for the day when his skills would truly shine. Even without such rationale, he would never have declined. That was just who Encrid was. Let's do it. Good. Come at me. The fairy commander drew her sword. Nadir, the blade of the fairy. A real sword for a real duel. Encrid unsheathed his own blade. Clang de ducti, daki. Their long sword and nadir met in a swift clash. Ping. Baradish. Both stepped back 2 paces simultaneously. Encrid was cautious. He remembered the fairy commander effortlessly toppling him once in a medic's tent. How much had he improved since then? He didn't know. Now was the time to find out. Chapter 68. A Dream of Embracing a Woman. 1. Whoosh. The world spun. Thud. Dut. As his back hit the ground, the air was forced out of his lungs. If I threw you a bit harder, your ribs and internal organs might be damaged. Through the pain, Encrid grimaced, and above him the commander's musical voice rang out. Done? One more time. If he could, Encrid would have gladly risked being beheaded to repeat this over and over. He knew he was outmatched. Brenham had once glanced at the fairy commander and commented, "That one's a straight-up monster." Ragnar had assessed, the best among the commanders. Odin had added, a finely honed body. Knowing he couldn't win didn't change anything. Encrid gripped his sword with both hands. Come. The fairy commander remained the same as ever, calm and emotionless. Her sword came curving in. The nadir, crafted by the fairies, was a weapon that cut like a curve, and at some point pierced like a dot. Earlier, he tried to dodge a thrust but allowed the commander to close the distance. This time he stepped back and swung his longsword upward. In terms of strength, he had the upper hand. If he struck upward and deflected the fairy's sword, an opening would appear. He visualized the course of the battle in his head. Countless real battles, ones where his life was on the line, had honed this natural ability to predict fights. He anticipated his opponent's reaction and prepared for it. For the talented or those who perfected their skills in combat, this instinct was second nature. For Encred, it was a hard-earned weapon forged through near-death experiences. Shh! Just before the fairy commander's blade collided with his longsword, it bent fluidly. The nickname Leaf Blade was apt. It moved as if it had become a literal leaf. Softly, the blade curved. It was a feat of the commander's wrist, twisting and shaking to manipulate the blade. Encred, seeing the curve of the blade, exerted more strength to counter it. Ultimately, the upward swing missed, the blade slipping past. Encred cut nothing but air. It was a swordsmanship skill that could only be called an art. The fairy closed the distance again. This time they came in close, right to his chest. Encred raised his knee in anticipation. Smack. The commander didn't evade. Instead, she pressed down on his knee with both hands. Before Encred could apply any real force, her pressure disrupted his balance. He knew it was coming, but fell for it anyway. He thought grimly. I knew she'd go for close combat, and yet, desperately, he tried a headbutt, but the commander tilted her head to avoid it and countered by ramming her shoulder into his forehead. What followed was similar to before, only the strike had changed. The commander clasped her hands together and struck Encred near his heart. Thud! For a moment, his breath caught again, and his limbs lost strength. If this had been a fight to the death, he might have bitten his tongue to keep going. But it was a spar. At this point, he'd already lost. Gah. Huff! Huff! Encred staggered back a few steps, then dropped to one knee, gasping for air. When he finally raised his head, he saw the commander's green eyes. More? She asked. Encred's chest ached fiercely, but he grinned. He was genuinely delighted that she hadn't stopped just because she'd won. And so, he charged again and again, getting beaten, collapsing, and charging anew. Beaten up for not clearing the snow? Is that it? Back at the barracks, Rem, wrapped in heated leather, was the first to react. What? Why do you look like that? Who did it? Despite his words, he clutched his heated leather even tighter. Yeah, it was warm. Encred knew that. It was an especially cold day. What happened? Ragnar asked. For some reason, Jackson, who was at the barracks today, also stared intently at Encred, silently asking the same question. Auden muttered quietly. Why do you always come back beaten up, brother? When you say it like that, it makes me sound weak, Encred thought. He answered, It was a spar. With who? The commander. Our commander? Nod. Why? If you wanted to get beaten up, I could have done it. That bastard had a knack for irritating remarks. Encred ignored him. He had just finished cleaning himself up with superhuman willpower. Fortunately, the barracks had baths that provided hot water in exchange for a small fee. If not, he might have skipped bathing altogether. His entire body ached, and even moving a finger took effort. But it didn't matter. He could rest now. A couple of days of rest would suffice. He had no duties or training scheduled, so there was plenty of time. To recognize your efforts in maintaining order in the city, you are granted a 4-day leave. No bonus. The commander's words after their spar flashed in his mind. No duties meant no obligations. There was no bonus, but Encred considered the spar itself a reward. Besides, He still had the loot he'd taken from the crime guild. How many times was it? The number of times he'd sprawled on the frozen ground. His body had suffered, but he'd learned something. What I lack right now. The commander hadn't spoken much, but had used her sword and fists to teach him. Refining his swordsmanship, focus, and the senses of a predator were fundamental. More importantly, Ancred realized what he needed to fill within himself. "You're dull," the commander had said, her final words cutting like a knife. But that didn't hurt him. His previous instructors had said far worse. "If you must learn, then learn. Otherwise, go home and farm. I can't teach someone who's destined to die as a third-rate swordsman." The better the teacher, the harsher the words. The commander had called him dull, but even within that dullness, Ancred had found what he sought, a lack of technique. Specifically, a lack of skill in controlling his body. The fairy commander had repeatedly thrown him down in the same way. She taught through her actions, and Ancred absorbed those lessons through his body. He didn't miss a single opportunity to learn, like a hawk hunting prey. What I need: wrestling martial arts, hand-to-hand combat, grappling. All techniques for battle. Just because you wield a sword doesn't mean you fight only with a sword. Using your hands, feet, and body was just as important. Ancred had employed these methods before, but it's clear I've never properly learned them. The commander's techniques were exceptional. The way she dashed in like she was crawling across the ground, disrupting balance in an instant, then locking and breaking knees, he had no way to counter. What if he tried to draw a dagger and stab her? No, she'd disarm him. Break his knee joint and withdraw before he could. Not easy. It was a difference in skill, a disparity in what they had learned and mastered. But it was fun. I'd be a vampire. His body ached as if broken, but he'd gained something valuable. More importantly, that knowledge had opened a new path for him, filling Ancred with joy. As he moved to lie down, a panther poked its head out, its blue eyes staring at him. I did promise to give it a name, didn't I? It would be troublesome if I didn't have a proper name to call it. As I leaned into the bed, the panther burrowed into my arms. A warm sensation spread through me. Somehow the warmth seemed to ease my aching body, and I felt slightly better. "How about calling it Heater since it's warm? Is that really a name?" Ram chimed in from the side. This guy really never misses an opportunity to interrupt. "Is it strange? Is that even a name?" Ragnar replied from the other side of the bed. He was lying down and couldn't be bothered to get up, but was still managing to speak. "Do you dislike the panther, brother?" Even Auden was getting in on it now. "Dislike it?" Ancred asked the panther, and the creature smacked him on the cheek with its front paw. "It really must dislike the name," Ancred muttered as he pulled the panther into his arms and fell into thought. "What should I name it? I never thought I'd be agonizing over something like this. Blackie? No, it sounds like a puppy's name. Since its eyes are blue like a lake, how about calling it Blue Eyes? That doesn't sound too bad." The panther nestled closer into my arms, and with its chest tapping against mine, it almost seemed like it was reading my thoughts and rejecting everything I was thinking. "Do you dislike blue eyes too? Then, what should I call it? How about Black Panther? That would be easier, I guess." Thud-I-peed. The leopard pressed its paw firmly against my chest. Seeing it repeatedly nuzzle me, it seemed like it really didn't like the idea. "Can you read my thoughts?" During an external operation, I had spent the night with the comrades of those I had killed. It was strange that Rem, snoring like a dead man, and Ragnar, who appeared to be in a similar state, could sleep so soundly in such a situation. Some level of tension was necessary. That's why I couldn't get a proper rest at the thieves' den. I only managed to doze lightly, barely getting any sleep. Upon returning, I had reported right away and immediately engaged in training. That too was a series of brutal sparring sessions, rolling on frozen ground. As a result, my body was exhausted. After washing with warm water, I wrapped myself in heated leather and covered it with a blanket, feeling the warmth seep into my body. The warmth from the panther helped too. Its gentle pawing and rhythmic pressing made it hard to stay awake. Encred was half asleep, his mind wandering. "What's your name?" This state, half in a dream and half in reality, could be called a semi-conscious state. In that state, when I fell asleep, I dreamed. In my dream, a beautiful woman with dark hair and blue eyes appeared. Her wide, sharp eyes and straight nose seemed to reflect her proud personality. I thought she was an aloof beauty, flawless and unyielding. A vast meadow full of white, red, yellow, and blue flowers. She stood alone in the middle of it all, shining like a star among the flowers. A star that illuminated all of the flowers. "She's beautiful," Encred muttered. His voice reached her across the meadow. A peculiar feature of dreams. And then, "My name is Esther," she spoke. That voice also reached Encred, crossing space and distance. The meadow vanished, and so did she. "Half asleep," Encred muttered in his sleep. "Esther? Let's call you Esther. Were you dreaming?" Reem asked from the side, but Encred, already asleep, didn't answer. Rem tilted his head, watching the squad leader sleeping soundly. Even if someone were exhausted, they wouldn't fall asleep that deeply. "Must be really tired," Rem muttered. It seemed like the company commander had worked the squad leader hard. And he didn't particularly like it. The fairy company commander was an enigmatic one. Why would she push his squad leader around like that? Who gave her permission? Grumble. As if reacting to the name Esther, the panther in the squad leader's arms let out a pleased sound. "Yeah, we'll call you Esther. You." Rem said it jokingly, and then closed his eyes, content with the warmth. He hated the cold. It was absolutely dreadful. Wasn't there supposed to be no duty for 3 days? Rem thought he wouldn't leave his heated leather, unless it was for food or necessities. The lake panther, Esther, picked up a familiar scent from Encred. It was a fragrance tied to spells, mystery, and secrets. In truth, if one got too close, it would be near a curse. It only stayed on the surface. The mysterious force called a curse around Encred had no effect, and left only traces. From her experience, it seemed like a spell trap someone had set had been activated. It triggered but didn't work. Why the curse only lingered, she had an idea. Though it was just an idea. With her current body, she couldn't prove anything. She wanted to know more, to dig deeper, but now was not the time. To be precise, it wasn't something worth investigating. She savored the energy from the spell's lingering scent, drawing in the remaining power without affecting Encred. The cursed thoughts and will had vanished, leaving only pure energy, mana. Esther drank it all in. It was a sweet fragrance, a part of the world of spells that she hadn't tasted in so long. In the meantime, she projected herself into the man's dream, trying to force a name upon him. "My name is Esther." She made sure her name was properly delivered. She couldn't leave it like this. In the world of spells, a name held great significance, especially now, with her condition not being the best. If she were given a new name in her current state, the curse would deepen. Thus, she had to reveal her true name. That was the reason she appeared in his dream. Was it because of the mana left in Encred's body, and the image she projected in his dream? For a moment, Esther regained her original form. Naked, she was cradled in the arms of the man she had chosen. The man drew her closer. Esther blushed furiously, as she had never allowed anyone to hold her so intimately. But no one saw her. The man's strong chest muscles were just inches from her face. Esther only exhaled quietly, not daring to move. It wasn't the time to make noise. Her original form only lasted a moment. The man's eyelids fluttered open. His eyes were heavy with sleep, not focused. The moment their gazes met, Esther was so startled she forgot to breathe. I don't. The man gazed at her blankly, then slowly closed his eyes again. Still, half asleep. During that time, Esther transformed back into a panther. It was magic's mystery. When the man opened his eyes again, he closed them and fell back asleep. Esther, Esther. He muttered her name in his sleep. He wouldn't remember, would he? She was glad she reverted to being a panther. Being naked in the arms of a man, who was, strictly speaking, not a complete stranger, was not something she ever wanted to imagine. And then Esther regretted it. Thank goodness for the curse. She didn't even think of making a mistake like that. But since it was her first time in such a situation, she didn't know how to react. The panther hesitated for a moment, then stayed still. The mana left and the man's arms continued to draw her in. She thought it was only the mana influencing her and buried herself in his warmth. Just as Encrid felt the warmth of the panther felt his warmth too. For a brief moment she had regained enough strength to take some action in her panther form. It would take more time to fully return to her original self. Soon. It was just a matter of time. If she stayed with this man, it would happen. If not, she never would have sought him out. His face isn't bad. Even Esther had to admit Encrid was a rare beauty, though she didn't think that was the important thing. Chapter 69. A Dream of Embracing a Woman. 2. Encrid had a dream. There was a field of flowers and a woman. I'll be staying for a while, so just know that. She was a woman of mysterious charm. Even though Encrid wasn't the type to pay attention to women, she seemed unlikely to be easily forgotten. The dream was chaotic. It shifted from a field of flowers to a black river. Then a ferryman appeared, followed by the woman. And suddenly, a panther showed up. What are you doing here? He thought to himself, but the panther shook its head, then, perhaps in annoyance, turned its head sharply away. It was so cute that Encrid couldn't resist scratching the panther's head with a finger. Grrr. The lake panther was said to be a wild beast, but in moments like this, it was more like a cat. It made a contented purring noise. The sound was endearing, even to Encrid. Then for a brief moment, his eyes opened, but it was hard to tell whether this was a dream or reality. In front of him, the woman from the flower field in the Black River was in his arms, and she was naked. When he blinked, the woman was gone, and he saw the leopard's head instead. It seemed like it had been a dream after all, but it still feels. The heavy feeling from holding something remained. The scent and warmth, something he couldn't get from a small panther, lingered, making it feel even stranger. This dream felt too real. He was drifting back to sleep, and this time, he didn't fight it. When he woke up in the morning, the panther, which never left his arms before he was awake, was nowhere to be found. Panther, Esther. Encrid was about to call out casually when he remembered the name he had come up with in his sleep. Then from the side he saw the lake panther standing upright, moving. It was perfectly hidden in the shadow of the lodging, hard to spot unless you looked closely. It had eyes like a lake and fur as dark as ebony. It stepped lightly, clicking its claws on the ground, and sat down in a rather aloof manner. It sat on the leather mat Encrid had set up for it in a corner of the lodging. Naturally, it was heated leather. I've gone from being comfortably well off to living in luxury. Even the panther was now grooming its claws on heated leather. Whether it had been placed there by Big Eyes or Rem, there was dried meat laid out. The panther lazily chopped the meat with its claws and began chewing it. But something felt empty. Was it because the little creature that had kept him warm in his arms was no longer there? Or was it because the dream had felt too real? He felt like he could even draw the woman from the dream in detail, though his drawing skills were terrible. But the memory was vivid enough. She was beautiful. Her beauty was exceptional. As impressive as the fairy commander who boasted the beauty of a non-human. What are you thinking so hard about? I had a dream, and it stayed so vividly in my mind. Esther looked at Encred, and the panther's gaze was strange. When she spoke her name in the dream, it might have left a stronger impression than she had thought. If he had weaker willpower, it could have even caused mental stress. So what should she do now? Should she figure out how to handle it while in panther form? The panther looked serious. What kind of dream was it? Rem asked, still curled up on the heated leather mat. Are you a caterpillar? Correct. I'm a caterpillar. A caterpillar with a big mouth. So feed me breakfast, or this weak little caterpillar will starve to death. This guy was definitely batshit crazy. Encred let Rem's words go in one ear and out the other. He was the type who could handle that. So, what kind of dream was it? Rem asked again. Encred scratched his chin and answered. It was a strange dream. Strange? Rem tilted his head. Since only his head was visible, all his expressions were conveyed through his face and head. It was a skill, if anything. I saw a naked woman. Ugh. Choke, Encred's eyes turned toward the panther. The panther seemed to be choking, probably because a piece of dried meat had gotten caught in its throat. Esther. The panther didn't respond, keeping its head down, ignoring him. It was the same panther who radiated mystery from its entire body when they first met. A beast among beasts, the owner of the green pearl. A panther with eyes like a lake, the lake panther. Now this beast was lying down on the floor, salivating and coughing. At this rate, he wondered if it was going to die. I've never seen a panther choke on dried meat before. But was she pretty? She was very beautiful. But Encred didn't answer. What was the point? It had been just a dream. Are you too slow because of the winter, Rem? Encred stood up and began to move. Once he was standing, he realized there wasn't a spot on his body that didn't hurt. Moving was painful, but if he stayed still, his body would just deteriorate further. He knew this from experience. Not that he needed training. In the past, he would have been too eager and pushed his body harder, but he had learned that would only damage him more. Now, he knew to avoid that. He wasn't in a rush anymore. Rest is also part of training. That was something he had heard from countless swordsmanship masters. If he loosened up today, tomorrow would be easier. The monk exercises he learned from Odin were enough to do that. So, was she pretty? What's the point? It was just a dream. He gave a vague response and left. It was cold again today. His whole body hurt, but he started stretching. His mind wasn't busy. In fact, after rolling around in training, things became clearer. It had always been a question. What should I do next? For those with talent, those called geniuses, the path seemed to open up whether they wanted it or not. Finding what was needed, what was lacking, was also a form of talent. But what about those who don't have talent? They try this and that. That's where the time gets spent. But the starting line is different. That's why a good teacher is necessary. A teacher who can point out what's lacking is always like a treasure. This time the fairy commander had helped with some of that. Now the rest needed to be filled by someone else. Odin.io. In the morning, Odin would come out. Cold. He wasn't the type to worry about such things. Was it any wonder they called him the praying bear? Surely, it wasn't just because of his massive frame. Yes, brother, it's a fine day, isn't it? A biting wind howled between the two. The border guard stood in the far north of the Penhanil continent, an especially cold region, even within its frigid boundaries. The overcast sky made the morning appear mottled and dull, though such details hardly mattered to Audin. He was the type of man who greeted each day as it came, rain, shine, or snow. Granted, he never went so far as to wish anyone a good morning when snow was falling. "It is," Encred replied. What difference did the weather make? Actually, it was a good day. Any day spent learning something new was a good day. "Teach me wrestling." Encred was always the same, direct and unwavering. He pursued his goals with a clear purpose and relentless determination. That was why he built such strong bonds with his squad members over time. Audin tilted his head in curiosity. This man, this squad leader, was truly unique. Watching Encred's skills improve noticeably in just a few days made Audin wonder what kind of fortune drove such progress. To Audin, Encred was like a blazing flame, burning so brightly that it consumed everything around it, perhaps even unaware of its own destruction. But that flame also provided warmth and light to those in its presence. When Audin first joined the squad, he had been at a low point, disillusioned, nearly defeated. And then he met Encred for the first time. "What are you doing?" It was their first encounter. Encred had been swinging a crude club outside the barracks. Not just any club, but a makeshift one bound from 3 waterlogged logs, tied together with string. "Strength training," Encred replied. Swinging something heavy didn't necessarily guarantee strength gains. If anything, it risked injury. Audin figured Encred would give up after a few days, but he didn't. Encred's persistence was unwavering. Whether on the battlefield during guard duty in the rain or under snow, he carved out time to swing his sword. Audin thought back to the man he had been then. 2 words sufficed: utterly broken. One day, his curiosity got the better of him. "Why do you do this every day, even though your skills are lacking?" "They'll improve eventually," Encred answered, his expression calm. He simply resumed his training, unbothered by the question. Watching him, Audin felt like he'd been struck by lightning. How is he like this? What drives him? What faith sustains him? It wasn't religion. Effort was a talent in itself, but without a foundation to build on, even effort wouldn't last. Yet Encred defied that logic. He was someone betrayed daily by his own efforts, yet he kept moving forward, one step at a time. "Who are you?" Audin began observing his squad leader more closely. In doing so, he realized how trivial his own despair had been. Faith isn't something you give with the expectation of a reward. That day, Audin resumed his prayers. "Brother, you'll destroy your joints at this rate," he said, beginning to offer advice on Encred's training regimen. Audin had a keen eye for human bodies, honed through tireless observation and effort. Some compared him to frogs, who were naturally gifted talent appraisers. While frogs identified innate potential, Audin could gauge the condition and training of the human body with precision. What he saw in Encred confirmed that this man faced greater physical challenges than most. His skeletal frame and muscle quality were far from ideal for a warrior. But giving up? That wasn't who Encred was. "You'll need to build your body first. Are you ready for that?" Audin asked, the cold wind still biting at them. Since the day he resumed praying, Audin had decided every morning was a good one, except when it snowed. Of course, it's going to hurt. That's fine. Dying would be worse, Encred thought. "It'll be painful," Audin emphasized. "No problem. It wouldn't hurt more than being stabbed and dying on a battlefield. What I'm about to teach isn't just some monk's calisthenics. It's a technique I developed, the isolation technique." The ominous name didn't deter Encred. If he was going to learn, he wanted to learn it properly. The isolation technique, Audin explained, involves training both the mind and body. "Ready?" "Ready," Encred nodded. And so it began. A low groan escaped Encred's lips, as he struggled with the excruciating exercises Odin put him through. "This is just the start, brother," Odin said calmly. Encred began to wonder if Odin worshipped some kind of demon. The initial stretches were deceptively simple, just loosening the body, or so Odin claimed. But soon, Encred found himself in contorted positions that felt like his muscles were being torn apart. "Relax and press your heels to your hips," Odin instructed, pushing down on Encred's legs with an iron grip. "Imagine dying twice," Odin added. Encred already was. The training continued relentlessly, with Encred enduring wave after wave of pain. "Your limits are clear to me, brother," Odin remarked. "Why do you know my limits better than I do?" Encred thought bitterly, but despite everything, he smiled. Because even amidst the agony, he felt a glimmer of hope, an expectation of growth. A month passed, and the changes in Encred's body became undeniable. Though the initial agony had nearly broken him, the progress was worth it. And so, the flame continued to burn, brighter and steadier than ever. Chapter 70. The Isolation Technique. The foundation of the isolation technique was simplicity. It was about enhancing physical capabilities by repeatedly performing movements while carrying heavy loads. This wasn't just about building raw strength. It was a practice to develop holistic physical control and endurance. "Shall we begin?" A month had passed, and the chill lingered in the far corner of the training ground. Encred proposed a sparring session, and Odin nodded with a smile. "Do you prefer your arms or legs, brother?" It was a signal. He was planning to target one or the other. "Your tongue is sharp, Odin." Both were bare-handed. They hadn't spent the entire month solely on the isolation technique, though. The two squared off, their gazes locking. To meet Odin's eyes, Encred had to tilt his head upward, the difference in their physiques glaringly apparent. Yet, it was Odin who moved first. With a soft thud, he pushed off the ground, lowering his stance as he charged forward, moving so fast that he left an afterimage. It was uncharacteristic of someone nicknamed the Praying Bear. In the past, Encred's best response would have been to raise his knee defensively. But now, things were different. Encred also lowered his stance, clenched his fist, and raised his thumb, pointing it forward as if ready to pierce. If Odin charged head-on, he'd risk his eyes being gouged. Odin abruptly halted his charge and shifted to the side, his massive frame bouncing like a leopard's agile leap. Despite his size, his speed and reflexes were akin to Esther's, swift and precise. Not allowing his back to be taken, Encred repeatedly turned to face him. At some point, Odin's fist shot forward, reaching Encred's range without warning. When the distance had been closed, even Encred wasn't sure. In that concentrated moment, Encred acted decisively, tilting his forehead to intercept the punch before it struck fully. A wrestling technique to mitigate damage. However, Odin opened his palm mid-strike, grabbing Encred's hair instead. Yanking it downward, he drove his left elbow into Encred's back, using his weight to press him down. For a moment, Encred resisted Odin's strength and weight. Not content with merely enduring, he attempted to flip Odin over his back. But Odin wasn't one to passively mount his opponent. Adding pressure, he pulled Encred's hair forward. The perfectly timed tug disrupted Encred's balance, making him lose control of his body. With no options left, he fell. Thud. Dot. Encred shielded his face with his hands as Odin pinned him down. "You sacrificed your body instead of your arms or legs, brother squad leader." Odin laughed heartily. "If this were a battlefield, I'd have a helmet," Encred replied, referencing his hair being grabbed. Still pinned, he spoke, and Odin answered with a grin. "Then I'd have used another method." It was true, and Encred wasn't complaining. He'd only asked out of curiosity about the alternative. "If there was a helmet, I'd grab the nape or press the back of the head to pin you instantly." "I see." Even under the crushing weight of the praying bear, Encrid prioritized absorbing the lesson. Auden eventually stood up, brushing himself off. For Encrid, the past month had been a routine, not monotonous, but methodical. Mornings were dedicated to the isolation technique, followed by wrestling after lunch. Until evening, he practiced swordsmanship. After dinner, he revisited everything he'd learned. The heart of the beast, the sense of the blade, and singular focus, all had room for improvement. If there was potential for growth, why stop? Still, progress was slow, even with these techniques supporting him. Thus, Encrid crawled forward, like a slow-moving snail or a tortoise on land. "You're improving at a snail's pace," Auden remarked, adjusting his clothes, white puffs of breath rising into the cold air. Both were drenched in sweat from their efforts in the isolation technique and wrestling. Encrid replayed Auden's teachings in his mind, finding them invaluable. One particular lesson stood out: reading through the body. The body carried all the information one needed. For example, a right-handed swordsman typically had a more developed right arm. By analyzing physique and muscle development, one could gauge their opponent's experience and training. This was a revelation Encrid had gained through his training in the isolation technique. What followed was equally valuable. After building his foundation, he learned wrestling from Auden. Auden categorized wrestling into strikes, joint locks, and throws. If your opponent is smaller, simply throwing and slamming them makes the fight easier. What if I'm the smaller one? Encrid not only listened attentively but also asked many questions, never glossing over anything. Auden admired this trait in his squad leader. In that case, you'd fight as a smaller person should. Master joint locks, strikes, and grapples to use their strength against them. Counters are a prime example of this. It reminded Encrid of the technique used by the ferry company commander, the effortless gesture that had toppled him. Auden demonstrated such techniques with precision. He was kind, despite being devilishly strict during the isolation technique. While teaching wrestling, he was calm and patient. Apply more pressure here, and their arm breaks. Without divine healing, the damage would be permanent. A single mistake could result in Encrid's dismemberment, so wrestling became a careful endeavor. Strength and speed are essential, but so is understanding vital points, takedown techniques, and breaking bones or joints. None of these can be half-learned. So instead of learning new things, you must repeat what you've already learned. Do you still crave something new? Auden occasionally scolded him, and rightfully so. Encrid preferred learning a wide array of techniques over mastering a single one. This is the right way. Encrid believed in today's repetition. It was impossible to master any technique immediately. While Auden might see him as overly ambitious with a body unable to keep up, to Encrid, this was the correct path. Auden's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Why do you think your hair was grabbed earlier? The distance." Encrid answered plainly. He hadn't been caught off guard. "Exactly, the distance. Despite countless reminders, you remain slow and dull, Commander Brother." Encrid was unfazed. Words like that didn't hurt him. He didn't have the time for it. He was too busy replaying what he'd learned today. Joint blocks alone came in dozens of varieties, and memorizing and embedding even a fraction of them into his body was overwhelming. Encrid had to master both throws and strikes, engraving the basic principles into his body. I've told you many times, stamina is essential. Reading distance is no different from swordsmanship. And without agility, everything else is meaningless, Auden said. Auden was an excellent teacher, not because his methods were remarkable, but because of his persistence. He doesn't know how to give up. Even when progress was slow and almost invisible, Auden taught steadfastly. For someone like Encrid, such a teacher was a perfect match. Persistent instruction left even a small imprint on the body and mind, and Encrid in turn learned with equal determination, setting mastery and refinement aside for the future. Stamina, distance, mobility, Encrid repeated Odin's words to himself. Be it swords, spears, blunt weapons, or wrestling, strength and speed were indispensable. While Encrid had grown familiar with measuring distances, Odin was still more adept, often catching him off guard. "You end up rolling in the dirt again today?" After finishing his wrestling session, Encrid returned to find Rem waiting for him. "Taking a break today?" It was the same question as always. "No, Duel." This time, it was the sword. Although he still practiced with a wooden one occasionally, he now preferred a real blade. The longsword he was accustomed to wielding, aimed at Rem's entire body. Encrid didn't always spar with Rem. On some days, it was Ragnar. "Watching you makes me want to give it a try, squad leader," Ragnar would say. On other days, it was Jackson. "I've got time. Grab your sword and come out." None of them ever declined Encrid's requests. Still, they shared similar thoughts. Take Rem, for instance. What a waste of talent. Does he need more combat experience? On the battlefield, his skills had improved rapidly, but back in the city, he seemed stagnant. Though he had undeniably improved compared to before, there was no dramatic growth. That much was clear to Rem. What had improved were his heart of the beast, his focused mind, his sense of the blade, and his isolation technique. The isolation technique was altering his muscle quality, but even after a month, there were no drastic changes, only small, incremental progress. He advanced like a slow snail crawling forward, step by painstaking step. Ragnar had similar thoughts. His fundamentals are solid, but why is his advanced technique progressing so slowly? Wasn't he supposed to have a breakthrough in his 30s? Why was he regressing to being a fool? It was a mystery. And yet, Ragnar remained motivated. Encrid had a way of inspiring those around him. Every day, regardless of duties or other circumstances, he repeated the same grueling training. If he had morning duties, he would lift rocks and hold peculiar postures late into the night. The same went for wrestling and swordsmanship. When duty called, he would serve, then return to resume his training. He carved time out of his sleep and meal breaks. During group drills with the regular army, while Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, Odin, and Cray sometimes slacked off or went through the motions, Encrid gave it his all. Afterward, he returned to the training grounds to continue his personal regimen. His consistency was almost frightening. That's why Ragnar found himself motivated by the captain. Jackson felt the same. The sense. Encrid's hearing was sharp enough to feel like he had eyes in the back of his head, yet his overall sensory acuity hadn't advanced beyond that. Why? Was it Jackson's fault as the teacher? Or Encrid's fault as the learner? It's the learner's fault. Having taught numerous others, Jackson knew this well, and it left him amazed. Encrid's progress was painfully slow, yet he never gave up. It's unique. Jackson nearly smiled in satisfaction, but reverted to his usual expressionless face. Why should I care so much about the captain? Still, he always gave his best effort. Teaching in turns had naturally established a rotation, and Jackson was the most diligent among them. Esther watched the man she had chosen. The Black Panther's blue eyes followed his every move. How could someone be like that? There was a time when Esther, too, had been consumed by the world of spells. Back then she needed nothing else. Not food, not sleep, not even desire. And that's how I ended up like this. Lost in her past for a moment, she turned her gaze back to Encrid. He's different from me. His daily routine was simple and repetitive. Even eating, sleeping, and resting seemed to be part of his regimen. He was someone who rested earnestly. Watching him, she found herself thinking, if there's a way to help, I want to. He was that kind of person. Unaware of these sentiments, Encrid was too occupied to notice anything around him. He was busy engraving various techniques into his body. A training fanatic by nature, his intensity had only grown recently, thanks to the isolation technique. The quality of my muscles is changing. He almost wanted to strip down and admire himself in the mirror. Who would notice the change most keenly if not Incrid himself? When movements that used to be difficult became smooth, the joy was nearly overwhelming. From thrusting techniques to the basics of heavy swordsmanship, everything felt different with his changed body, smoother and more fluid. Even the techniques of soft swordsmanship had become somewhat second nature to him. Clang! The swords met, and Incrid redirected Rem's axe to the side. That's a bit better. Rem acknowledged his deflection. It wasn't perfect, but it was an improvement. It's better than before. Incrid too could sense the refinement in his techniques. All of it stemmed from the body crafting method, the isolation technique. Do you regret not learning it sooner? Odin had once asked him, wondering if he thought it was too late to reshape his body. No. Incrid had shaken his head. He held no regrets for the past. If he did, he'd already be trapped in yesterday. What he had learned back then was vital for that time. Thus, being fully present in today was the right choice. Once during that month he dreamed of the ferryman. You live as if trapped in today, the ferryman had said, exuding boredom as he leaned on his chin before vanishing. The same one who had mocked him so fiercely before was now nowhere to be seen. The ferryman's words rang true. Incrid's days were a repetitive cycle. Only the duty schedules and weather changed. If you would have learned it earlier, your body wouldn't have been ready for it, Odin had said. But Incrid paid it little mind. What mattered was today and now. Eventually, the harsh winter, the fourth and most grueling season, reached its midpoint. Let's talk for a moment. One day amidst these routines, the ferry company commander came looking for Incrid. Standing outside the barracks, the commander, with his green eyes and back to the cold, said bluntly, "It's a mission." The border guard reserves were often mobilized as needed. Their duty wasn't limited to fighting on the battlefield. Understood. You'll escort the heir of a merchant guild. Pick one from your squad to accompany you. The commander delivered the orders. It was a directive from above, and Incrid had to comply. An assignment and a mission. He didn't particularly enjoy such tasks, but now he had begun to take an interest in earning merits, mastery, and accomplishments. These were the steps to knighthood.